See Jack run, run, run. See Jack throw, throw, throw. See Jack jump, jump, jump. See Jack take steroids, steroids, steroids.
In case you didn't know,
See Jack get liver damage.
steroids don't make great athletes.
See Jack have a stroke, stroke.
They destroy them.
See Jack stunt his bone growth.
Talk to your kids about steroids.
See Jack have a heart attack.
Need help?
Heart attack.
Get help.
Heart attack.
Visit drugfree.org. This message brought to you by the Partnership for a Drug-Free America and Major League Baseball Charities.
Don't I have a say?
We think that it's for the best.
Best for who?
Well,
It's best for all of us.
Tell me how you getting separated is best for me.
We'll all be happier.
in the long run.
If you can talk to your kids about this, you can talk to them about drugs. Visit our website at drugfree.org. A message from the Partnership for a Drug-Free America.
Just waiting for one more council member. We'll get started in a second. Meeting of the City of San Carlos. Would you all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? We're going to have that led by Madeline Cephas. Madeline? Where is she?
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, I'll say it.
Please begin.
Say it.
Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done. Good job.
Just a quick story on that. Peter was the chair of our Transportation and Circulation Commission, and he had promised his daughter that he would allow her to do the Pledge of Allegiance at his meeting, and the next thing he knew, his time as chair and time on the commission was over, and he didn't get to fulfill his promise to his daughter, so he asked me if she could come and do the pledge. So thank you, Madeline. We should do more of those. Okay, changes to the order of the agenda. Do we have any changes?
No changes this evening, Mr. Mayor.
None. Okay. From the dais? None. And the next one is report from closed session. Mr.
As
Rubens.
indicated earlier in the special meeting, there's no report from closed session tonight.
Okay, very good. Item 4 is reorganization of the council. So it's time to call for nominations for mayor for the remainder of 2012.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to nominate Matt Grocott for mayor for the rest of 2012.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll second that.
Okay, there's a second. Are there any other nominations? Okay, then nominations would be closed. And Christine, can we take a vote then?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Okay, do we do the swearing in now, or okay? Very good. I'll meet you down at the podium.
Yeah, let's go down there. Guess we could stand here. Okay. And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter?
Yes.
Okay. You could sign your oath. Thank you.
Okay. And I asked my pastor from my church to come and say a short prayer for tonight. Thank you.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the city of San Carlos. We thank you so much for the men and women who serve and lead and seek to govern this city with truth and justice. We ask, Father, for Matt, our new mayor, that you would protect him, that you would give him wisdom and discernment and guidance, and that he would continue to seek your will in all things. We thank you so much, Lord, for your protection of this city. We thank you so much for the generous provision that we have of so many wonderful things here, and we pray that that would continue in the days ahead. In your name, amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Item 4B is call for nominations. Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. By the way, that was, again, the pastor from my church at CPC. So thank you for bearing with me on that. Call for nominations for vice mayor for the remainder of 2012.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to nominate Bob Grisilli as vice mayor.
I will second that.
Okay, then we've got the nomination for Bob. Any others? I don't think so, because there's no one else there to nominate, I don't think. So we'll close nominations. Madam Clerk, vote.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Very good. Thank you. Item 5 is council communications and announcements. Why don't we start over here with Mr. Collins?
Just one. Since I'm first, I'll just say we all went to the PAMF groundbreaking tonight at 5 o'clock. They are going to begin construction any day now. Well, they actually began construction tonight because some of us put a shovel in the ground. So construction has begun.
Very good. Thank you, Ron. Mr. Olbert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that I had an excellent conversation late last week with Rebecca Mendenhall about some of the unfunded liability issues facing the city, and recommending to the city manager that we put something similar to that discussion on the agenda for the full council, because I think we would all find it very interesting.
Very good. Thank you. And Vice Mayor Grisilli?
I'd just like to say that coming up this coming weekend, we're going to have hometown days, and hopefully everybody's aware of all the fun and festivities that we have for that. We have a parade on Saturday. We have all kinds of events for kids, and it's just a terrific weekend, and God willing, the weather will cooperate. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of what's coming up this coming weekend.
Okay, thank you. The only thing I have to announce is that I did attend a seminar or workshop, you might say, up in Rohnert Park. It was called Growing Sustainable Communities, and I told you that previously at the previous council meeting that I attended a different workshop, so I was going to work on my notes on both of those. I've been meeting with the city manager on some of those items that I've learned, and we'll be giving some kind of report, maybe written or a little bit of oral, to the council at a later point. That's it. Okay, that brings us to presentations. So we've got a presentation of proclamation to Linda Tuchel for her service to the San Carlos community, and I'll meet you down here. She is. I didn't see her.
Okay, just check it. Just trying to help out here. It's my job.
The vice guy.
Yeah.
Oh, John.
Hello. You know, I was thinking before tonight that this is very appropriate. We're doing this right after Mother's Day, because you're one of San Carlos's greatest mothers. Do you want me to read some of this to you? Okay. So here we have Linda Tuchel, and this lady has rendered extraordinary service to the San Carlos community for over 40 years, if you can believe that. She looks too young. She has generously contributed and participated in many San Carlos activities and organizations, such as the Youth Softball League, the Elementary School District Board of Trustees, the PTAs for TR Linda, Arundel, Central, and Carlmont High School, the Carlmont High School Education Foundation, Charter Learning Center, Chamber of Commerce, Lions Club, and that's not even a complete list. Linda has offered her service to two particular organizations that outshine all the others: the Diamond Crest Girl Scout Association and San Carlos Hometown Days, which Mr. Grisilli told you is coming up this weekend, and it wouldn't be happening if it weren't for Linda. I know, she's got me scheduled all weekend. Linda has also provided leadership skills to the Diamond Crest Girl Scout Association for the past 36 years by organizing the annual day camp for thousands of girls to attend each year, and as well coordinated the San Carlos Hometown Days for the past 11 years, ensuring 32 years of hometown cheers. And she continues to give her time, wisdom, and leadership to the San Carlos community, truly making San Carlos what we call ourselves, the city of good living. So much of that is attributed to Linda. So Linda, it's here proclaimed that I, the mayor, on behalf of the entire city council, all these fellows up there, and you know, the whole city, our staff, everyone, we really want to take this moment to thank you for everything you've given this community and the invaluable spirit that you bring to us. We love you, we appreciate you, and this really isn't enough, this thing here. And we also, you might remember our former mayor, Ahmad, came up with this idea of a coin, and here we have it. This is the City of San Carlos coin, and we're also giving you that as well, okay? So that's a beautiful coin. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right. You want to say anything?
Thank you very, very much. All I want to say is thank you for coming tonight, and it's truly been my pleasure because I love San Carlos, and it really is a city of good living. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Mr. Mayor, would it be okay to add an additional brief comment?
Yeah, well, I catch my emotions. Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, Linda, that I was a little surprised. I thought we would also we'd have the proclamation made out to Linda Ladybug Tuchel.
That's her nickname, that's right.
I said I was surprised we didn't make the proclamation out to Linda Ladybug Tuchel.
Ron?
Yeah,
Linda, we have some people making comments to you.
Just one more comment, Linda. I won't be long-winded. I've known Linda a long time, and I just want to say that, as a lot of people may know, Laura was our last Miss San Carlos, but before Laura was Mrs. San Carlos, and we're looking at her. Thank you, Linda.
And I remember you talked about being scheduled for Hometown Days. I was scheduled for Hometown Days when I was mayor, and then I lost all my hair. But people just don't realize the coordination that goes into this. And I know you have people that help you, but I think you're up like 22 hours a day doing this thing, and especially on this weekend. So from just a personal standpoint, like I said, I can't imagine this city without yourself. I mean, there's a lot of volunteers, but over the span of time that the mayor mentioned, it's just unbelievable, and everyone said it. Thank you so much.
Let's have one more round of applause for us. Thank you. Thank you, Linda. We'll see you this weekend.
We'll be on time. Don't worry. Yes, we will be.
All righty. Now we've got public comment, and tonight we have quite a few cards here.
Are we?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, one more item.
I'm sorry. First mistake is mayor. Item 6, presentations, report on the Caltrain service plan.
We got that out of the way. The mistake out of the way.
Why don't you just wait 1 second? Thanks. Okay. So we get sort of the folks out. Sure. Clear. Thank you.
Got to set up this thing anyways. Seamus?
Not update links.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Grocott, council members. Appreciate the opportunity to give you an update on some of the most recent developments that are affecting the Caltrain system. This presentation will be brief, and we'll just cover a basic overview, an update on our 2013 budget situation, some discussion about dedicated revenue and funding options for future Caltrain service, and also an update on the Caltrain modernization program.
I apologize, but I'm sorry, I don't know who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Seamus Murphy, Director of Government Affairs.
Thanks, Seamus. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks.
The current system, we operate 86 weekday trains between San Francisco and San Jose. It's governed by 3 member agencies, Samtrans in San Mateo County, VTA in Santa Clara, and the city and county of San Francisco. We have average weekday ridership of a little over 40,000 riders a day. That's an increase of 12% year over year, and this should read 20 consecutive months of ridership growth. We just had our 20th consecutive month last week. Our operating budget is about $100 million. $60 million is covered by fare box revenue and related fees like parking and other rents, associated fees. And the remaining $40 million is covered by a combination of member agency contributions, grants, and one-time funding that has proven to be unreliable in recent years. You can see that we have taken steps to address a structural deficit that we have ongoing. The member agency contributions have not been sufficient to cover our full operating budget in recent years, and so we've taken steps including service reductions, layoffs, hiring freezes, salary freezes, implemented mandatory furlough days, increased fares to some extent, and also reduced the Samtrans contribution to the Caltrain system. This is an overview of our operating budget. You can see there the $33.5 million number that the JPB member agencies contribute in order to maintain our existing service. This is how those contributions have changed over time, and you'll see that dip in 2011. That was when Samtrans reduced its share in order to maintain bus service in San Mateo County, and the hit would have been greater actually in 2011, but we were able to negotiate with our partners in the Caltrain system, and also with the help of MTC, supplement the Samtrans contribution through the repayment of funds for the original purchase of the Caltrain right-of-way by Samtrans a couple of decades ago. In 2012, the current fiscal year, we had a similar situation, and we were able to increase the Samtrans share again using another round of repayment of the funds for the purchase of the right-of-way, in addition to a fund swap where we swapped some capital funding for operating funding that was coordinated by the MTC. In 2013, we've used the remainder of the funds that Samtrans is owed by the other member agencies in the Caltrain system for the repayment of the right-of-way. We'll be able to maintain our existing service because of that. We're actually adding some trains proposing to add some trains in 2013. We can't add any trains in the peak hour because we're limited by the infrastructure that we have. But we're adding trains on the shoulder of the peak, just after the peak hour, and also in the midday to try and relieve some of the overcrowding that we're experiencing on the trains. You saw the growing ridership. We have on several trains in the peak hour more riders than we do seats, and there's no signs of that slowing down. So with a constrained infrastructure, we're doing our best to meet that demand, but it's proving difficult with no dedicated funding for the Caltrain system and an ongoing structural deficit. We are looking at some permanent revenue alternatives, and we're in the very early stages of exploring these options. There's been some polling that's been done on a 3-county option, which would be a sales tax in all 3 counties to support Caltrain operations and capital improvements. We know that the polling was conducted by the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. It's sort of middle of the road, not anything to be too encouraged by, but still within the realm of possibility that we want to explore it further. It would require legislation. We have talked to members of the Caltrain State Legislative Delegation who are interested in passing legislation that would allow for a ballot measure to be placed on the ballot in all 3 counties in order to create a dedicated source of funding for Caltrain. We're also looking at a San Mateo County only measure, and this admittedly would not solve the problem in its entirety if VTA or Muni experiences the same kind of difficulty that Samtrans has experienced in the last few years fulfilling its share of the Caltrain contribution. Then this measure would not do us much good. But because Samtrans has had the most difficulty in recent years making its contribution and maintaining existing Samtrans bus service, we're exploring the option of a San Mateo County only revenue measure. Don't know whether that would be a sales tax or some other sort of tax or fee. Vehicle license fees have been mentioned, hotel taxes have been mentioned, and we're exploring all of those options to try and get a handle on what San Mateo County voters might possibly be in favor of. We're also doing some polling on this issue. We'll be in the field this month to get a better understanding about public opinion on this issue. In combination with potential options for dedicated revenue, we're also looking at capital improvements that could help resolve this fiscal crisis. The Caltrain modernization program includes the electrification of the Caltrain system, the implementation of an advanced signal system, and the purchase of electric trains that would allow us to run a very different kind of service, would reduce operating costs and increase ridership and revenue for the agency, which would help address our ongoing structural deficit. We've been working with the High-Speed Rail Authority to plan these improvements since the voters approved Prop 1A in 2008. The recent version of the high-speed rail draft business plan includes 2 key elements for Caltrain. It includes the blended system concept and a full embrace of that concept. The blended system means that instead of the original plans for high-speed rail, which were fully grade-separated, 4-track, dedicated right-of-way for high-speed rail, the blended system as an alternative would be a primarily 2-track system where both Caltrain and high-speed rail would share infrastructure, utilizing primarily the existing track configuration that we have today, staying substantially within the Caltrain right-of-way, which reduces costs and also reduces impacts on surrounding communities. The other key element of the high-speed rail business plan that's important for the peninsula is that the plan embraced early investment in the bookend sections, which is our section between San Jose and San Francisco, and also the section in Southern California between Palmdale and Union Station. Once that business plan was released, we started working with our regional partners and the MTC and our partner agencies and other stakeholders in the high-speed rail system to identify what early incremental investments would be appropriate for the peninsula. We worked with them to look at the full spectrum of opportunities that exist, including the downtown extension to the Transbay Terminal in San Francisco, which is something that under Prop 1A needs to be completed at some point in time. We looked at station improvements, and all of the partners in this project were in agreement that the improvements that made sense, given the resources that would be available, were the electrification of the existing Caltrain system, which would help prepare the corridor for future high-speed rail service and also upgrade the Caltrain service, make it a cleaner, faster, quieter, more efficient service, allow us to provide more frequent service to every station on the corridor, and also help us address our ongoing financial crisis. The 3 improvements here add up to about a $1.5 billion investment. The We worked with our member agencies and other stakeholders to craft a memorandum of understanding that would fund these investments through a combination of local, state, regional, and federal funding sources used to match a contribution from the High-Speed Rail Authority through Proposition 1A at a 50-50 split. Here are some of the benefits of Caltrain electrification. It's electric trains, which are much quieter than diesel equipment that we operate today. They're faster not because they have a higher top speed, but because they start and stop more efficiently. It takes less time for these trains to accelerate and decelerate out of stations. There's a 90% greenhouse gas reduction associated with this technology, and because they start and stop more quickly, we can provide more service to more stations along the corridor without increasing travel time. The example that we like to use is the Baby Bullet today stops 5 or 6 times between San Francisco and San Jose. It takes about an hour for it to make that trip. An electric train could make that same trip in about an hour but stop 14 times instead of 6 and pick up more passengers along the way. It would be a better service because instead of having to check a schedule, you would have the option of just showing up to a station knowing that there would be a train coming within the next few minutes. The blended system would come after this incremental early investment in Caltrain. High-speed rail, these investments in Caltrain electrification would not enable high-speed rail to access the Caltrain corridor. There would be other improvements that would be required before high-speed rail could have access to the corridor. We've done some early modeling to determine whether the blended system would be feasible for both Caltrain and high-speed rail. And this capacity analysis tells us that without any passing tracks at all, if we just use the existing track configuration that's out there today, we could support 6 Caltrain trains, which is what we assume in our electrification environmental study, and also 2 high-speed rail trains every hour in each direction. If we include a set of passing tracks somewhere on the corridor, and there are 5 options for passing track locations that we've identified so far. Not all of them have been studied, but there are 5 that we're looking at. If we include a set of passing tracks somewhere between 7 and 9 miles long, we can provide enough capacity for the 6 Caltrain trains that we need in addition to 4 high-speed rail trains in each direction. These are some of the additional investments and infrastructure improvements that would need to happen before high-speed rail could access the corridor. Those blended system improvements or capacity levels could be achieved, but not without a downtown extension to the Transbay Terminal, which is required under law, not without some system integration work between high-speed rail and Caltrain, infrastructure upgrades, including potential rail crossing upgrades, maybe grade separations. One of the studies that we're doing is a look at every existing at-grade vehicular crossing on the Caltrain corridor. There are 40 of those crossings to determine what an 8 train per hour or a 10 train per hour schedule would do to traffic circulation at those crossings. And there's an expectation that there would be some traffic impacts. One of the options for mitigating those impacts as a part of the blended system would be grade separation, so it's possible those infrastructure improvements might be needed. Potential passing tracks, depending on the level of service that we would need to operate, and also a potential storage and maintenance facility. High-speed rail identified the need for a storage and maintenance facility associated with the original 9 to 12 trains per hour that they were planning to run with a fully dedicated set of tracks. Now that we're sharing tracks and operating a lower level of high-speed rail service, it's not clear yet whether a storage and maintenance facility would be needed. This is our planning process to date. I apologize, it's small print, but the top left box is the capacity analysis that we've done so far to identify what the existing configuration can support. The middle box is other service plan and operations considerations we're looking at. This includes all of the options for potential passing track locations on the corridor. It includes another potential 3-track option instead of shorter 7 to 9 mile 4-track passing track section, a longer 3-track section that would have a middle bidirectional passing track. and also the addition of Dumbarton rail service to determine whether that impacts capacity levels at all, and some other considerations that were not looked at in the first round. The grade crossing and traffic analysis study that I mentioned is on the right. All three of those analysis will feed into some service plan options that we'll have, and we expect that there will be several. And there will be several infrastructure needs associated with those service plan options that will tell us what the fleet need might be for high-speed rail and Caltrain, and we'll have a cost associated with each of those options. All of that will feed into a decision-making matrix that cities will be able to use to determine which options make sense for your community. That set of blended system alternatives eventually would be fed into the high-speed rail environmental impact process and review. They've had that process on hold for about a year since the call for the blended system happened, and now that we know that the blended system will work and we have an MOU that commits agencies in the Bay Area to that blended system process, we expect that environmental review will resume. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Seamus. Questions?
Yes, I just have one. I was having a discussion with somebody about electrification, and the question came up was about grade separations. If you do electrification, do all the grade separation, at-grade crossings need to be separated?
They don't. Our existing document, environmental document for electrification of Caltrain does not include any grade separations. It would take us from 5 trains an hour in the peak hour, which we operate today, to 6 trains an hour, and it was determined that a 1 train per hour increase would not necessitate grade separating any of the crossings that exist today. So we know we can electrify Caltrain without grade separating. The only requirement for grade separation is a speed requirement. If you go over 125 miles an hour, then the FRA requires grade separation to exist. But we don't anticipate running those speeds. The electrification EIR only allows us to run at the existing 79 mile an hour speed. So we can operate at grade, but we are updating the electrification EIR as a part of this early investment proposal to determine whether that increase from 5 trains to 6 trains does create any traffic or safety impacts at any of the 40 at-grade crossings, and if grade separation would be needed as a result.
And what sort of security upgrades would be required, such as fencing or gating or that sort of thing?
It doesn't include, the project doesn't include any additional fencing. We spend about $2 million a year adding fencing and maintaining existing fencing on the corridor, and our goal is to continue to have that program exist and defense as many areas as we can.
Thank you.
Very good. Down here?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 2 quick questions, Seamus. You mentioned early on in a chart, you talked about how recently Samtrans had a more difficult economic situation than either of the other 2 partner agencies. And I'd heard that before, and I'd never thought to ask, do you have any insight into why Samtrans was differentially affected?
There's a number of reasons why. One of the biggest reasons is the requirement to operate paratransit operations. It's a federal mandate, and Samtrans operates a disproportionate amount of those operations compared to the other 2 agencies. The other reason is debt service for a number of improvements, including the BART, the construction of the BART project to SFO.
I guess I could see the paratransit in San Francisco being less expensive because of the density in San Francisco, but I guess I would have assumed the Santa Clara would be roughly comparable to San Mateo. Is it just that they have a different mandate in Santa Clara County?
Same mandate, just different usage levels.
Different usage level?
Yeah.
Okay. The other question I had is, as I'm sure you're aware, the council recently took the position that not necessarily against the blended system option, but that we're not looking for track expansion in San Carlos. I just was curious if you have any insight into the take on that issue from some of the other communities that might or might not be affected by some of the blended options.
By some of the passing tracks?
Yes, exactly.
There are other locations, and other communities have concerns as well. The only option that we've studied as far as locations are concerned is the San Carlos and Belmont, Redwood City, San Mateo area, which would be Hayward Park to the Redwood City Station. And that option was chosen because it's pretty close to the middle of the corridor. We knew if it worked there, that if it was going to work anywhere, then it would work there. And now we're looking at other options, and other cities do have concerns. I wouldn't say they're to the same degree as Belmont and San Carlos. Some of the other locations, like the Bayshore Station in Brisbane down to Millbrae Station, have a little bit more room in those areas. Some of those areas are already 4 tracks, and the uses in those areas are largely industrial for the most part, and different characteristics than the Mid-Peninsula area.
I know I had wondered when we talked about this on and off in different forums about whether or not some communities that had not done grade separation might be willing to do some kind of quid pro quo with, assuming that worked technically, to combine grade separation with track expansion. Is that something that's being looked at or might be looked at, or?
We have heard some feedback from cities in the northern section who would like to have grade separations, that having the 4-track proposal might be desirable if grade separations were associated with that section. It's not a requirement that 4 tracks be grade separated, but the CPUC has a long history of regulating 4-track railroads and requiring grade separations if you expand beyond 2 tracks. So that's a possibility. We have heard from the city of San Mateo that they would like to have 25th Avenue and a couple of the adjacent streets grade separated as well, and that would be a part of the Mid-Peninsula section.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you, James.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that does then bring us to the end of presentations and to public comment. I have a number of speaker cards. First one is William Torres.
Ladies and gentlemen, staff, city council. My name is William Torrey. I prefer Bill. I live in San Carlos. Altogether, I've lived here for 48 years. Not so long ago, I read in the Post that the city had to make more cuts in order to make the budget by some $180,000 plus. I'm here tonight to solve the problem, and he isn't sitting by the left of the city attorney like I thought he would be. But I'll go on anyway. Mr. Moore is of an age with years' work that allows him to present at present to retire with a full pension and benefits, and this is worth more than $200,000. He has made what was once a great fire department into a revolving door. He has made most of the city workers disappear, and they've been replaced by private companies. His mark is definitely on this city, and it's not a good one. He is the last of a group that ran this city during the dot-com and at the end of that era, and 3 of the group left in shame. 2 got out before everything fell apart, and Mr. Mora, from what I hear, keeps in touch with the 3. I retired from that fire department November 18, 1996 as a captain. I was in the San Carlos Fire Department for 10 years, South County Fire just short of 17. In my retirement, all I heard about the problems that came forth afterwards was it was the fire department's fault, and I heard it all the time. It was not the fault of the fire department. It was the fault, it wasn't the fault of the fire department, it was the mismanagement by the people in charge at that time, period. He's not needed anymore. He's the only assistant city manager in the county, the full city manager. He doesn't live in San Carlos. I doubt many of the managers do. The only ones that really count are you on the council because you're here, because you believe in this city. So I would hope that you can help Jeff Maltby, the city manager, come to live here and be a real city manager like he deserves. And I think he'll be a real good one. And thank you very much. I'm going to go home and eat dinner.
Thank you, Bill. Andre, you ready down there? Can he hear me? Mr. Carpio?
My name is Andre Carpio. This system doesn't work.
Go ahead.
I come to make a claim on my solar car, CARP, that was stolen and that the police neglected to follow the policy procedure for the recovery of my solar car. I want to make a similar example. And to all the ladies here, Happy Mother's Day. It's very important. If you follow the scripture, King Solomon had the problem with the two women claiming the same child. So he took his sword and he left the car and he said, I'm going to give you half of the child. And the real mother said, no, no, please give my child to the other woman. Don't kill my child. And here we didn't even do that. You gave my solar car to somebody who had nothing to do with it. I'm the inventor and I'm the manufacturer. And the man has just come up with a story to convince the police that it was his machine. And the police let it go. And after the machine was gone, then the police investigate. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jim. I can't quite read that. I think it's Cobry. Yeah. Oh, hi, Jim.
I'm Jim Cobry. I've lived in this town since '62, so I'm familiar with up and downs. You're in the process of filling a vacancy. In my personal opinion, is you should have somebody fill the position until November, have an election, even though, according to the paper, it costs $50,000. But I think it's best you have 5 members up there because everything is not going to be rosy, and you may need 3-2 votes. The second thing is changing this to a charter. Charter city would be a disservice to your loyal, how few they are, employees, and also the taxpayers. This is what I understand from reading the paper. Anyway, and to the taxpayers of this city that you don't have mandated contract bids. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Bob Black.
Mayor Gocott and members of the council, I'm Bob Black, San Carlos, and I have an invitation As Bob Griselli mentioned, there is Hometown Days this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Well, there will be a grand finale soon after the Hometown Days. We will be experiencing a solar eclipse, and it will be a wonderful event here in San Carlos. And I'm here to invite you to the library. And why the library? You'll have to come and find out for yourselves. The architect who designed the library will be here to explain why. And I think that the library is going to be held open, normally closes at 5, but it'll be held open until 7 o'clock so we can all enjoy the eclipse at the library. There will be solar observing through telescopes that are prepared for safe viewing. We will have demonstrations of what an eclipse is. There will be activities for children, and I hope you all attend. Bring your families, bring your children, and I hope the audience will come and bring their families and their neighbors and their children. It'll be a great little event.
So, Bob, that's 7 p.m. at our library on the 19th or the
20th, Sunday the 20th.
Sunday the 20th. Glad I
Yes.
asked. Okay.
And I have a couple of
flyers?
flyers.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
And so see you all on Sunday afternoon.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Got a couple of more. Usually we only do 10 minutes of public comment, but we've just got a couple more, so we'll go with it. Peter Tsifas and Glenn Gelino.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I wanted to thank you for allowing my daughter to recite the pledge. And as Mayor Grocott said, from the time I let my term expire on the commission to now, it gave me a little time to reflect and do some thinking, which my wife always says is a bad thing. But I wanted to kind of touch on what my request to Mayor Grocott was and why it was important to my family. Some of you may or may not know I'm an immigrant. I'm a naturalized citizen, and I'm also a veteran. And even token expressions of our Constitution and our patriotism mean a great deal to those like myself. And rather than going into a bunch of examples of why our country is great, I came up here to make a request, and I'm just going to get right to it. I'd like at the council's earliest convenience to place on the agenda for action the directive to make the recitation of the Pledge of Allegiance mandatory at all City of San Carlos public meetings. It's short. Some say it's a token affirmation of our great nation, but for those of us that had to ask for the privilege of citizenship, and some of us that had the honor to serve to protect those privileges, it would mean a great deal to not only me, but to a lot of those that are in the same situation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Glenn Gelino. That's it.
Good evening, members of the council. The last meeting, we had a brief discussion about a submission that I had previously made of a tax return for ICLEI. I'd like tonight to submit to you another copy of one of their tax returns. It happens to be a different year, but the point is the same. It shows directly the link between ICLEI and Agenda 21. I know Mr. Mora and his presentation led you to believe that there was not a direct connection. This is ICLEI's tax return stamped by the IRS. This first 2 pages. I urge you to read it. And Mr. Griselli, for your benefit, I provide a copy for each of you.
Thank you. Just checking in here, Dan Kaluni, or if I'm not pronouncing that right?
Excuse me, Mr.
I'm sorry.
I would appreciate it after you review that, if you would consider reconsideration of the city's ICLEI membership and get somebody in here to give you a staff report that provides you with factual information instead of inaccurate information as you were provided by Mr. Moira. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. I'm just checking to make sure Dan wants to speak on item 10A. 10A. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the end of public comment. We now have approval of the consent calendar, which will be approved by one motion unless members of staff, the council, or the public would like to pull any items. Is there anybody that would like to pull an item? None? I have one I would like to pull, and that is I wanted to discuss item F and item B.
Did you say B, sir?
B, yeah, I'm sorry. Item B and F. Put them in order.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar items A, C, D, and E.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Item B had to do with the minutes, and looking at those, I had two items in there that I wanted to point out. There's one item in here that talks about, maybe there's just one in here, I'm sorry, hold on, let me look. Sure, no, I've got two items, yeah. So the first one is under 4A, and it says that I discussed parking in downtown residential areas and displayed a video of past council meetings regarding a meeting where the International Council for Local Environmental Bylaw issues were discussed, and I wanted to have that changed somehow, or perhaps just like we did before, just my comments on it. I was troubled by the wording where the International Council for Local Environmental Bylaw issues were discussed, because it makes it look like we actually did discuss the bylaws, and in fact that was the point of my video, is that we hadn't discussed the bylaws. What I was pointing up is that we were told in January by staff at a meeting that we had the bylaws in 2007 as a part of our agenda, and that we discussed them, and we discussed the benefits and so forth of being members of ICLEI. And what I showed in the second video from 2007 is that we actually had not discussed the bylaws. We didn't even have the bylaws in as part of our staff report, and that the only reason there was any discussion on the item at all was because I pulled it from the consent calendar, made my points, and then Mr. Grisilli made a motion to approve it, and the other council member at the time, I'm thinking, was who's the other person, Bob, do you remember? Mr. Lewis, that's right. Yeah, made the second, and then we voted. So so mostly I was just, Christine, if you don't mind, it's the wording that gives the indication that we discussed the bylaws, when in fact my whole point was we had not.
Mr. Mayor, would you like to propose some alternative wording?
Okay, that we, let's see, that we showed a video of the past city council meetings. I had it here. Okay, displayed a video of the January 2012 council meeting juxtaposed to a video of the November 2007 council meeting to demonstrate that the council in 2007 was not given the ICLEI bylaws and as an attachment, nor were they discussed.
Thank you.
Sufficient. Thank you.
Can we discuss that for a second?
Sure.
I think I understand, your concern, Mr. Mayor, about not having your point being miscast in the minutes. To be perfectly frank, when you were making that presentation and you were playing the video, I quite honestly could not hear a word of what was going on in the video.
I know.
So that I actually would not necessarily want the minutes to reflect, with all due respect, the minutes to reflect that the point had been made because I know you were making the point, but I personally did not see it. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't know how much time we want to spend sort of fine-tuning this, and I don't mean to minimize the importance of this to you, but for what it's worth, I know what you were trying to say, what you're trying to demonstrate, but I literally could not see it or hear it.
And I apologize for that. I agree with you. The volume was not properly set when the video was shown, and it was difficult to hear, and I realized that afterwards. But that was an equipment malfunction, you might say. But again, I would just like, I was troubled by the wording that made it look like, here's my point, if I may, is that if someone were to read these minutes, they would come away with the idea that, in fact, we discussed the bylaws of ICLEI, which was never done. And that was my whole point of showing what I showed, was that, but I don't want to belabor this too much, or be on it too long. If you have some other language you might want to offer up, I've tried to offer up something that I think gives a proper reflection, but okay. Let me go on to the second item, and then we can talk about approving these minutes, I suppose. The second item is on page 9, and it's all the way at the bottom. The last sentence says that the council discussed their respective contacts.
I apologize, Mr.
I'm
Mayor.
sorry.
We don't have a page 9 on the...
You don't?
On the
I'm
April
sorry.
9th
Yeah,
meeting.
you're right. Sorry, it's page 4. It's
Okay.
under 9, public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, there you are.
Got it.
Everybody there? Okay, at the very bottom, there's a sentence. This is in regards to the hearing we had on the Carlos Club. And it says in the last sentence that the council discussed their respective contacts with the applicant regarding the project prior to making their final decision. And I thought for the minutes to reflect full disclosure, I think all of us talked about, or at least some of us talked about, yes, we talked with the applicant, but we also talked with city staff and had meetings off the side, if you will, with the city attorney, city manager, and the chief of police. At least I did, and I believe other council members did as well. But I know I disclosed that, and so in order for this to be correct in the minutes, I think it needs to reflect that we met, some of us at least, met with not only the applicant, but also with city staff members. Okay. True enough? Okay. So with that, those are the changes that I would request to the minutes. So, we need a motion to approve that.
I'll take a stab at it. I would move that we approve this, the minutes, or the amended minutes. Is that a better way to say it?
As amended.
The amended minutes for April 9th.
Second.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
No.
Councilmember Olbert?
No.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. And then,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
We have to
there's no action on the minutes with a 2-2 tie, so my suggestion would be if there was some language in the motion that perhaps that could be reworded to get the necessary majority.
okay, so we'll go back and discuss it. What is it that obviously we had 2 people vote yes, we had 2 who voted no. Those who voted no, speak up on what your concerns are.
With all due respect, I'm ICLEI'd out. So if I hear that word one more time, I'm liable to, gosh knows what I'm going to say. But, and on the second comment, the council discussed their respective contracts with the applicant regarding the project prior to making a final decision. That's a true statement. We talk to staff every day. That's, to me, implied in all this, so. We're just spending too much time on, I think, some things that just aren't as important as some people think they are. My opinion only. So, again, just my opinion.
And Mr. Olbert.
I agree with Mr. Grisilli's comments regarding the fact that I think contacts with staff are implicit in all of this. That was certainly, my understanding. And as I mentioned earlier in my other comments, Mr. Mayor, I honestly didn't hear I know the point you were trying to make, with the presentation, but I didn't see that or hear it. I mean, I suppose in the interest of trying to get us off of this particular subject, I'd be willing to support some language that talked about, Councilmember Grocott discussed parking in downtown residential areas and displayed a video of past city council meetings to demonstrate that International Council for Local Environmental Bylaw issues had not been discussed.
It's fine with me. That's what my point was.
Okay.
A shortened version.
A shorter version, yes. And how about on the second item of the contacts? You spoke to that. I would like, if I may, Mr. City Attorney, do you have any comment on that? We're asked to disclose, outside contact we've had on things, so.
Yeah, I think this is one of those where it's a preference to the level of detail you want in your minutes. It would not be inaccurate to say that as you suggested, Mr. Mayor, that that you had disclosed that. So I think that that's accurate. It's also the disclosure is really the disclosure with the applicant that's required by law.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand that. Okay. Well, I'm willing to let that one go, and if we can go with just amending the other statement per Mr. Olbert's shorter version.
Would you like me to retry my my motion to approve the minutes of April 9th to incorporate the yet again amended language by Councilmember Olbert?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
No.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Okay, sorry to take so long on that. Yes. Do you want to come to the podium? Is this on the minutes that we just approved?
One of them, I was waiting for you to ask the public if they wanted to discuss any items. I had wanted to talk about item 8E, but you people have already approved it.
8E.
That's the lease amendment early termination payment.
Oh, I see.
But it's already been approved, so
yes. Okay.
I guess, my concern that there was incomplete information in there, but you already approved it, so, I think there should have been more financial information.
Okay, I apologize for that.
Since you believe that there's sufficient information, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right. The other item that I pulled was item F, and this is to authorize the council a summer recess, canceling the July 23rd and the August 13th meeting. Better put my glasses on because I can't quite see that. I think I got that right. So I would like to hear some discussion about the council. To me, the reason I pulled it is because I felt like that's an awfully long time for us to take a break. We have taken a break in the past, and in the past it's been to not have one of our meetings in August, but to have this where it's a double whammy. It's quite a long time, and I had some concerns with that. But if no one else does, then we can take I think that's about a 7-week break, is it not? It's 2 weeks in July, and
I would think it's about 5 is my guess without looking at the calendar.
Maybe I didn't.
This is the same thing we did last summer.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the second meeting in July and the first meeting in August, correct?
Second meeting July, first meeting in August.
So it's basically 1 month's worth of meetings.
And then there's a strategic plan meeting in there.
Okay. Oh, there is so we do have a strategic plan meeting in between, someplace.
I can't remember when we put it on the calendar, but I know it's in August. So
It's like the 20th.
It's at the end of August, we moved it.
So if we remove the July 23rd meeting, it means the time in July that we would meet would be 2 weeks prior to that. So we would have, from our first meeting in July, we would have 2 weeks to this date. And then we've got another week, 7 days in July.
It's almost 7 weeks.
Then Yeah, and then August 13th is the almost 2 weeks in August if we cancel that meeting, and then it'll be another 2 weeks in August before we have a meeting. So that's 4 weeks. Yeah, I was right. It's 7 weeks. Right. That's a pretty long break. We may have done the same thing last year, but it may not have been that the dates quite worked this way, that we had 7 weeks off.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I look at this and I realize it's 7 weeks. I defer to staff. I always feel that they have a schedule that they project out for more than just the next 2 weeks. They have items that they feel will or won't come up, and I just assumed, and perhaps incorrectly, that they felt that during that period of time they didn't need to have approvals of various items, and we would still be going along. But that's just my assumption.
Yeah.
So, I mean, whatever council wants to do.
This is certainly something that's been on our radar since last year when we tried this, and last year the way the council approved this was they approved the cancellation of the second meeting in July and said, city manager, if you can clear the agenda for the August meeting too, we'll go along with it, and that's what happened.
And I think I was one pushing that because I was concerned that there was too much time involved. And I have, in some sense, a similar concern just as you do. I have the same thing. I worry about canceling it up front because all of a sudden something's going to pop up and then we're going to have to reschedule, but maybe some of us might not be here because you've already told us we don't have to be. Right. And that's the rub of it. In other words, you'll plan it's possible to plan vacations or personal things, and all of a sudden, oops, we're going to have a meeting.
Yes, thank you. Question I guess I have is do we necessarily need to decide this tonight? Or is there another way of approaching this where, for example, what I'm used to from my years on the school board is there is a summer break that's taken there. It's a little easier in the case of school district because their natural rhythm is such that there's less stuff to do in the summer because school is not in session. But it's driven by vacation schedules and need. So when there was a need, there was a meeting. And the need can also be for to discuss topics that don't normally or naturally fit into the flow of meetings throughout the rest of the year. So I guess what I'm wondering is this a decision that we need to make tonight, or is this something that the mayor can work with the city manager on and kind of project out what things look like, get a sense of where our vacation calendars are, where staff's vacation calendars are, and just see what makes sense?
Of course, I agree with that, except for the fact that I usually make my vacation relative to when we're not meeting. So that's just how I do it. But that's just me personally. I'm not saying I should be everyone else.
You're just very civic-minded.
Somewhat. But, anyway. But honestly, I think you do raise a good point. I mean, to me, I'd be happy to cancel last year we canceled the last meeting in July.
That's right.
I think we should do it the same way we did it last year, cancel the first meeting in July, and...
You mean the second meeting?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Thank you for correction. The second meeting in July, as we did last year, and wait till we come up to it, and if we need to, we cancel the first meeting in August. If not, then we have it.
Well, at least if we make the motion to cancel the first meeting in July, in the meantime, I can work with Mr. Maltby on what our schedule looks like, and if it looks like we can do away with the August one, we could bring it as another item on the consent calendar and do it that way.
Does that fit with staff?
Is that fine?
That'll certainly work, yep.
Okay. You fine with that?
Mr. Mayor, make a motion that we authorize the cancellation of July 23rd, 2012 meeting, and as you mentioned, have the mayor work with city staff to decide whether we need the August 13th meeting or not.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Very good. Sorry to take so long on that. But now we're on to reports to council. I don't see anything on here, but I did have a question for the city staff on our retreat that we had talked about. Had we set a date for that?
Have we set a date for that?
Oh, the council retreat?
No,
we have not.
I didn't believe we had. I think we were about to do that, and there was a change in the council, and so we've been waiting to see if the council's going to appoint somebody in the relatively near term that you might want to participate as a 5-member in that.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. Otherwise, you have nothing to report from staff?
No, there's no
item 9?
reports tonight yet.
Very good. Moving on. Item 10A, the pros and cons of becoming a charter city?
Mr. Mayor, I'll present on this particular item. As you know, that's the strategic plan. I was charged with providing a general report about the pros and cons of the city of San Carlos changing from a general law city, which it has been since its formation, to a charter city. I have a detailed report here, and I don't want to read every bit of the report, but basically a charter, a city can form a charter in a couple of different ways. A charter is similar to a constitution for a city, and it allows the city to have purview over municipal affairs. That's not a defined term in the statute, but over time in the state constitution. But over time, there's been case law that interprets what is and what is not a municipal affair. The staff report kind of details what those items are, and there's an attachment from the League of California Cities that I also included. The procedure to become a charter city, the two primary ways are for the city council, with the assistance of staff in most cases, to draft a charter, and then 2 public hearings are required for that in that process, and then the charter would need to be approved by a vote of the citizens of San Carlos. The second is where you would call an election for the election of a charter commission. Charter commissioners would be nominated the same as other city offices, and an election would be required of those commissioners, and the top 15 vote getters are appointed to the commission. So it's a rather large commission, but I think it's intended to be such to have a broad profile of the community. The election for, if a charter commission is established, that charter commission has 2 years to submit a charter. The charter can also be submitted to votes of the people in pieces, so it doesn't have to all go forward at one point in time. And a charter is what we want to include as what would be municipal affairs, whether it's drafted by the citizen charter committee or by the council. You don't have to have everything that's possible in a charter in the charter. You could be targeted to areas that you want to make sure that are just municipal affairs that you want to regulate locally rather than have be governed by the general state law. It could be as all-encompassing as the law allows. Some charters are drafted that way, so that all the powers that possibly could be local municipal affairs and regulated locally are regulated locally in the charter. So I have a list of pros and cons and that are on starting, well, my report doesn't have page numbers, but it's starting on page 4 and continuing to page 5. And this is a report. You don't have to take any action tonight. You could provide us with direction one way or another, and I'll leave it at that since we have a long agenda tonight, and I'll be available for any questions.
Questions?
Mr. Olbert? I guess I'll start with just one, which is I'd like to have some understanding of the genesis of this. In other words, what was the other than in a general abstract sense what Mr. Rubens has just outlined, what was the sort of trigger for the council directing staff to undertake this review, to generate this report and have this discussion?
I think the triggering event was the strategic plan. It's an item of the strategic plan that asked the staff to bring this specific topic back. But the external factor that drove the inclusion of the item really was last year when the state legislature looked at adopting legislation prohibiting cities from contracting for library services, which in our case really doesn't have any effect on us, but San Carlos is a contract city. A large majority of our services are either provided through contracts directly or indirectly. In many ways, there are some support services, supporting core services that involve contracts. And if the state chooses to take that power away from cities, it could have potentially a very dramatic impact on the city's financial ability to pay for and provide services to this community. So.
I think, okay, I appreciate that. I can understand that. Personally, this is a type of step that's a very large step that, in the absence of, I guess, what I would think of as a clear and present danger, I'm not terribly, I don't assign it a terribly high priority to pursue. And that probably goes as well for, I think, some of the analysis that was in Mr. Rubin's work product about the cost of doing this. To put it bluntly, I mean, my guess is from beginning to end, we're probably talking about a number of hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of time and money and effort that would be invested in this. There's a whole bunch of other things that I'd rather spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on than this, absent a clear and present danger. If the situation on the ground were to change, I could maybe see revisiting that, but that's kind of my initial reaction to this.
Are we in a discussion stage or a question asking stage?
I think we're in a little of both because it's a study session, so we have,
okay.
Feel free to ask questions of staff and ask, you know.
Just a couple of small questions. First of all, they refer to Proposition 218. Can you explain to me what Proposition 218 is?
Well, Prop 218 is a constitutional provision that deals with fees and revenues and taxes, such as the setting of sewer fees, property-related fees.
Mm-hmm.
It's a process that needs to be employed in order to raise or assess those types of fees. The process under 218 is to set a notice of a hearing with at least 45 days notice to each property owner or person that would be assessed the fee. And then after a public hearing, the fee could be raised if there aren't enough protests that would be presented at that public hearing. So that's Prop 218. It's a procedure.
I think when I look through this, I was looking for a compelling reason to do this, and I'm having a hard time finding a compelling reason to do this. But if we're going to do anything, and I saw that our choices are, you know, have an election and have appoint a commission, but that is an election in and of itself. I think if we're going to go down this road, I would like to do something on a much more informal basis, like some sort of a committee that would study it, because this is really kind of a new concept to all of us. And I also noticed that when you talk about all these cities that do it, there's about 25% of the cities in California that do it. And the cities around us are San Mateo, Redwood City, San Francisco, San Jose, Oakland, Mountain View, Palo Alto, Santa Clara. All those are charter cities, all much larger than we are. So I'm just having a hard time getting my head around why we need to do this. Now, I understand the whole issue of the library, and there may be other ways that we can deal with that, but I don't know about how you guys feel about it, but it's I just don't know that it's necessary at this point. That's really all I have to say.
Okay, so I have one question for staff, and then I do have a speaker card for public comment, and I see somebody else raising their hand down there. So the question I have is a follow-up to Councilmember Collins. It talks in here about having an election to charter a commission. Does that exclude the possibility of doing what Mr. Collins suggested, of in advance of that, having a committee that would study this?
Absolutely. You could appoint a subcommittee of your membership or have a broader committee to study the issue. Obviously, if it's a subcommittee of your membership, it'd be simpler to have that type of committee constituted. But this would be, you're contemplating something different than the Charter Commission, which is something that has to be elected. So
it has to be elected, but I guess what I'm asking is, similar to, we had, for instance, we did the general plan recently, and we had a committee that looked at that for months on end. So my question is, needing to, by law, to have a commission first, does that mean that you can't, in advance of having those elections and having a commission, you can't have some kind of committee of citizens, and maybe it's partially ad hoc of the council as well, so maybe you got 2 council members and you got, 5 people from the community, however you want to make it up. Maybe you could have planning commissioners, a couple of planning commissioners, and then a couple of council members, and some city staff, and some people, some public members, to look at it in advance of even having an election and having a commission. Is that a possibility? Was that allowed?
Yes, it is.
It is allowed.
It would be allowed.
Okay, that would be allowed.
And just to clarify, if I may, Mr. Mayor, you don't have to have the Charter Commission election at all.
Right.
You could just appoint a committee to essentially do that type of work, and it would really be an extension of the City Council who can approve to recommend to the voters a draft charter. So you don't have to have the commission at all. It's not a requirement in the process.
Very good. Okay. And then the only other question I have that's not a follow-up was just, I was trying to, like Mr. Collins, I was looking for some compelling reason to do this, and even when the newspapers were calling and asking, you guys are looking at this, why are you looking at it? My comment was, given the cost of it, if there's something that's going to happen in the very near future, sort of to Mr. Olbert's comment, if there's something that's going to happen in the very near future which will buy us back the expense and then some, to me, it would make sense to do. But if there isn't anything like that we see coming down the road, then it doesn't make sense to spend that money. So I guess I'm making a comment, but I'm also asking a question. Is there something where you see us gaining back the money that we spend doing this?
Well, in fact, I had this conversation a little bit earlier today with Councilmember Olbert, and I don't think there's anything right now, but with the way the legislature operates with gut and amend bills, there's every possibility that legislation can be introduced any moment, and in fact, in some ways, it would be introduced retroactively. Over the last 20 some odd, almost 30 years now, the state in every decade has diverted, shifted a significant portion of revenue from cities to the state. And while I can't predict, and it's become actually harder to predict what the state will do with the constitutional protections that have been put in place with Prop 1A and Prop 22 by the voters, it's actually making the state more unpredictable in terms of where they might go next. There was a test case and some discussions in Sacramento earlier this year, late last year, about, I believe it was the city of Vernon, and whether or not the state might unwillingly unincorporate the city of Vernon for a lot of different reasons. That is a different, that's a different ball game. The mentality in Sacramento has changed as a result of the recent RDA taking, where the Supreme Court in California upheld that Prop 1A and Prop 22 did in fact provide significant protections to our revenue, but that the state legislature could dissolve RDAs because they were involved in creating them. And that may be, I don't want to be an alarmist here, it may be true of general law cities as well, that the state could dissolve a general law city. It seems much more apparent that they cannot dissolve a charter city, because a charter is essentially an extension of the Constitution.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure, I've got two.
No, go ahead. I'm all
here and here. Go ahead.
Mr. Maltby, I was trying to remember when you were talking about Vernon. Isn't Vernon the city in Southern California where they were having all those problems because basically there were massive amounts of overpayments to city staff and
That's Bell. City
Bell.
of Bell.
That's
Vernon's
Bell.
right next door to Bell.
I think they had some similar issues, but the city you're talking about is Bell.
Bell. I guess the point I was trying to make is if they had some similar issues, I guess I'm thinking more of the situation in Bell because I did recall reading about some moves to try and do something about them from a state level, and that was more, I think, a response to a situation that was out of control. It was a very unusual situation. I'm not sure that at all would set a precedent for what the state might do in more normal times. Not more normal times, but with a more normally functioning city.
Yeah. I think that there are definitely exceptional circumstances involved in some of this, but I can tell you that this sentiment is not new to the legislature, that conversations have happened in Sacramento about whether or not cities can be dissolved by the legislature for financial purposes. So there is some thought up there on this issue.
Just one, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
No, go ahead.
Historically, I don't think these issues have driven a city becoming a charter city. I think it was more the pure local control issues, having a strong mayor, which you can't have in a general law city, having setting your own election dates, those types of things that charter cities are allowed to do and set their own procedures. Those have all been determined to be municipal affairs. This I think is a more recent development. The fear that the state may do things that to general law cities that they wouldn't be able to do to charter cities because charter cities are constitutionally based entities.
Okay. So my question was, Mr. Maltby, I think I heard you say something about the legislature recently becoming more unpredictable about takings from the city. So did I get that right?
Yeah, I think as laws have been passed to constrain their ability to take money, it's required more unusual tactics for the state in trying to deal with their budget problems, which remain very significant.
Right.
And it makes it very hard to predict where they're going to go next.
Right. And so, given that, have charter cities fared better than general law cities, given these recent changes in tactics, I guess is probably the best.
Well, I don't think we would know the answer to that question yet. Okay. I guess if cities started blinking out of existence, and again, I don't want to, we're sort of speculating here on a worst case scenario and what you might do to protect yourself in that situation. Now, we can certainly look at a long history from the state of California as it relates to municipalities and local government financing and say that, there's not a very good track record there, and the more we deny them access to our pocketbook, the more they've looked for ways around the law to get at the money. Would a charter help in those situations? It might. It might not. It is the state of California, and they do pass the laws of the state, and ultimately if people aren't happy with the laws that are coming down to our communities, they can always vote their legislatures out of office and put some people in that can pass new laws. If this were to become a more imminent issue, it's something that the city council could always bring back to the public. I would imagine that if something really dire were coming, that the council and the people in San Carlos would want to know all their options would be, I think this would be one of them.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, we have two people, I think, who wanted to speak on this item. Dan, and Dan, I'm not going to butcher your last name. You can say it yourself when you get up here. And then, yeah. Can you move up closer so that you're ready when he's finished? Thank you. Also on this item? Okay. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Dan Calamucci. I'm a researcher with Smart Cities Prevail. Smart Cities Prevail is a nonprofit organization that is dedicated to illustrating the benefits of prevailing wages to local economies, taxpayers, and workers. A lot of claims are made about prevailing wage that gets circulated during these discussions. It came up in the staff report. So what I simply hope to be here is to offer Smart Cities Prevail as a resource for information about prevailing wage, about public works, no matter the outcome of your discussion this evening. Just to put it briefly, the overwhelming body of authoritative academic research conducted regarding prevailing wage shows that prevailing wage has no impact on overall project costs, and in fact can lower the cost of a project by contributing to increased productivity, a higher quality workforce, and a safer job site. In addition, prevailing wage language includes support for apprenticeship training funds. We help build and support middle-class jobs for future generations. Prevailing wage requirements allows for the construction of high-quality, much-needed public works, while at the same time bolstering our local consumer spending, building up the general fund, and offering local construction workers a pathway into middle-class jobs. Our website, and it's called www.smartcitiesprevail.org. I really just encourage you, no matter what happens tonight or in the future, to use this as a resource as you continue this discussion. And I believe that as you examine this issue, you'll come to see that prevailing wage truly is a win-win for all local stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And Bill, Knack? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Knack, would you mind waiting for this gentleman? Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Jim Colbury again. I have a couple of questions. How many cities this size are changed from general to a charter? And what was their experience? And that the second question is, what was their experience when they did? Besides talking to the city council in those cities, it'd probably be advisable to talk to their staff and the people that work for them.
Thank you. Mr. Knack.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Grocott and other honorable members of City Council. My name is William Knack. I'm here this evening speaking on behalf of the Building and Construction Trades Council of San Mateo County, with membership of 24 local construction unions representing 14,000 of the highest skilled craftsmen and women in the construction industry today. I'm here to express our disagreement with the section in the City Attorney's report that lists the potential elimination of prevailing wages on city-funded projects as beneficial to the City of San Carlos. Many economists and studies have concluded prevailing wage is at least neutral with respect to costs. These studies have observed that productivity is much greater among high-wage, high-skilled workers, and often projects using such workers cost less than those using low-wage, low-skilled workers. Inferior construction requiring repairs, revisions, and lengthy delays actually means the government could lose money if prevailing wage is repealed. Opponents of the law who claim that government would save billions of dollars per year utilize vastly oversimplified and fundamentally flawed methods of economic analysis which fail to take into account productivity, safety, community development, and other economic forces contributing to real cost effectiveness that prevailing wage offers. Wage cuts don't automatically translate to procurement savings. If you pay someone half the wage you were paying someone else, but this person takes twice as long to do the same job, you haven't saved a penny. And if the job is done so poorly that it requires hiring someone else to bring it up to standard, you are actually paying more, not less. Repeated studies have proven that there is a direct correlation between wage levels and productivity. Well-trained workers produce more value per hour than poorly trained, low-wage workers. The benefits of prevailing wages don't just extend to workers, project owners, and taxpayers at large, but also to local contractors. The payment of prevailing wages allows our local contractors to compete with those contractors from areas where the cost of living is lower. I shorten my speech. In closing, I'd like to leave you with the message that prevailing wages ensure quality construction, on time, within budget, by employing well-trained local construction workers who reinvest in our community. Workers experienced in their crafts and safety procedures are less likely to make mistakes and hence are more productive. And before I leave, I've put together a small packet with you. There is a case study that we'll show you between a library in Palo Alto that was constructed without prevailing wage and a similar building in Gilroy that was contracted with prevailing wage. And the case study shows that the one in Gilroy actually cost less and was of higher quality. And I thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more. Okay, come on up.
Brian Randall, San Carlos. Mr. Mayor, City Councilman, I'm pleased to be here this evening. I'm pleased ex-Mayor Klein is not here this evening. Klein and Ahmed have long pushed towards this change because strong mayors suited their needs, but they are now gone, both gone. As Klein proposed this, I know it's not good for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, discussion by the council?
Mr. Mayor, I haven't had a chance because, of course, I didn't have any questions. And I had, the other gentleman, Mr. Olbert and Mr. Collins, I think made my case, or basically my comments. If we could identify a specific issue, if we could identify a specific thing the legislature is going to do tomorrow, I could see it. But even so, the charter cities that are mentioned, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, the large cities, they lost all their RDA. There's no benefit there. I mean, I think if you put dollars and cents to this, it works if you've got maybe 750,000 people in your town, or even Redwood City and San Mateo are 3 times, 4 times larger than us. This makes no economic sense whatsoever to go down this line. To have a commission of 15 people, and now is the charter commission the one that runs the city, or does the mayor run the city, or does the city council run the city? I mean, I'm a native San Franciscan, and I've followed San Francisco politics all my life. And if there's a more confusing, I would politely, dysfunctional is not a bad word probably, but confusing system than there is, I don't know of one. I think we have a great system the way it works. I think it's great that we have this information. It's always good to learn about a lot of things. I always like to learn about different things. But to go even set up a committee to do this, I think it's just, I just don't see the benefit in any way, shape, or form under the certain circumstances we have. Our legislature is dysfunctional. That is dysfunctional. The way it works now, it may be functional next year. It may be more dysfunctional. But I just don't see any benefit to this, and I just think we should keep this in case we need it, and I'm sure our staff will let us know if there's some direct benefits that we can protect on. I'm sorry, I can't see going down. It's, again, great information. Thanks very much. Let's move on. My opinion.
Okay.
Well, the only comment I'll make is that if our city were poorly run or had some serious deficiencies, I could see taking a look at this. But at this point in time, and given the fact that we can always revisit it, it just doesn't make sense to me right now.
Very good. Mr. Olbert?
Nothing more to say.
You've had your thing. Okay. Do you have direction enough from us now?
I think we have the direction we need.
Okay, very good. This is not an action item, so we didn't have to vote on it. No worries. All right. Item 10B is also a study session item, and this is to review and make recommendations on our capital project options for a 2-year budget.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm just going to introduce this item very quickly. This is a study session for our capital budget, so the council is not going to be approving or taking action on this tonight. We're going to be talking about some of our capital projects. The capital budget is part of our 2-year budget, but it does get confusing at times because the capital budget itself is a 5-year document. And so in the first year, you'll see projects that have been completed this current fiscal year. You'll see projects that have been improved in the past by councils and are in various forms of being completed. And then you'll see new projects that are being proposed not only in the coming year, but in future years as well. As we talked about last year, there's been sentiment, certainly one I share, that our capital budget document and process has not been a very strong one, that it's not provided the council or the public with a lot of information about our capital projects. We've really tried to enhance it this year. I think it's still a work in progress that will continue developing for the next couple years, but hopefully you'll feel that there's a lot more information available to you on specific projects that are in the budget and being proposed. There's a number of funding sources in the capital budget, and I will let our Administrative Services Director, Ms. Mendenhall, sort of walk you through some of the funding sources and give you a financial overview. And then we're going to ask our 2 department heads in Parks and Recreation and Public Works and Community Development to give you a brief presentation of some of the larger more high-profile projects that are being represented, and then we'll try to provide you as much time as we can to ask questions and have discussion amongst yourself to get some feedback from you so that we can incorporate that into the final version of the capital budget that will be brought to you along with the operating budget next month in June. So with that, quick presentation from Ms. Mendenhall.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. As the City Manager mentioned, this is the 5-year capital improvement program. This chart represents the proposed capital spending over these next 5 years. In a few minutes, as he mentioned as well, the Community Development Director and the Parks and Recreation Director will be highlighting some more of the specific projects in detail. The majority of the proposed spending will be from the General Fund capital account. This is made possible by a $3 million transfer from the General Fund. As discussed at the operating budget study session on April 23rd, the General Fund has an assigned reserve of $3 million for capital infrastructure. The proposed CIP before you tonight includes transferring that reserve to fund these capital projects. Similar to last year, at the end of this fiscal year, if there are savings generated through operations, the City Manager may assign those savings to be used to offset future capital projects. This slide reflects the ending fund balances for each capital project fund. As the City Manager mentioned, capital projects are different from the operating budget for 2 main reasons. The projects are specific to expansion and replacement, and they can cover multiple years. In 2012, you'll see these are the projected balances. They do include encumbrances for projects that are currently in progress that have previously been approved, but these projects won't be completed until the next fiscal year. Although the wastewater fund appears to be growing, the expenses in future years may be much higher, reducing the fund balance, as it's anticipated that the South Bayside Systems Authority, or the SBSA, will be releasing new bonds to cover the major renovations needed at the sewage treatment plant. So with that, I will turn it over to Doug Long, our Parks and Recreation Director, who will now highlight some of his recommended projects.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I will go over some of the completed projects, some of the projects proposed for next fiscal year, and projects that are going to be featured in years onward, all the way to 17-18, I do believe, in the fiscal years. As you can see, this year was kind of a busy year for us in the capital project area. Most of you will be familiar with some of these things that were completed over the years. Of course, the community art, the Blue Man, or balancing act that's now placed at Laurel Street Park has been completed. Of course, we put a new roof on the Adult Community Center. Civic Facilities Master Plan, that's almost completed in its entirety. It'll be presented for adoption to council at the next meeting, so you'll see that. Loyola Playground renovation, some of you are there for the dedication of that renovation, and things are going very well there. The IT equipment room cooling, it's kind of self-explanatory. It cools it down when things get hot there. Air balanced ventilation system for City Hall. The server room, redundancy. When it gets hot, we've got something else to click on to keep it cool. We had a lunchroom renovation, TV production room cooling. Of course, the Trails project, the project plan itself has been complete, and of course the implementation is going on as we speak. We should see that completed by this September. And the rooftop air conditioning and heating drive motors of the library. So those items have actually been completed this year. We do have some pending projects that have been, the funds have been allocated, but we're in the process of completing those or substantially getting them done within the next few months. Providing a generator at the courtyard, repairing the courtyard stamped concrete. Outside there, it's kind of falling down a little bit, needs repair. Preliminary dog park design, you're well aware of the dog park pilot program, and we're still looking at what the needs are in this community for a dog park. Of course, we replace the heat valves at the ACC to make sure that the building stays at a moderate temperature. We have the gutter system needs repaired at the courtyard, and there's a deck at the library that needs to be sealed to keep it from leaking. So those are projects that are currently going on. And we have a host of projects for next year. The first two are big ticket items, and I do have slides specifically dedicated to those after these slides. We can go into detail about those. But you can see the first one is Crestview Park renovation, and that's complete with synthetic turf. Burton Park Phase 2, and we've talked about that in the past, and again, I'll show you some details surrounding that. Converting the HVAC system to variable air volume system at City Hall, expanding the police gym at City Hall, and we've got a couple of cooling towers to replace, one at the Adult Community Center and one here at City Hall, and replace the energy management system at the library. It's the system that, it's kind of the brains that distributes power throughout the library and actually this building also, so it helps run all the operations over there and here. And an energy audit, this was driven by the strategic plan. We want to take a look and see, are we being efficient here? And if not, what can we do to take steps towards efficiency? And have a security access system at the library, which is a fob system to be installed at the exterior doors. As I said, two of the big ticket items for next year that are being recommended for council approval. One is Burton Park Phase 2, and just a reminder that there's three components for this second phase. One is a stage, permanent stage there for the special events that we currently do, including this weekend's Hometown Days, our summer concert series, and other events that we have. We have the basketball courts actually need to be refinished and shortened. They're oversized right now, so we'll kind of pull those together and make them a little bit more user-friendly. And the addition of bocce ball courts. Those two bocce ball courts in the area now, what we call the ball wall area, that will be great additions to the park, and you can see that it's going to be expanding services to a variety of interests with these additions. And secondly, Crestview Park renovation. Crestview Park, we've discussed before. As you can see in the picture on the lower left, that's probably in, I guess it's kind of mid-year form there. The turf takes a beating there. It's a sand-based field. It does take a lot of water. Of course, there's demands for more synthetic turf here in the community that provides for more user hours. And the equipment is a little bit dated, old, and it needs a kind of a facelift. So we'll be looking at the whole footprint of the park to see what we can do with that. That may be, kind of twisting things a little bit, shifting them, and providing more parking. Of course, we'll have the preliminary designs for that to see what we can do. But that's kind of the a thumbnail look at what we're doing for that particular project. In the future projects, and again, I'll go through these quickly, a lot of these have been driven by the initial facilities master plan. Some of them are maintenance items and not too sexy for the community. However, they're needed. They've come to the point where the item has reached its end of its useful life. But the facility renovation at the Adult Community Center, that's a big ticket item. You can see they're going to take a look at the center itself and make recommendations of how to modify, change, or transition some of the building to more usable space. The council chambers renovation here, again, this is in dire need of a renovation, and there's a whole host of things that come with that proposal. And not just the dais and the seats, but the screen that we're looking at and other things that are going to be recommended to take a look at and see how we can redesign this to make it more usable, more accessible, and a better facility. A Cedar Park renovation, again, the park is a little older, needs some renovation out there. If you're not familiar with it, it does have a playground and a basketball court out there. And then some of the mundane things, the fill concrete walls. Here at City Hall, there are cracks in the walls. It's been recommended that we fill the cracks and then we actually seal the concrete walls. Highlands Park playground renovation, 15-16. You can see the year that they put in there. And Highlands Park, it's a smaller playground, but again, it's in need of a facelift. Refinish aluminum, they call it the storefront, the front of the courtyard. Highlands Park stadium field renovation. This renovation is for natural turf, not synthetic turf, and ADA door lever replacements here in City Hall. We should look further out, and again, we see some of the other things that are maintenance items. The built-up roof system at the courtyard. There's an expansion at the Eaton Canyon Trail system. We're expanding those trails as we speak, but there's more room for expansion up there to add length to our trail system. Replace the shade structure at Laurel Street, replace the main switchboard and generator at City Hall, replace the main switchboard at the courtyard, replace the second-story windows here at City Hall. They're levered style, and they recommend that we change those out, and replace the rooftop units at the courtyard for the air conditioning, expanding Big Canyon Trail system, and replace the pneumatic controls at the ACC. It's kind of an old control style system to a direct digital system that makes it more efficient. So those are the kind of things that are that we have in the CIP for the next 5 years at least. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for? I just have one. It's not really a question, but it's more of a comment, and that is, I know this is something that former council member and Mayor Royce was talking about a number of times, and that is the courtyard and the idea that we might look at doing some type of courtyard in conjunction with some other cities.
Right.
And it does, and you could see, if we did something like that, we might save some money on facilities. And so, I suppose just the comment, as I saw a number of things on here that had to do with the courtyard, and I suppose as we look at that possibility of combining courtyards with other agencies, we might find savings in those areas.
Certainly.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Oh, comment? Yes.
Mr. Olin.
Just a comment, Mr. Olin. Thank you for the presentation. One thought that occurred to me as I was going through reading the material is, and I know this is an age-old conundrum in San Carlos, we have quite a few athletic fields. We actually don't have all that much park space that you can use as kind of a park space, like to have a picnic in. Okay, I know there are some, but most of the space is dedicated towards, in terms of square footage, in terms of sports use. Nothing wrong with that, and we certainly have a lot of demand for that. I'd love to, just speaking for myself, I'd love to plant a seed in your mind to think about how in the future we might be able to expand some of the other uses of parks, just because I think there's some unmet need there.
Sure, absolutely. And I will turn the podium over to Al Savay for his presentation.
Mr. Savay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll be going over some of the ongoing and in-process and new projects in the Community Development Department and Public Works arena. And as required by the Baykeeper Consent Decree, an engineering plan was completed to study the existing wastewater flows in our community and identify capacity constraints and prioritize a capital improvement program. And our initial draft of the capacity assurance plan was reviewed by the City Council back in March, and it's estimated that the cost of the sewer collection system improvements would be about $9 million, and it's required to be done over the next 5 years. We've come up with a plan to improve and maintain our 108 miles of sewer pipes, and the plan includes on-the-ground equipment and system-wide cleaning and inspection. And last year's CIP included a new hydro flush truck, which is getting into operation. That's the picture that you see in the upper right-hand corner there. And last year's CIP also included some funds for what we call a CCTV. It's a camera system and van, which can give us mobile capability to look directly down into the pipe system with small cameras and look for blockages and assess damage and plan for repairs. So this will be very valuable to the community once we repair our system and making sure our system is working well. So these improvements will keep us in conformance with the requirements of that San Francisco Baykeeper Consent Decree, and it'll keep our sewer system in good working order for many years to come. A significant landslide issue has developed at Shelford Avenue, and in this easement between Shelford Avenue and San Carlos and Cortlandt Road in Belmont. And this is an important project. There's a sewer line at the lower end of the area, and there's some homes in the city of San Carlos that are threatened by this. And initial study provided engineering recommendations for a permanent fix to this problem that we need to work on in the next year. The crosswalk at El Camino Real and Belmont Avenue has been a dangerous one and over the years, and a number of auto-related accidents, some including pedestrians, have occurred there. And this is the intersection right at Walgreens and Trader Joe's area, which is just off the screen. And needless to say, it's a very busy and highly used intersection there. And this project would use several capital sources to make the physical improvements, which would make it safer a place for pedestrians and bicycles and cars to cross over. And as you can see in that slide there, there's a couple of bus stops here. And the current location of the crosswalk is here. The crosswalk would move across here, and it would also contain some activated beacons that would be activated by the pedestrians. Safety issues have been discussed repeatedly by the 2+2 Committee and the City Council, which is, again, between the City Council and the School Board Committee. And in 2010, pedestrian safety assessment was completed by the State Office of Traffic Safety, and a walking audit of the Arundel School was completed as well. And some of the issues that were identified at that time were lack of intersection traffic control and pedestrian access, and serious queuing and congestion during pickup and drop-off, particularly along San Carlos Avenue there. And city staff applied for an SRTS, or Safe Routes to Schools grant, to the State Department of Transportation, and with a great deal of community support, we received that grant to complete all these improvements as well as the design. The grant is for $340,800, and the project is underway. And we've worked with Caltrans, to secure the funding, and we're in the process of selecting an engineering firm to design the job. And some of the improvements would be a crosswalk and signs, a lighted crosswalk right there across San Carlos Avenue, and we've already completed some improvements to the intersection of Wellington and Clifford. Individual projects on the east side of industrial roads such as PANF and In-N-Out have been required to create streetscape improvements adjacent to their property, and there's been community interest in creating a greenbelt streetscape on the west side of Industrial Road north of Holly Street. And a recent study was completed to determine how and where those trees could be installed. So what we're looking at here is the PANF development site right here. This is the In-N-Out Burger site. And PANF will be undergrounding all the utilities on the other side of the street and planting a row of street trees there. This is Hawley Street that comes here. So again, Hawley and Industrial. And so the study looked at what is the possibility of being able to plant trees on this side similar to the other side and creating a grand gateway experience there. And what was determined is that it can't be done in the sidewalk there because the sidewalk has utilities underneath it, and also because you have to have ADA requirement width of about 3 feet. And if you put the trees in there, it would lower down that sidewalk and make it impassable from an ADA standpoint. So our consultants looked at other possibilities, and what they determined is that, well, you could do it if you put it in these boxes out into the bulb outs along Industrial Road, and the gutter would go along the front of the sidewalk here, and the bulb outs would be along Industrial Road, and the trees would create a more formalized entry and gateway into this area of the community. If there's a disaster and the power goes out at the city's corporation yard, we need to have a means to restore it quickly. And the corporation yard is where our professional maintenance staff reside, and all our city equipment resides as well, which can repair damage to the streets and the sewers and the storm drains. And also, if the City Hall's Emergency Operations Center goes down, then that's our secondary location for an EOC. And while this isn't a glamorous-looking machine, the generator is imperative so that the corporation yard has the power to maintain our operations in a disaster, and we intend to complete purchase of this in the next year. This slide shows our next big customer service permit management improvement project, which is underway, and it's called Track It. And it will allow the community to be able to do some kinds of over-the-counter permits online and schedule inspections online as well. And this new system is about 75% complete, and these services should be about 100% at the end of the summer. And once that's done, we'll hold a community open house and show people how it can be used. The proposed improvements to the well-used crosswalk at Elma and Alameda was in direct response to community complaints about the safety, the traffic and pedestrian safety at that location. And the Traffic Safety Task Force evaluated the situation and found that indeed it was an unsafe location and made recommendations to the Transportation and Circulation Commission. In addition to a new ladder, crosswalk striping, and tree trimming, which has already been completed, there would be a new pedestrian-activated crosswalk beacon on both sides of the street. Again, this was looked at and approved by the Transportation and Circulation Commission, and we've had an approved bid to install the beacons, which should be concluded very soon. The Hawley Street at US 101 interchange project is the city's most ambitious and critical traffic improvement project for many years and into the future. And the intent is to relieve traffic congestion on Hawley Street and also improve flows to the US 101. And the project would provide additional capacity, improve safety, and assist traffic flow for many of our city's largest employers, and in particular, the Palo Alto Medical Foundation. This was noted as one of the key mitigations in their environmental impact report. They are also paying mitigation fees into the city to pay for the work on this. We have formally partnered with Caltrans to work the project through their rigorous review and oversight system and to meet their standards. And once we have the project study report, we'll be able to better hammer out the costs associated with the construction of the project. This project looks at the top tier alternatives that were evaluated by the Transportation and Circulation Commission and the City Council. And it's a big project, and it requires a lot of coordination with Caltrans, and construction is estimated to be about 3 years away. This slide shows the conceptual plans approved by the City Council for landscaping and lighting improvements on the west side of El Camino Real at Olive Street, or between Olive Street and Oak Street. And the plan calls for new street trees, tree grates, irrigation, and distinctive new street lighting there. And there's a strong effort to improve the appearance of the Grand Boulevard as much as possible. And we have a Samtrans grant to help fund this work. We are currently working with Caltrans to meet their requirements, and any development on the other side of the street would need to meet these design standards. Finally, San Carlos received a $2.2 million grant from the Transit for Livable Communities and Metropolitan Transportation Commission for a significant upgrade to Old County Road and East San Carlos Avenue. And this project is in direct response to concerns that have been expressed over the years from the East Side residents and businesses with regard to the dilapidated sidewalk and the utilities there, and basically the appearance of the area as well. The project would span Old County Road from Taylor on the north and Britton on the south, and on East San Carlos Avenue from Old County Road to Industrial. And the project uses a number of different funding sources, including gas tax funds, Rule 28 funds, and grants. We've received approval from Caltrans to begin the final design and construction phase for the project, and we're now working with PG&E to conclude the undergrounding of the design. This project we should be bringing bid construction documents to the council this spring, and it should be under construction in the fall of 2013. And that concludes the presentation, and I'm available, as is my staff, to answer any questions.
Questions?
Start over here? Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Svay. Just a couple of questions. Actually, first a comment. The slide you had up there showing the little remote control devices that go through the sewers. I just want you to know I've been practicing with my remote control helicopter. So if you need somebody as a backup driver, let me know.
There may be drive-alongs.
Yeah, there you go.
Available.
On a more serious note, the slide up at Shelford, the one that's between San Carlos and Belmont, or maybe it's not between San Carlos and Belmont, but I think you had mentioned Belmont. Do we have any insight into what's causing the slide?
I'm going to ask Ray Chan, our city engineer, to talk about that a little bit.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is Ray Chan, acting city engineer. The problem at the Shelford slide has been ongoing for decades. To start with, it's because of the soil structure has been weak, and people has been building all along on the upper side and the on the lower side of the slide. What happened is if there was no hardscape, meaning there's no concrete, no roof, no nothing, just like the natural scape, water supposed to seep through the soil, and excessive water will just drain down. But the excessive hardscape and rain gutter and roof and all those stuff, it contribute a lot of water concentrating, kind of pushing the soil down. So over the years, it has been causing a lot of landslide over there, from smallest landslide to biggest landslide, and it's getting worse and worse.
So if I understand now, was just for my own education, was that something that we were aware of way back when we were issuing permits for people to build in that area? Or it sounds like, hindsight's always wonderful, it sounds like it was an avoidable problem. And that, in fact, some of the development activities that took place in the area actually contributed to it. And yet we're going to end up footing the bill out of city funds. So I'm just trying to understand here.
Yeah, I totally understand where you came from. I believe those permits, many of the permits that allow construction was at least 30, 40 years ago.
Okay.
Back then, there was no geotechnical requirement when you do development.
Okay.
So it's a different set of rules compared to nowadays.
Sort of, we've all learned, well, like the earthquake code in California just constantly gets stronger as we have earthquakes that the earlier code didn't deal with, right? Okay, thank you. I think I may have another question for Al.
Thank you.
Did you want to jump in on that, or? Okay. Let's see, what was the other one. You know, rather than waste other people's time, I'm not sure. If I can find it, I'll ask it of you.
Mr. Collins, do you have any questions?
Not at the time.
Okay, thank you. We may have to call you back if we find one. Thanks, Mr. Survey. Next.
Well, like I said earlier, this is just a study session item, so if that's all the direction we've got from the council, we'll take that in. I know, and I'll be meeting on some separate items with Councilmember Olbert as it relates to this item. If you've got any other questions as you go through it, I know that there's a lot of projects in there, and you probably do have a lot of questions. I'd be happy to meet with you or set up meetings with Director Long and Director Survey to provide you some more detailed information. I just want to say this then to sort of wrap this item up. I'm particularly proud to see the funding coming back to the capital budget, to see projects that have been delayed for, in some cases, over a decade, getting funding. As you saw up there, there's a couple of nice projects for the community, but for the most part, there's a lot of nuts and bolts maintenance stuff that's been deferred for quite a while that the city and the community need to see addressed. So it's a point of pride, I think, for the staff and our employees to see all the hard work. There's, looking at, you see Paul Baker and Guy Wallace out here who spent a lot of time working with Rebecca and the finance staff to pull all this information together. As I said earlier, it's a significant change to the process from what we've had in the past, but it's definitely, I think, moving in the right direction. So thank you for your time and your comments
I just had a comment for a second, Mr. Mayor. This will be coming back to us in June 25th for final approval.
That's correct.
We'll get another bite of the apple, and so we'll have another kind of review. Yep.
Sorry, I had to be absent for a moment. I have a question, but let's get from the council here.
Well, I actually had a comment, so why don't you ask your question first?
The only question I had was, and I don't know which fund this would necessarily fall under, but I know there was a project that I had talked to the city manager about regarding Primrose. That's the private road where the owners on that private road want to rebuild for drainage issues, and they were inviting the city to be involved because the city has water that's coming down from Lyndhurst through a stormwater drain, and then it daylights on this private road. And I didn't see that in here. Does it need to be in here, or where are we on that?
Actually, where we're at on that particular project right now is we're talking to some of the property owners out there about a 50-50 split on what we see the project being. But the dollar amounts involved are really quite low for the city, and we're prepared if they want to go forward with the project and share it 50-50 to fund it out of the existing budget. I think we're talking about $5,000 to $7,000.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's the only question I had. Comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a general comment to my colleagues to see whether or not anybody else is interested in an additional set of information that I wouldn't mind seeing. I don't think it will be difficult for staff to provide, but if it is, then that's why I want to discuss it up here. And what it concerns is not all, but many of the proposed capital investment projects, the fundamental argument for doing them is efficiency or cost savings. Something's reached the end of its life, meaning that the maintenance costs of maintaining the older thing are very high compared to a new item. Personally, for those kinds of situations, I wouldn't mind seeing some information about what it is that, what costs we are expecting to avoid, operating expense we're expecting to avoid by making the investment, or if we think there's going to be an additional efficiency derived from spending this capital funds, what the additional savings are from it. Because in my mind, if that's the argument behind making a particular capital expenditure, I'd like to be able to weigh those off against each other. Because there are situations where it may very well be true that you're incurring a non-trivial amount of money to continue to maintain, for example, an existing piece of equipment, but that still may be more cost-effective in overall dollar terms than spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a new item. And without knowing what the sort of relative amounts of the operating cost savings versus the capital expenditures, it's hard to judge that. So I'm looking for some additional financial information. But I wanted to run that by, I've talked to Mr. Maltby about this, but I wanted to run it by the council first, because if it's only me, then I don't think it's worth tasking staff with doing that.
So you're saying that when we get into each of these items, there should be sort of a look at the cost of doing nothing versus the cost of, and the benefit of doing, is it each of these things or specific ones?
Well, it would only apply to the ones where that's the argument that's being made. I mean, for example, improving a park. I don't think I would look for that additional information, because that's the value that you're getting there is an enhanced community benefit. It's sort of hard to pin a dollar amount down to it. But, there are a number of items in here that range from, one just by way of example, talking about installing, swapping out traffic lights for LED lights, okay, because they're brighter and more efficient. Well, that's an efficiency argument. And if forced to choose on that particular one, I'd probably say, yeah, I probably know enough about LED lighting that I'd say that's probably a good thing to do. But I wouldn't mind seeing some brief cut at the numbers, just saying, hey, we're expecting to save X thousand dollars a year by making Y dollars of investment. That's what I'm getting at.
The issue I have is, we sit up here and we set policy. If staff gives me a choice of whether I want to spend $80,000 to fix the air conditioning or $200,000 to fix a park, I'll decide that. But I assume they've already done that analysis. They don't have to me, not just me, they don't have to show me that. If they haven't done that analysis, then we've got a real major problem. And so to get into the minutia of it, I'm not necessarily, and I'm a numbers guy too, but I'm looking at the bigger picture here. If they say LED lights are going to save us money, I don't need to know they're going to save us $10,000 each year. They're going to save us money, and that's why they came up with it. So if somebody would like to have that information, I would propose that they make a list, and if staff can get it back to them, that'd be great. But for all of us to sit here and go over all this, I guess I'm just looking at a bigger picture. And again, we're setting policy. We're not day-to-day doing this. In my opinion, they've done it. If they haven't, we're in real trouble. So that's just my opinion.
Well, actually, that raises an interesting question. And again, I don't mean to imply that they haven't, but has staff done those kinds of analyses on each of these projects?
Well, I'm not sure that the cost-benefit analysis has been done on every project because, some projects, I had, after our conversation earlier today, I had the opportunity to talk with Mr. Long and Mr. Chavez briefly on this, and their feeling was on some of these items that information would be readily and easily available, and the analysis is certainly done. On some of the smaller items, they thought it would be harder to quantify what the potential future cost might be of, say, like the HVAC system as it becomes more clunky and you're having to call in somebody. It's hard to estimate some of those types of things. And quite frankly, I think in many ways our budgeting system behind it doesn't really provide us with that much detail. So where possible, we'd be happy to provide it, and it would be relatively easy. Where not, it would be difficult. But in terms of the priority setting, the larger scale priority setting, that's certainly happening. Over the years, the council has authorized a number of studies. There's a facilities maintenance study that we originally had on the agenda for tonight, but after it started to fill up with some of these council reorg things that we needed to do this evening, we've moved it to the next meeting. And so those experts in that study are really informing a lot of the priorities of these projects. We take those recommendations at the staff level. They get talked about with the experts in the department. They then get vetted with the executive management. And then ultimately we make a recommendation to the council. So we've had quite a bit of review on all these projects in terms of what we feel the priorities are. But after a decade of very reduced capital funding, and I imagine you could make a strong argument for some other projects that are either funded in the second, third, fourth, or fifth year of the budget, or still on the unfunded list waiting for their funding to come down the pipe. So.
Any further comments? Are you okay with the direction? It's apparently not, but...
I think what I'm going to do is work with Mr. Maltby, and to the extent that the information is available on the items that are large enough. I didn't mention, I have a threshold that I look at too. Small things, it's not worth spending the time analyzing on. Okay, I just take somebody's word for it. I've just found in my experience if there's value in asking people to sort of demonstrate the financial trade-off. And I'll work with Mr. Maltby on that and see what comes out of it.
It seems fair enough. The only comment I have, wait here. The only comment I have is I just wanted to highlight and reiterate again the issue at the courtyard. It came up again in Mr. Save's presentation. Seems like we've got a lot of areas where we're going to be spending money out there, and I think we did talk at the council level a number of times about looking at that model and seeing what we could do with that. And I know I believe you've got some things going on that as well. So
yeah.
Those numbers, those things are out there far enough into the future that I could see us doing something on a regional approach, and they would just, this is a budget, so these things would fall out and create savings if something happens.
That would be correct, yeah.
Right, okay. Very good.
Mr. Mayor, one other thought just from a process point of view. I wonder, we need to adopt our budget by June 30th, correct?
Correct, yeah.
I wonder, given the volume of items here, whether it ought not to, if possibly, be brought back before the 25th, just to, in case there are any other questions about it.
Okay.
I'm thinking specifically of the capital budget, because there's just so many line items in it.
Sure. Okay, well, I can work with Mr. Maltby on that and see if we could do that. Very good. All right, this is just a directional item. We don't need to take a vote on this either. So that moves us to item 11A, which is consideration of approving amendments to the strategic plan. I'm going to ask for a favor from some city staff or somebody, but this pen that Mr. Grisilli gave me from CCAG has run out of ink, so.
As long as I can have it back at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening again. Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. As part of the strategic plan process, we'll provide the council and the public updates on the objectives on a monthly basis. So this report will serve as the May monthly report. There are 5 requested revisions tonight. The first 2 are date changes. To move the date to that the police chief will design and implement a written traffic enforcement and education plan from May 15th to July 15th. The second is the date the police chief will design and implement a public campaign designed to increase awareness of crime prevention from June 15th to July 15th. The next 2 changes are objectives to be added based on discussions during the last monthly report in April. To add a new objective for the police chief and the public works director to report options for increasing safety around schools by August 15th. To add a future objective for the Public Works Director to present for action funding for a feasibility study to connect Crestview with Highway 280. And the final change tonight is to revise the date the Community Development Director will present an update of the Green Building Code from April 15th to August 27th. There are 2 completed objectives that are noted here. And in summary, there are 5 revisions, 2 items completed, and the remaining items are on target. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? None? You're off the hook. Mr. Grisilli has a question.
No, I don't have a question. I just want to make a motion. It says approve the amendments. So I'll make a motion to approve the amendments.
Very good.
Second.
Any discussion? I think we're all happy with it. All right. City Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. And that brings us to item 12A, which is consideration of resolutions concerning call of special election. Mr. City Attorney, you're the only one here, so I guess you're the guy.
Corporal's Guard.
Mr. Mayor and council members, some of this memorandum may sound familiar from a year ago when we had our last vacancy. due to the passing of Mayor Ahmad. But the code, our municipal code provides that within 30 days of a vacancy in the office, the city council is to call a special election. The code provides that the choices you have are two potential dates for an election. One is a truly special election for November 6th, 2012. The other would be to wait until the next general municipal election, which would be November 5th of 2013. It's not mandatory, but the council has in the past filled the vacancy with an appointment pending the election. And you've had appointments that have spanned more than a year. You've had appointments, as in last year, that lasted about 5 or 6 months until the election date. So the process you've employed in the past was to conduct interviews for potential appointees for to fill the vacancy pending the election dates. And I have, there's actually 4 resolutions in your packet. Both are 2 sets of alternatives. One is to call the election for 2012. The other is to call the election for the 2013 general municipal election. And then the other 2 resolutions are alternative depending on the date that you select for the election for the process of filling a vacancy, the vacancy. So I'm available for any questions.
All right. Any questions? Mr. Olbert?
Thank you, Mr. Rubens. One question that just occurred to me as you were walking us through that there. What would happen in a situation, let's say the council decided to call a special election for November of 2012, and we also appointed somebody to serve between whenever the appointment date was and that election date. What happens if by the end of August nobody has filed to run? Do we then have another opportunity to appoint another person? And could we, for example, simply say, we're going to go through the appointment process and maybe we'll just consider extending the term of the person we previously appointed?
I think I understand your question. What you would be doing in that scenario, you would be calling the special election as required under the code for November 2012. So that decision would have been made. If you had no one to if no one applied to fill no one, what you're saying is someone didn't apply to run for that seat, or
right? I guess in that sense it could be considered like any election where nobody files papers to run.
Right. It would be the same as that. So there'd probably be, it's never happened before, but I think it's the write-in process would apply, and you would have, you've called an election, so there would be an election that would happen on November 6, 2012. So I hope that answers your question. I think
I think it does.
Yeah.
I think basically what it says is your sense is that it's no different than if we had a regular election where, for whatever reason, there were either no candidates who filed or fewer candidates than seats that were open filed. There would be a vacancy on the council, which the rules apply. The rules exist for how we would deal with the vacancy. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Lots of comments, but no questions.
Okay. I'm still trying to understand the answer to Mark's question. Excuse me. So
question at least clear?
No, the question was very clear, and I understand the possibility of what could happen is you could call an election, nobody puts their name in, nobody shows up. There would still be the potential for write-in candidates, but where would that leave us as a council in the meantime until there's an election? I guess you would have a vacancy up until the point of the actual election taking place. And if there's,
we could have filled with a appointment.
Right. We could make the appointment until the results of the election come through, and then if there are if there's no results to be had, then we could take up an appointment
Again. Right.
for the remainder.
If there were no qualified candidates that were successful at the election, whatever the reason, whether the absence of qualified candidates who timely filed or not, you would at that point you could potentially have a vacancy, I suppose, and appoint after the fact. Probably academic, because what you would be doing is there'd be someone who would be running for a 1-year seat. So you probably will get candidates, but I suppose there's a possibility that you would not have anyone who would apply.
Very good. Okay, now I understand the answer. Last one to do so, but I understand. Okay, discussion. Where do we start?
Well, I guess the first thing we have to decide is if we're going to call for a special election, right?
Well,
Item one?
we have to call for a special election. It's just a matter of do we call it for 2012 or 2013?
Well, it would be the normal one. The
Which
13 would be the normal
I
municipal
mean,
election.
we'd be calling for a special election. It would just so happen that it would fall on the regular date.
Right.
We actually, you pose a good question, so let's just run through it quickly. We have the choice of doing nothing except calling for a special election, which could be on in 2013, and then carry on as a 4-member council until that election. That'd be one option. The other option is that we call for a special election for 2012 and either appoint somebody for the 6-month interim or, again, go as a 4-member council. So those are 2 other options. Now we've got 3 options, right? The 4th option is that we could make an appointment for we could make an appointment for the full, I'll call it 18 months. By the time we made the appointments, it wouldn't be 18 months, but we could do that. And then, again, we'd be calling the special election for November of 2013 if we did that. And then there's ancillary items to that. For instance, if we said we're going to make an appointment for 18 months, but we're going to ask that person to not be an incumbent in the fall, we could add that to it or not. But those are we can't do it legally, but we can do it as a sort of a gentleman's agreement.
It's not legally
It's
enforceable.
not binding.
It's
Right.
politically enforceable, perhaps, because it's an issue
Right.
somebody would have
Exactly.
to deal with if they
Yeah.
change their mind.
And just by the way, when we did that in the past, we did that with Lee Thompson when David Buckmaster left, and there was the opportunity to have a special election for a 2-year seat. And so the half year was filled by Lee Thompson. He was asked to not be an incumbent, and he agreed. That was for a 6-month duration. And then the last time we did it was here more recently, and Brad Lewis was the person that we appointed, and we had asked those candidates, again, it was for a 6-month duration, we asked them not to be incumbents. So my point being, the difference now is that we're dealing potentially with 18 months.
So at this point, I would presume you're looking for a motion or at least a proposal for one or the other. We are either going to propose to have a special election this coming November or November of 2013.
I guess I think the way we should do the discussion now is just go right down the line and get at least an initial input into, what's each council member's gut level feeling about how they would like to do this. Would they like to do 18 months, 6, and then we do a special election? All those options that I offered, which one appeals the most? And we could start from there and see if we have a consensus for something to start with. So
I'm happy to start.
Okay.
I've obviously been thinking about this for the last month. My preference is to have the election in 2013, and there's just a number of reasons for doing that. We've had, in 11 months, we've had 60% council turnover. That in and of itself can create some stability.
Instability, you mean?
Thank you.
Yes.
Instability. And if you do that and you appoint somebody, you create the possibility of council member number one serving for the next 6 months, and then council member number two serving for the next year, and then council member number three possibly being elected a year from now. So I'm not saying that will happen, but you do create that, the possibility of that, and I think that only would further the instability. We've got 2 seats up, well, actually, 2 more seats up for re-election next year. So you create a situation where you've got a person who would run for office this November and then have to run again. And I wonder if that would deplete the pool of qualified candidates that we would have. Mr. Olbert got me thinking about it. It's like, what if you gave an election and nobody came? You could have some really qualified people who would say, I've got to run in November and then I got to run again next year. It's having just gone through a campaign. I know how much it costs. Mr. Olbert and I probably spent a lot more money than we wanted to on this. So it's, I think that is probably not a great way to go, just personally speaking. So I think you end up, you get experienced people who end up, that you want, who end up not running because they don't want to run for, a year. So again, they end up spending money twice. To me, cost is an issue. I know it's only $45,000, $50,000, but we have a real tight budget in this city. And I just think that we ought to be able to agree on a competent and experienced, stable person that we can ask to come on the council. Let them serve out the year and a half. That's a long time. And I would not be in favor of asking them not to run. There's just something that's, to me, that's just sort of undemocratic, just to say, we want you to come in and fill the job, and then, thanks a lot, but you may like the job, but you may be really qualified, and we may like you a lot, but you agreed not to run. So, to me, that's just sort of undemocratic. I had a couple other thoughts. We don't have to have a special election. The San Carlos School District just lost 60% of its members, and they didn't have a special election. They just appointed somebody. The other thing that kind of bothers me is that, or it worries me, bothers the wrong word, but it worries me that we'd be setting up an election for 1 seat in this town. And that creates the option or the possibility of having 2 well-liked people running against each other. And we've never done that in this city, ever. At least that I'm aware of. And we just had a fairly contentious election at the county level where you had 5 or 6 people running for one position. And some of the things that came out of that election were pretty distasteful. I mean, there were a lot of hit pieces and attacks and things like that. I'd hate to have to choose between a Brad Lewis and a Tom Davids. To me, that would, I just don't think that's very San Carlos. That's probably the best way to put it. So, and again, I think you would also keep a Brad Lewis and a Tom Davids, or maybe a Don Eaton, or maybe a Inga Doherty from running. We've got, or maybe a Steve Divney, or a lot of people that we know well in this town, people who serve on commissions, people who are probably qualified, but they're looking at just the economics of it. And they would be thinking, I think I'm going to save my money for the general election when I know I can serve a full 4 years. So I think it would be sort of penny wise and, well, it'd be pound wise and pound foolish to have a special election followed by another election a year from now. My personal preference is we find that best person, we open it up to applications. Anybody who wants to apply applies. We choose who we think is the best person. We let them serve until the general election 2013, and there's 2 more seats open. That person has the option of running again or not. They may not want to. But then we get 3 people. Maybe the 2 of the incumbents are up here right now, might want to run again. We'll have a 3rd person. I think we create the opportunity to, again, create this stability, sort of build a rapport, build some continuity, and I think the city will be better off for it.
Thank you. Down here.
I'll go second. I agree with most everything that you said. Same thing. First of all, we need a person now. We need, as I said in the paper, we need him yesterday, I think. We need a fifth vote. The cost of $50,000. My thought on this is that I think you're going to get more applicants to apply for this job if it's an 18-month situation as opposed to a 6-month situation. And I think you're going to have less people run in November of 2012 if it's a one-year term. I think it's invert. I mean, that's the way I feel. So to me, I always want to get the best person. We had some marvelous applicants last time. I don't know how many we had, 9 or 12. It was at least 9, if not even more, that we interviewed. I think we can get that same number, if not even more, for an 18-month term. And as Councilmember Collins said, we select that individual. The continuity, stability. I counted that there's going to be like 9 council people in 1 year on a 5-person council. I mean, not that we don't necessarily move as a group or vote as a group in any way, shape, or form. I'll vote with Councilmember Obert on one, vote with Councilmember Collins on another, I might vote with the mayor on a third thing. We're not any kind of a clique, but having said that, you've got to have some continuity. And so for all the reasons that I don't mean to repeat them all, indicated, I think our pool would be so much greater if we go for an 18-month term and then let that individual choose if they want to run in the general election. I can't fathom if I was on the outside running a full campaign, as both Mr. Collins and Mr. Obert can certainly attest, and I remember doing, and then a year later doing the same thing. I don't know that physically I'd even want to apply to a job like that. So anyway, my comments.
A couple of things that I'd like us to consider as we make this decision. And they may sound a little bit trite to begin with, but they're important, and not necessarily always for the reasons that everybody thinks they are. Elections are really important, particularly in a democracy. Winston Churchill once famously observed that democracy is the worst form of government and the most inefficient form of government, except for all the others that are even worse. And part of that is because it's a messy process, and it can be divisive and can raise some of the spectacles that my colleagues are just touching on. But they're very important because they give the people in the community an opportunity to decide who sits up on this dais to make decisions on their behalf. They're also very important from the point of view, I believe, of the person sitting up on the dais. I think that going through an election process, being forced by the process itself to articulate why you want to be up here, what you're hoping to do, what you stand for, is very important for turning a candidate into an elected official. Because by the time you go through that mill, and if you win and you're sworn in, sit up here, you have a pretty good idea of where you're coming from on many issues, how you're going to relate to the community on many other issues, and how you're going to approach things. That actually makes you a more effective elected official, I think, from day zero. I agree that the cost is always an issue, but if cost was really an overwhelming issue, particularly the $40,000 to $50,000 we're talking about, we could just consider scrapping all elections and sort of let whoever gets elected serve and appoint successors until such time maybe as nobody could figure out anybody else to appoint, and then we'd have an election again. I personally wouldn't like to live in even a local community that did that kind of thing. I don't think anybody up here really wants to do that either. But to me, it's a sign of why elections are just a cost of doing business. The issue of the instability argument, I understand that. There is a cost in any elected organization, and I certainly saw it in my 10 years on the school board, when the faces change. But part of that is actually also the way in which the body itself chooses to work to integrate the new faces. And I don't mean integrate in terms of like programming people to say, here's how we want you to think and here's how we want you to vote. I mean literally integrating to become part of a team. And I will be frank and say that I think there are some things that are missing in the way we tend to handle that as a council that I would love to talk about and hope to talk about at our retreat, where I think we could do a better job at it and therefore make the risk of dealing with turnover and new faces substantially less. Because at the end of the day, you know, in order for somebody, whether they apply to be appointed by the council or whether they file their papers to run and go through a campaign, you have to be pretty committed. I mean, even just going through the interview process to be screened by, you know, for an appointment process, you have to be pretty committed to go through that. And you have to be committed to the community. And, you know, I don't think it comes as a surprise. I don't think any four of us up here, there's probably not, I don't think we could always find at least some issue in which we all disagree with each other on, okay? And that's okay. We still function. And part of the reason that there are a bunch of us is because the community itself doesn't have a single point of view on many things. And we are an embodiment of the community to try and synthesize all that together and come up with something that works for as many people as possible. So, I don't want to belabor it anymore, but I think you get the very clear impression that my bias is always to go to the voters as soon as we can, whenever we can. The reason, by the way, in closing, I'll just say the reason I asked Mr. Rubens the question that I did is I do think it's a legitimate concern, because I don't know what the answer is, that we might do what my preference is, which is to call a special election for November 2012, excuse me, and then look to appoint somebody between now and then and find that nobody applies, or that nobody chooses to run for all the reasons that are being talked about. But what I think I heard from Mr. Rubens is that there are procedures in place and processes we can follow to deal with that. And rather than prejudge what's going to happen, meaning prejudge whether anybody in the community would be willing to say, yeah, I want to be on the council enough that I'm willing to run 2 elections in 2 years, 2 campaigns in 2 years. Rather than prejudge that answer, let's wait and see what happens. Let's make a decision that doesn't close off. Let's make decisions that don't disenfranchise people, I guess is what I'm coming down to the extent we can. So that's kind of my perspective. Oh, and one other thought, because I may end up being in the short end of the stick on this one, and that's fine. But I also just, in the interest of no surprises, because I don't like to surprise colleagues, to be honest, appointing somebody to an 18-month term as opposed to a 6-month term, I'm going to be a lot more, not critical in the sense of like going after somebody, but I'm going to be a lot more careful about who I'd be willing to vote for to a longer term thing. And so that does, depending upon the way the rest of the votes break out, that does raise the possibility that we might end up split 2-2. In other words, there might not be anybody that 3 people support unless the 3 of you end up finding somebody that you think is willing to serve. And I'm not saying that there aren't people that I'm unwilling to serve with at all, but that's a possibility, and I don't want to surprise anybody. But I feel that strongly about the issue, that particularly if we're going to go for somebody who's going to be here for 18 months, it's going to have to be a pretty special person in my mind. So thanks for letting me expound there for a bit.
Quite all right. Well, I can see, I'll tell you straight away, this mic needs fixing, Mr. City Manager. It's not at all like the one I had over there. I might go sit over there.
Mayor, you can do that.
Yeah, I can do that. We're split because I agree nearly completely with what Mr. Olbert said, and the only comment that I would add to it is in the past when we've made appointments, as I said earlier, they have been for 6 months, and so I can rest with that more easily. But to appoint somebody for an 18-month duration, a year and a half out of a potential 4-year seat, that's a high percentage of that 4-year seat in my mind. I know it's not the majority of it, but it's a good long time. And so I would also agree with Mr. Olbert. If we end up going that route, I'm going to be very careful and selective in who I would agree with to put into an 18-month seat. I can tell you, I've already, probably like the rest of you, I've been contacted by some folks in the community, former council members and so forth, who I know are interested in what we're doing tonight. And some have said, look, at least one person has said, I'd be willing to serve for those 18 months and not act as an incumbent come November. I'm not interested in running in November. I just would like to serve my community in this capacity. And this person's been on the council before and would be willing to do that. That kind of candidate I would feel more comfortable with appointing for 18 months because I'm familiar with the individual. I know they've been at least at some point in their career in front of the community, ran a campaign, the community obviously voted for them. And I also look at the fact that when they ran and got elected, it was a competitive race. So they weren't just running, it wasn't a situation where, like we've had, where you've got three candidates, you got three seats, and yeah, there's an election, sort of, but you're not really doing anything to gain that seat. This person ran competitively and did quite well. So in that case, that's the way I would feel about that. But to appoint somebody for 18 months and also know that I was giving somebody a leg up in November, and I do think it's a leg up against other candidates, potential candidates. I understand what you were saying, Mr. Collins, about you had a point in there, something about the respect for democracy or to that effect, and I feel that same way on the flip side, I guess, on giving somebody incumbency. It's a pretty strong position to be an incumbent going into a race. The last thing I would like to say, and the reason I tend to always in these cases lean towards going to the voters, is because, and I know we're all aware of this, but I'm just going to state it for myself. I'm very aware that when I sit up here and make decisions, we just went through, a potential budget material and spending money. Well, where does that money come from? That money comes from the individuals in our community who pay taxes. And where does that money come from? Not just them paying taxes. It comes from them working. It comes from them taking part of their life and turning it into a dollar bill and handing it over to the government and saying, you can spend this on my behalf to do the things in my community that are needed. To me, that's paramount, because they're actually taking a piece of their life and giving it to the community so the community can operate. And that's very important to me. And so when they give that dollar over and they say, here's that dollar bill, and here's my decision making on that bill, I'm giving it to you as a council member to make that decision, I take that very seriously, because I'm making a decision that, in a way, they have the right to make, but they've given it to me. They've given me that right to sit up here and make decisions like that on their behalf. And that's a serious matter. So to just appoint somebody to that, I'm not saying we should never do it, but when it's for 18 months, that to me has a lot of gravity to it. So we're stuck.
Well, through the chair, I don't mean to, I guess it is a debate to some extent, but your point of saying that you don't want to appoint somebody for 18 months because they'd be an incumbent, the person we appoint for 6 months may or may not give us the assurance, and they can change their mind, that they won't run in November. They're an incumbent. Are you saying that 18 months is they're going to have a bigger advantage then because they're 18 months as opposed to 6 months? They're still going to be an incumbent. They can run November 2012.
In 2012,
yeah,
right.
So that argument doesn't really work for me. Again, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where Mr. Olbert's coming from. But we're in a situation where, the last time we did this, I thought we had some absolutely unbelievably qualified candidates.
Yes, we did.
And I think we would have that same thing. And as I mentioned earlier, I think we'd have that same thing again.
Through the chair, just a question. Do you feel that there would not be a similarly qualified pool of applicants that would be willing to run?
As I said earlier, If you allow an 18-month term, I think you're going to have a bigger pool of applicants than if you have a 6-month term. That's my opinion. And I think if you do that, when you right on part and parcel with it, my opinion only, that means if you do it on the 6-month, in November, you're going to have a much lesser amount of folks that are going to want to do it. And I think when it comes to November 13, Mr. Grocott may not run, I may not run, we may both run. Who knows what's going to happen? But you're going to have a full municipal election. People can run if they want to, just like you gentlemen did, in a full-born thing. I understand the democratic process. I respect your opinions. But I think this city has generated some amazing leadership in our commissions and the people we've appointed to different places. I think there's dozens, literally dozens of people who could do this job. I really believe that. This is not rocket science up here. And we've got folks that can do this. And I think we should open it up for as many people as want to try it, and that would give them an opportunity to grow into this job. Otherwise, we could have someone come in for 6 months, and they'd say, I really don't want to run, or I don't want to run. It's implied that we're going to pick, as both you gentlemen said, we're going to look harder at somebody who wants to serve 18 months. I'm personally going to look just as hard as somebody who wants to serve for 6 months. I'm not going to, I don't care whether it's 6 months or 6 days. I want the best person up here for that. That's just my opinion. I'm not going to look at a 6-month person and go, I'll take Jim or Mary because they're not so hot, but that's okay. I want the best person up here. That's just my opinion. So, I don't know.
And if I could just add on to that, and I was thinking the same thing, that it doesn't really matter. We're always going to look for who we think is the best person. But let's not forget, an incumbent just lost. Just because you're an incumbent doesn't mean you're guaranteed a leg up. You have a track record. I feel that I had somewhat of an advantage in the fall, as I didn't have a track record. Neither did Mr. Olbert. People didn't know how we were going to vote on things. I think Randy Royce did a lot of wonderful things for the city, but unfortunately he paid a price for it. There were some people that were very upset with a lot of his decisions, and unfortunately he paid a political price for his bravery, in my opinion. So you have a situation here where we want the best person, and incumbency, yes, in some cases has its advantages, but this is a small town where when you make votes on something, people know about it, and you can't hide behind a lot of other things. So to me, I think it's important. Again, you go back to you want the best person for the job. I want to be able to pick the best person, so I want a larger pool of applicants. I don't want to pick the best from sort of a so-so group. I want the best of the best, and I want the best of the best applying, and I want to pick the best of those.
Sure.
And I know that my colleagues don't mean this literally, but I made a note here as a couple of comments were being made. I too want the best of the best for whatever we do. I want the community to elect the best of the best. Maybe where the difference is with all due respect, I really want the community to make that choice whenever we possibly can. And that's important because I will tell you flat out that I can imagine situations where I wouldn't be being a stick in the mud about saying I want to see an election near term. There is some period of time when the period is short enough where I'd just say, fine, 12 months, 14 months, what difference does it make? Let's just fill the slot and go with an appointment. And I also have to say, sort of add a little bit of personal perspective to this. Sometimes the community picks people that the people up on the dais wouldn't pick. Mm-hmm. And I will tell everybody flat out, I am one of those people. I know that. I know that from what I've been told. And again, and that's fine. Okay. I was a candidate who people reached out to say, please don't run. And I chose to run not because I wanted to show those people that I could win. That had nothing to do with it at all. It's because I really care about this community. I had a particular vision and perspective that I wanted to sell, and I wanted the opportunity to sell it. That's one of the dangers of the people up on the dais picking folks. You do it because as I said, there are some times when it doesn't make sense to go for an election. It really doesn't. I think last year was probably one of those situations. I mean, assuming you could have even had a special election before November, why would you have done that? But just please remember, it's really important to let the community pick the leaders, and the community doesn't always pick the people that the people up on the dais would pick. And they're the ones who we are acting on the behalf of.
I would also agree with those comments, and I think the way you get the best of the best is through the democratic process by giving it to the people. And actually, in this case, I think if somebody did run for a one-year term and then they carried that through and ran now as an incumbent of 1 year for the 4-year seat that would come up in 2013, and they won again, you really do know you've got someone who's run 2 races. They're going to be the best of the best, in my opinion, because the public's picked them twice. Is that arduous? Is that unusual? Sure, it is. But it's also unusual to be in the situation that we're in, where someone has resigned and left a seat open, such as it is. I also want to comment on the point of 6 months versus 18 months, and would I look any harder at one over the other. I do think if there's a 6-month seat and you ask someone not to be an incumbent, we've done that before for a 6-month seat. People have honored that on 2 occasions, and so we have a good track record with that. I think we could get the same type of candidates again without any trouble to that. And the thing that I would look more, what I meant by saying looking harder at that person is I want to know why they want to be on the council. If they want to be on the council for the 18 months to set themselves up for a 4-year seat, a run in a 4-year seat, no thank you. I am not in the business of giving someone a leg up. And I understand what you're saying about Mr. Royce and him being an incumbent and lost. But things that Randy did when he was on the council, you're right. They were risky. They challenged the community. Not everybody agreed with them, and such was the vote. But he did that in 4 years' time. I don't think anybody's going to be doing that in 18 months' time. Those kinds of things. They may. I don't. But they probably not, because really the things that Mr. Royce did that were risky were either carrying through on things that the mayor previous to him had already gotten started, or things that he initiated himself as being the mayor, a direction he wanted to see the city go and the council go. So I don't see that happening in 18 months. But I do see someone with, the thing about 18 months is it simply gives you name recognition. And we all know from having run campaigns, a big part of your campaign, what you're really trying to do, because a lot of voters, no offense to anybody, but a lot of people don't really read the material that you put in a brochure. It's name recognition. Do I know this person? Did my kids play ball with their kids? That's a big part of what goes on. And so to get the the stamp of approval from the dais here that we want this person on the dais, and then to go out and run a campaign in November 2013 with that that feather in your cap, I think that really does a lot for a candidate.
Through the chair, can I ask staff a question?
Sure.
Since we are currently anyway split 2-2, my understanding of your presentation of the law, Mr. Rubens, is that if we cannot make a decision to call a special election in November of 2012, then we will have made a decision to call an election in November of 2013.
Well, I'm looking at the code. I think that I suppose that's one interpretation, but the code says you shall call for a special election within 30 days. I mean, so I think that you have an obligation under the municipal code to make that choice, and it may take some time to work it through. You have until. If you have to continue this meeting to a date before the 18th of May, you still have 30 days to call the election. This statute's never been tested. I don't really know the answer to that. But, whether or not whether the default would be November or of 2012 or 13. that would take somebody going to court to get a court to tell us that. So my advice is to keep deliberating until you can agree on which date the call of special election would occur on. And if you can't tonight because of the late hour, or so you need some more information from us as staff, we would, I hate to suggest this, but have a special meeting to discuss that before the 18th, which is before the 30 days expires.
Well, the problem there is that I'm leaving for Florida at 7:30 tomorrow morning. I won't be back until Saturday.
Well, then there's the vote to extend the meeting.
Wait, I see when you're gone a 2-1 vote. No, I'm just teasing.
I could see that.
I already thought about that.
I saw that bus coming too.
I think it has to be a majority.
No, it doesn't have to be a majority.
Majority of those present.
Those
but,
present, right?
Well, don't you have to have a quorum?
And we do have a quorum. You have 3
Yeah,
people.
we had 3 people. Yeah.
I think it's being asked
Forget it, I wouldn't
mostly
get it to you,
in
Ryan.
jest, but Mr. Rubens, just to clarify, a vote in this instance, is it a majority, provided we have a quorum, is it a majority of the votes present or a majority of the full complement of the council?
Although not ideal, I think it would be majority of the quorum, because there's no special requirement on this type of a vote in the municipal code that says it has to be 3 votes.
Okay, thank you. You're not helping. Just kidding.
He's doing his best.
We could do some cleanup legislation.
All right. Well, we do have also, I'm counting here, 1, 2, 3, 4 items. It's
Mr. Mayor?
10:10. Hold on a second. I'm just, if the council, and if we can do this, Mr. Rubens, if we're allowed, not that I want to debate this at a more late hour, but if it's the pleasure of the council, we could put this in the back of our minds and move on to these other items and clear those up and then come back to this item. Any pleasure to do that?
We can do that.
I'd be happy to do that.
Let's do that.
Is that all right, Mr. Rubens? Can we do that?
Just take
with
a
the-
motion to change the order of the agenda to move ahead with the other items.
Okay.
I
Somebody-
move that we change the order of the agenda to move the items involved with discussing filling the city council vacancy to the end of the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll carry on with that item after we do C, D, and E, and F. Item 12C. Let's see, this is consideration of setting a public hearing on May 23rd for the Prop 218 hearing on sewer services, charges, and fees.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, that's should be July 9th on the staff report title. The agenda is correct, but the staff report title says May something 2011, so that is a typo.
May 23rd, 2011?
Right, so it's July 9th.
July 9th.
2012.
2012.
The agenda is correct.
Oh, I see. And I wasn't looking at the agenda at the time, sorry. Very good. Mr. Savay. Mr. Savay, you're getting more gray hair in this position as public works director.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
But good evening once again, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. There are a number of factors contributing to the need for the recommended rate increase that's before you this evening. And from the day-to-day operational costs of our 108-mile wastewater system to the debt we owe to the South Bayside System Authority, our recently completed capacity assurance plan requires upgrades as well as regular repair and maintenance. And along with our sewer master plan, it's estimated that we'll have about $10 million worth of work to do in the next 5 years. We also need to sustain a reasonable fund reserve in case of emergencies or other foreseen problems. And the South Bayside System Authority, as you know, is comprised of the City of Belmont, the City of Redwood City, San Carlos, and the West Bay Sanitary District. And altogether, the SBSA, as it's otherwise known, serves about 200,000 people. Costs are allocated to each agency according to the structure of the original Joint Powers Agreement. And because the capital for SBSA improvement needs exceed the cash flow, a bond has been required, and the agencies are required to share the costs. San Carlos's share is now 15.14% of $390,443,000 and change, and this represents a total of about $59,113. Thank you. That's right, $59,113,000 million. Our current fiscal year obligation in the last year has been almost $1 million, about $938,000. So the sewer rates that are currently in effect aren't sufficient to cover our share of the ongoing payments and to begin our ambitious capital improvement project over the next 5 years. As discussed earlier, Proposition 218 sets out a process for citywide consideration of a fee increase, and at least 3 separate actions are required. First, an initial meeting to start the process and approval of the rate increase notification, which will go to all property owners in the community, and also the rate increase ordinance will be considered this evening, and there's a 45-day period of review and where we would receive protests from all the folks in the community. And following the 45-day public review period, a second hearing would be held on July 9th to consider the protests, and then we would have a separate item at that time to finalize the ordinance. The rate increase would then go into effect on July 1st of 2012, so it's retroactive. There are 3 rate adjustment strategies for council consideration this evening, an 8%, 6%, and 4% increase. And all 3 offer a pay-as-you-go approach for those, the $10 million that I mentioned earlier for the capacity assurance plan and the sewer improvements that we need to make, but they differ in how the rate adjustments are applied. The first strategy, shown on the top of the screen, which is recommended by staff as the 8% per year strategy, and this is a front-loaded strategy in the first year in anticipation of future SBSA debt financing obligations. At this time, we don't know what our future obligations are going to be and what rate increases we will need to support that debt financing. So if this happens in the next year or two, if the SBSA releases more debt to the city of San Carlos in the next year or two, and we have to raise those rates in the near future, the rates won't have to be as high. If we front load it, again, it goes 2% after the first year of 8%. So if we have to raise the rates in the near future, those rate increases will not be as high in the second year. In scenario number 2, the 6% increase assumes a more conservative adjustment where we have 6% in the first year and then 3% increases over the next 4 years. In scenario 3, it's a more levelized approach so that the rate increases are the same each year at 4%. Within the next year following completion of the sewer master plan, we are set to perform a more detailed cost study. We would sit down with the SBSA and look at forecasting with the SBSA, and we would look at the consumption rate data and our obligations there. We just simply don't have the data to present that to you this evening. The rate chart that you see on the screen reflects a comparison between the current rates and the proposed rates, reflecting an 8% increase on the right side of the screen there. And sewer rates in San Carlos are and would continue to be comparable with other neighboring cities. And at a current rate of about $50.10 a month for a single-family residence, San Carlos is in the median of all the agencies that were surveyed back in 2001. And even though the rates would increase to $54.10 a month under this 8% scenario, it wouldn't change our relative position as compared to neighboring cities. Belmont, for instance, has rates now in 2012 that exceed $70 a month, and they are looking at multi-rate increases over the next few years for their capital needs. The cost to provide sewer services is actively cost engineered in our community to ensure efficiency, and we have made some significant improvements, as you see on the screen there. in terms of the way we do system operations, and the city has benefited, I think, greatly in the last year. We've reduced our sewer system overflows, and I mentioned it in other presentations, from 70 to 30 in the last year or so. The net effect of cost engineering is that cost savings will be accounted for in the long-term financial plan that will be developed in the next year as well. And our recommendation for you this evening is to hold a protest hearing pursuant to Proposition 218 to consider an increase of 8% and for commercial and residential rates to cover the cost of the improvement program that I noticed, and also to introduce the ordinance for the sewer rate increase. And just to make a quick introduction, Nicole Kissam is here from NBS. She's the Director of Financial Consulting, and she's here to assist staff in answering questions. And they put together the rate study that we included in this staff report in a very short period of time. And so that concludes the staff presentation. We're available to answer any questions of the Mayor and City Council.
Okay, questions?
I have a question. Mr. Survey, if you take the 8%, the one that staff is recommending, and then there's 4 twos after that, the total of that is 16%.
Right.
If you take the 6 and 4 threes after that, the total of that is 18%.
Right.
If you take the 4 and the 4 fours after that, it's 20%.
Yes.
So what you're saying is if we front load this thing, you think, we hope that the 16% will be enough.
That's correct. And if you'd like more detail,
No, I wouldn't really
okay.
like more detail.
Okay.
I'm just repeating the facts. Personally, I like the middle of anything, and the middle I like is 6, and that's what I'm going to hopefully push for. But I just wanted to make sure I read that right, that there are differences. You're front loading the first 2, and therefore they're less than the total, the equal one, so to speak.
Right.
Okay.
And so we have some targets that we need to hit to pay for our capital improvements and our obligations to the SBSA and our...
And Susie, I apologize. And this is the assumption that, of course, our costs to the SBSA won't go up. Hopefully that 390 isn't going to go up. So far, I can tell you it hasn't. We've come in under budget on many of the projects there, but yes. I can't tell you what's going to happen in the next, because this is like a 5-year project to build that new sewer plant down there. So again, all we can do is work with what we have, and this is the best guess that you have.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Survey, I know that as you've explained, you were just talking to Councilmember Grisilli about there's a big imponderable here in terms of not being, we don't know exactly what the cost of the new facility will end up being. Nonetheless, can you give me any insight into the risk of the range of uncertainty on it? And I'll explain why. For me, that's important, but I just wanted to get a sense. I mean, are we talking about, we might have a need to put an additional 10% rate increase on top of something, or is it 1%? I mean, what are we talking about?
Well, I don't know exactly in terms of percentages. That's the difficulty here. But we do know that there are some pretty large capital improvements on the near horizon. We just talked to the SBSA in the last week, late in the week, in fact, on Friday, this last Friday, I believe, about a very significant project for a 48-inch main improvement project, very significant, in the $40 to $50 million range. But we don't know exactly when that's going to occur, but we think it's going to come in the next few years. That would be a pretty big chunk for all of us to pay for in the next cycle. So that's really the only thing that we know of on the near-term horizon. But that, again, that's pretty sizable. Again, I could ask for some additional.
That may not be a percentage, but that does give me a reasonable rough cut at. There's some significant exposure out there.
Yeah, there's some exposure. Yes.
Yeah. And the reason that's important for me is I get the logic behind the various alternatives about trying to smooth things out and whatnot, but when you're trying to smooth something out and there's a potential spike that could come in, right, it almost, to me, argues for why bother smoothing things out, right? Because there's a significant chance that you're going to say, oh, gee, it's this unexpected thing has happened. And at that point, the fact that we spent time and effort smoothing things out, nobody in town is going to remember that. They're just going to remember the spike. Okay. The other question I had is some component of this, and this may have been in the report and I just wasn't able to tease it out. Some component of this is clearly to rebuild reserves that were depleted because of having to make those short-term fixes that were triggered by the Baykeeper settlement. Have we looked at essentially viewing that almost as a finite term surcharge? In other words, that there's a rate increase, but some component of it, we say that this component is designed to rebuild reserves, and it's when we have collected X million dollars, it stops, or it's an extra 2% for 3 years or whatever. Is that,
Yes.
Are we even allowed to do that? And have we thought about that?
Well, you need to, there's certain thresholds and recommended strategies with reserves. And I think I noted it in one of the earlier slides. And so we want to meet the recommended, the industry standard recommended strategies for our surplus in our reserves. But we don't want to gouge the fee payer to do that, and we don't want to exceed what the recommended strategies are, 25% of your total kind of thing extra. So that has been taken into consideration here, and that was a concern with staff, and also NBS. We did discuss that as, hey, if you go too high, then in the first years, then you'll exceed, what the industry standard is for your reserves. So there is concern there.
Maybe just picking one of the scenarios, let's pick the simple one, the 4% a year. Do you have a sense of what portion of the 4% is dedicated to rebuilding reserves?
I'm going to go ahead and ask Nicole to come up here. We do have some graphs that we can show you.
Through the chair, make a motion to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Bob.
Okay, so Nicole Kassam, Director of Financial Consulting for NBS. Just to restate your question to make sure I understand, I think you're asking which component of the rate would go into a replacement reserve.
Yes, if it's possible to deconvolve it that way, yes.
So in all three scenarios that you're looking at, that target reserve has been set at the same level, which is 3% of the current value of the system's assets.
Okay.
So in terms of the overall component of the rate, you would have to look at it that way.
Okay, what that doesn't tell me is of the 4% in that one scenario, is half of it designed to replenish the reserve within 5 years, or is it 1% and it's going to be replenished over 10 years? Do you see what I'm getting at?
I do see what you're getting at. I don't have that graph for you tonight.
That's fair. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions?
I've got a couple. Mr. Savay, I'm looking at these under the rate increases under these scenarios, and they don't add up to 8%, 6%, and 4%. You said that, like scenario 3, a 4% adjustment. But when I do 4% of 5210, and correct me if I'm doing this wrong, I come up with a first-year rate of 5418 rather than it staying constant. I guess I don't understand why a rate that has a 4% increase built in has a no increase the first year. What am I missing here?
Could you repeat your question?
Sure. Okay. So under the background of the report here, it says that
Page number, Mr. Collins?
there's
I
no
apologize.
page number listed, but it is the page before attachment 1.
Okay.
And it's the third page of the staff report, and it's the last paragraph. It starts with sewer rates in San Carlos. So it's a current rate of $52.10 per month for a single-family residence, San Carlos at the median. Under the first-year rate adjustment, the monthly sewer rate would increase to $55.61. Now, if I apply that 8% increase, that number goes to $56.27. So I guess I'm not understanding, what does the 55.61 represent, if not an 8% increase?
Al, I think those are Those are your calculations in the staff reports.
How's that for the bus?
The monthly increases.
All right.
Well, if you look at, and it shouldn't be 4%, it should be 8%. And if you look at attachment 1, on the left, you'll see the current rate and the proposed rate in various categories. So it should be an 8% increase. For instance, residential per dwelling unit is current $601.17 a year. Times 8% is $649.
Okay, that.
Then if you divide that up by 12, you get 50. What did we say it?
5410 is what you
Yeah.
said earlier.
Sorry.
5561.
Yeah, 5561. So that's correct. The notice of the hearing for rate increase and the ordinance are the 8%, reflect the 8% increase, not any of the other scenarios were not reflected in the in the hearing rates or the ordinance.
Well, maybe I just need to redo my math. I took the monthly dollar amount and increased it by 8%.
Okay.
Is that not the correct way to do it?
What we did is we took the residential per dwelling rate of 601.17 per year and multiplied it times 8%, added those two together and got 649. Then if you divide 649.26 a year divided by 12, you get the rate, the monthly rate.
Okay. So that's where you get the
That's correct.
5561 rate.
That's right.
Okay. So then, but then doesn't that make the current rate somewhat less than 5210? Because if you divide 601 by 12, you're getting $50 and
That's right.
change.
That may be a typo in the staff report. The current rate should be as stated in the
All right.
presentation at 51.
All right. So the ending number is right. The beginning number is.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
You got it.
All right. And then the other one, and maybe this is just a typo too, on page 2 of the attachment 1, it says, how can I have input on the proposed rate increase? And it says the City Council of San Carlos hereby gives public notice of its intent to increase existing sewer rates in the City of San Carlos by 7%, and then, but in parentheses, it says 8%.
Yeah, it should be 8%.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
Okay.
Thanks.
So a question I have kind of relates to what Mr. Russilli was asking earlier. You had on your bullet point, I couldn't find it in here when you were explaining the scenario 1, 2, and 3. In our staff report, it just says 8% and doesn't really give subsequent years what the percentages are. But the way Bob put it was, what, 16?
16, 18, and 20.
16, 18, and 20.
It adds up over the year.
So my question is, at the end of each of those scenarios, you've raised the same amount of money, about the 10 million that you're after, is that right?
It's basically you're paying now or paying later.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, let's say, you know, I have an annual bill of 601, and we're talking about raising it in one scenario 8% the first year, and then
2% in
2% in subsequent years. So the thing is, 2% increase on a 8% increase the year before, that's not 10%. That's something else. It comes out, if you do the math on it, it comes out
Right, it's
more
cumulative.
It's cumulative, exactly. That's the word I was looking for. So being that you've given 3 different scenarios and it is cumulative, is the number at the end the same? For instance, for the homeowner, do they end up with do they, no matter if we do scenario 1, 2, or 3, do they end up with a sewer bill that's the same at the end of those years?
Through the chair?
Yes.
That document they emailed to us, it actually shows the projections.
Oh, the one that's in color.
And your intuition is correct. It
Doesn't
does not end up at the same numbers.
703, 717, or 731. That's what the fifth year is going to show,
I see.
depending on what you do.
Okay.
About the same.
Yeah, the numbers are going to work out.
The ending balance is very close. The ending balance of the fund is very close, within $100,000, not the rate.
The numbers are going to work out a little bit differently. Your rate's going to be going up and down at different intervals.
Okay.
So, and the rate design strategy looked at a 5-year planning horizon, even though what we're talking about here is a policy about year one. So the target of each 5-year strategy was to end up at the target fund balance, as discussed in the report. That's how we structured this.
And then one more question on that is that I understand what you're saying there, and that's what I was, hoping to hear. But in all but scenario one, you're going to have to add to your cost what's the word I'm looking for? The carrying cost, right? Because if you don't do scenario one, then you're not going to have quite as much money. So, like if you go with scenario two, you're going to have some debt financing, and that's going to add to.
There's no debt financing assumed in any of the scenarios in this report.
Okay, well then the way the staff report, because in the first one it says if you do 8%, you get all this money and it builds your reserves and so forth. When I read about scenario two, it says it'll provide revenue needed
That's the SBSA
with the use of debt financing for the estimated $10 million in the master plan project.
Let me
and so
just
forth.
clarify one thing really quick. There is debt financing assumed in the models, but it's SBSA's debt financing. It's not city issued.
Well, right, I assume that.
Just to clarify.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. Did somebody else have it? I thought I saw someone else wanting to ask a question. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, as I said, Mr. Mayor, I always take the middle, not always, but in this one I certainly am. I think 6% and then is the one I would look for as opposed to the 8% first year increase, and then we'll go along. And again, there's no guarantee, Mr. Svay, there's no guarantee that we won't have to raise this just because we project out these numbers. Next year could be higher or lower. I mean.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I think in that situation, well, anyway, I picked the 6. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Whatever people
Others?
want to do.
Let's go over here to Mr. Collins.
I'm usually for getting a higher rate increase in the beginning, but I don't have a strong feeling about it. I just easily go with the 6%.
Okay. Mr. Olbert?
Mr. Grisilli, I think there was a significant first mover advantage here. Whoever picked the first one is where everybody's coalescing
Not
around.
necessarily, but I just
No, just in this particular item. Similar to what Mr. Collins just said, I actually, my druthers would be, I would pick scenario 3, but solely on I like to do a pay-as-you-go method, particularly when I think there's a lot of uncertainty about what the future rate increases might be anyway. But in the interest of coalescing around something, I'm also happy to support scenario.
The reason I picked that is because if you pick 3, just an example, I like, it'd be nice. I'm concerned that it's going to be 5 or 6 next year, so it's going to go up higher. If you pick 6, I like the odds of it not being higher than 3, but if it is higher than 3, it's still less than 6.
Well, then you should feel even happier about picking 1, because the odds will be even greater.
I
that it will be
understand,
less
but I'm just trying to look at the whole thing. So, what do you think, Mr. Mayor?
Well, yeah, I was looking at scenario 3 as being the best, but I could go with 6. And my reason for not going with the 8 is, to me, that's a little unfair. I mean, the SBWMA, while SBSA, while their reserves may have been depleted, I know there's probably a lot of homeowners who are paying this fund, and their reserves over the last few years have been depleted quite drastically as well. And so for us to go take money from them and put it in, a pile of reserve money for this agency just doesn't seem right. So I would come down in the middle as well and go with 6%.
Just a clarification question. I had thought the reserves we were talking about building were our reserves, in case there was a Baykeeper thing that came up.
It's our reserves.
Because I would have a concern, like you just said, about doing it for SBSA.
It's not SBSA's reserve. It's our reserves.
Our reserves.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, regardless of whose reserves they are, right, okay. I do now still hold the same position.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we would See, I'm going to make sure I do this right, Mr. City Attorney, so.
This is one of those fun ones, isn't it?
Yeah, it's, okay, so we want to.
Ordinance number.
Well, let's see here. We want to set consideration of set a public hearing for July 9th, 2012 pursuant to Proposition 18 to consider an increase in residential and commercial wastewater rates and also introduce an ordinance, which somebody's going to surely have for me here.
I'd recommend you take it in two actions.
Oh, okay, fine.
The first,
well, then
to
I'll
authorize
make the
the
motion
notice.
to set up a public hearing for July 9th, 2012 pursuant to Proposition 18 to consider an increase in residential and commercial wastewater rates.
Up 6%.
At 6%, yes.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. And then you were going to strike out on introducing an ordinance?
I'm going to find it here, yeah. I would like to then introduce ordinance number, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk,
1446?
1446, ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Carlos, amending Section 13.08.250 of the Municipal Code, sewer service charges and fees.
And for the record, the ordinance form that you have, the one you're actually introducing is
Right.
going to have the figures based on the 6%.
6%,
rate.
even though it shows on the printed page at 8%, but it's going to be 6%.
You're just introducing it, so we will correct
You have
it.
time to change it.
Right, introducing it.
Yes.
I assume the same will apply, Mr. Mayor, for the notice, which it has to be mailed out, 6%.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Through the chair, could I just clarify one thing here? On the very first page of the staff report, it says consideration of setting public hearing on May 23rd, 2011.
But we already went
Christine,
through
yeah,
that.
we went through that.
We already went through
All
that
right.
and corrected
Sorry.
it.
Why not?
That's all right.
Thank you.
The agenda is
Clear
correct.
Item wins the prize for most typos.
Yeah.
Is there a second to my motion? I'm sorry, I apologize, but I didn't
Yeah,
hear
we
it.
have
Second.
a second.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor, just sort of a follow-on discussion to this.
Yes, you can leave. Thank you.
Yes, no,
Thanks for your presentation.
This is more for Mr. Maltby's benefit.
Thanks.
I actually would hope that staff would look for additional ways than we've used in the past on communications and outreach on this in terms of alerting the community as to what we're doing, just because as part of the broader picture of needing to invest in aging infrastructure, I'm just concerned that other than the people who are intimately involved in these decisions like us, there's a very low level of awareness out there in the community.
Correct.
And this
Yeah.
is a great time to say, by the way, we're not just raising your rates because we feel like raising your rates. I mean, there are very hard, solid reasons why you want us to do this so, your sewage doesn't back up in your shower. Hopefully, they'll find a more subtle way of doing it than that, but I'd
I
love to
see.
see them given that direction.
Okay, very good. Mr. Maltby has material for his newsletter, if nothing else, or our Facebook page. It's true. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Item 12E. I saw the chief up here. There he is.
12E or 12D?
Excuse me.
D as in dog.
D. Yeah. Sorry, I flipped ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Grocott, members of the City Council. Greg Roth as Police Chief. I'm here before you tonight to give Council the option of taking a look at hiring an additional full-time traffic deputy. I'll run through some stuff real briefly, especially since we're approaching 11, and some things to consider in terms of making this decision. I'll just go briefly through some qualitative considerations of some qualitative factors, some quantitative factors, and then some of the financial issues associated with moving forward with this additional traffic deputy. So just with respect to some quantitative data really quickly, our accident rate is held pretty steady in somewhere around the low 200s year after year, the number of collisions that we have. And then the number of, these are the number of injury accidents that we have. We average a little over 2 injury accidents a month in San Carlos. Fortunately, very few of those are serious injury. You can see the green bar are minor injury accidents, and then the others are major injury accidents. Very rarely do we have a fatality. We did have one last year, but they're extremely rare. We have seen an increase in basically in traffic collisions involving bicyclists, and we've seen an increase in traffic collisions involving pedestrians as well. And We've also seen a bit of an increase in accidents where drunk driving is a factor in the collision. So there's some kind of quantitative data that you can use in your consideration.
May I interject with a question real quick?
You sure can.
Where you have the drunk driving and then the pedestrians and bicyclists, is there any overlap there? Do you know? In other words, a drunk driver hitting a cyclist or a pedestrian?
I'm not sure.
Not sure.
Sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
And in terms of our enforcement, it's held relatively steady the last few years. I think if you go out to 08, 07, 06, and earlier years, you'll see less and less citations. So our enforcement is still pretty strong, and even at our current staffing level. Some of the qualitative considerations is that we've experienced an increased complaints around the school areas with respect to traffic volume and traffic circulation and traffic violations. And I think some of the council members have been involved in the communications from the parents and from the school district on what they've seen there. Increased complaints from the neighborhoods. They kind of, complaints from the neighborhoods regarding traffic violations and traffic problems in the communities kind of ebbs and flows. But mainly it's been doing a lot more flowing than ebbing, and it just seems like during my time as chief in this organization, I've never felt such a strong pressure from the neighborhoods on more and more traffic enforcement. Usually when I do it wanes and it comes back, but it's been pretty consistent lately. And here we are, we have 8 schools in the community, major schools, 82 miles of street, countless complaints. We have one traffic deputy to deal with that, and we do the very best we can, but how we do that is basically a triage mode. We have a list of complaints. We do the best we can with the ones that rise to the top of the list, and then we go to the other ones. We solve problem A, we go to problems B, C, and D. By the time we get to D, A is back alive again, and we're playing whack-a-mole. So with traffic, and so I think that that's kind of one of the issues, and I believe that with the additional traffic deputy, we'd be able to really do a lot better than playing whack-a-mole with respect to that. The operational advantages of this second deputy, first of all, we do staff our current traffic deputy Monday through Thursday, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., so we cover the morning commute on those days. The plan would be bring the second deputy in. That deputy would work Tuesday through Friday, and it would also start somewhere around 10, work to I think around 7 or 8, whatever it would be, a 10-hour shift, so 10 a.m. to 8. So we would be able to, cover, we have the ability now to cover the evening commute, which we can't cover with the traffic deputy at this point. We'd be able to cover Monday through Friday. We would double our dedicated traffic coverage at each of the schools. We'd be able to stagger the vacation and the training for these 2 traffic deputies so that we would always have one around. And I really believe that we would be able to keep up much better with the complaints that we seem to be receiving lately from the schools and the neighborhoods. In terms of the financial considerations, just to kind of remind the council about what monies that we have set aside that could be used to hire this traffic deputy. First of all, as you know, the city manager sets aside $100,000 a year for police contingency. We did that ever since we contracted with the sheriff's office, and we could use that for a variety of factors. So we have that pool of money that's already built in to the budget or the tentative budget that you'll be seeing here in a couple weeks. That's already built in. It was built into it when you saw it recently. Extra traffic enforcement. Last year, the city council, I came before the city council and asked for additional traffic enforcement. Last year, the city council approved that. It was built into the budget. It is still built into the budget that you will have seen already and you will be seeing here shortly again. And then the other line item or the other source of funding would be what the council has tentatively approved this year, which was an additional $37,000 for school zone traffic enforcement. So the good news is the city council decided that you did not want to do this. I think the community can take some solace in what the council has already done with respect to increasing traffic enforcement. There's been on 2 occasions this council has made 2 additional investments to increase traffic enforcement, even if you do nothing else. But I do think this additional traffic deputy would help out. So here's how the payment would go with it. We have the police contingency fund of $100,000 built into the tentative budget that you'll be seeing pretty soon. The proposal is to use $75,000 of that, leaving $25,000 remaining for contingencies. We have $49,000 built in for the extra traffic enforcement from last year's budget that was approved and carried forward this year. we would propose using all of that towards the full-time traffic deputy. We have the $37,000 that was approved tentatively a couple weeks ago by the council for school zone traffic enforcement. We propose using all of that for the full-time traffic deputy. And then lastly, we have $136,000 in COPS grant, and we would propose using $90,000 of that, leaving $46,000 still left in the COPS grant fund for whatever we needed to purchase on. So that total runs out to about $250 for the deputy. It still leaves us $71,000 in COPS grants and contingencies to pay for other law enforcement needs that we might have in the future. I put a caveat there. I guess the only one is this COPS grant funding. We've been receiving that since like 1997, $100,000 a year. All the cities around here have. Each year there's threats that it's going to get cut. Each year the police chiefs and the sheriffs in California rally around to protect that, and it doesn't get cut. But here we are, the state is in the shape that they're in, and we could experience that cut. We could lose that. If that does happen, we'll have to come back and take a look at whether we want to continue that deputy or whether we want to roll it back to part-time status or what we want to do. Obviously, if we did have to discontinue the deputy, the full-time traffic deputy, we would not have to lay off that person. That person could easily be absorbed back into the sheriff's office. There's also a scenario by which maybe another jurisdiction that contracts with the sheriff would want to split that deputy. Can't guarantee that, but that could happen. So I just wanted to make you aware of that financial contingency. And so that's the presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All righty. Questions? Okay.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, by the way, for both you and staff being responsive to some of those inputs and concerns from the community. If I can draw a little bit of a military analogy here, what we're doing, it sounds like, is we're committing our reserves, or part of our reserves, to this effort.
Correct.
And that's well and good. That's why you have reserves, is to go after things that create our opportunities or problems. Do you have is there a way for you to give me a sense of what we might be risking by deploying them in this avenue as opposed to another avenue? I think you see where I'm going. I'm trying to get a sense of what the trade-off is.
There are trade-offs and, maybe even opportunity costs associated with that. But from my perspective as chief, in terms of what I see, what I feel, and what I hear in the community, I can't think of anything else that rises to this level right now in terms of what people really, where they feel the pressure from it. I think they feel relatively safe. I think they feel like we're present, we're responsive as a department. They see more police than they ever have in the past. Mm-hmm. They're happy, they're satisfied. When I start looking at all the areas of police service that we can provide, the one that stands out to me where they're just not feeling as much as they'd like to feel is traffic enforcement, traffic presence, particularly around the school areas and in the neighborhoods. And that's been, I've been hearing it for months.
Okay, so fair enough. I will just make an additional observation. It will be interesting to see if some of those people, and I support completely what we're doing here. I was one of the people who was a proponent of it. But it'll be interesting to see if some people may go, be careful what you wish for.
I think some will. I promise you some will, yes.
Okay, other questions? The only question I have, and I just wrote it when I was reading the staff report, one-time funds and adding a full-time deputy, and I didn't see anything different in what you presented that shows something different than that. One-time funds, but adding a full-time deputy. Am I missing something?
No, we have grant funds. These are we have the $90,000 that we propose to use on grant funding is we've been receiving that every single year. I understand the governor's May revise came out today. I don't know whether COPS was cut from it. My sense is it probably wasn't. The chiefs continue to rally around that. So if that's the case and we're able to keep it, then we have it funded again next year, and we're fine for 2 years now. If for some reason we find out in the next couple of weeks that the governor has decided to cut that, then we're still going to have $75,000 in reserves and contingencies that we could use for the future. But we will have to make a decision about whether we want to carry that forward.
But again, the contingency would be, as you said before, that we either drop that position down to part-time.
Correct.
Or we might be able to especially with one of these cities that is also contracting with the sheriff's department for policing services in their city, we might find an opportunity there to share an officer.
And actually having that second deputy on the street for a year, might position us to the point where maybe if we do have to cut it, we're better positioned to do that. We've changed traffic behavior in and around the schools. We can roll back into a maintenance mode and feel relatively comfortable that we can carry on that way. And that's one of the advantages of the sheriff's office. It gives that flexibility. We can pop in with a full-time deputy, we can roll it back, and not have to worry about the layoffs and those sorts of things.
I see. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2012-25,
25.
resolution to the City Council of the City of San Carlos approving the expenditure of approximately $90,000 in supplemental law enforcement special funds to be used to support frontline law enforcement services.
Second.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
in recognition of the late hour, I was wondering if it would be possible to consider pushing to a subsequent meeting the item 12E.
And F.
About 12F. Where are we?
12F, I believe, is a ratification of the ROPS, which...
Yeah, we need to do.
Once again, I think we need to do that.
12F we need to do, 12E we could move, but I would point out that we've had some commission chairs sitting in the audience
I
for
was going to mention that, yeah.
quite a while.
Yeah.
We could, if this needs to happen, we could make the commitment that we would put this item on at the very beginning of a meeting next time.
Mr. Mayor, I think we should cover this item. These people have waited all night.
How many commission chairs do we have? I see two.
Oh, well, that many. Okay.
Okay.
I withdraw my
All right. Very good. Carry on. 12E. Thanks for staying. We start with youth. Is that what's going on?
They defer to us. We're going to go first. Good evening. Kevin Harris, for Chair of the San Carlos Youth Advisory Council. So we're just going to go through the 5 general plans that we have for the next year, our work plan. So the first one is to continue to identify and recommend new program ideas to benefit youth, and that a lot of that revolves around the developmental youth assets, which you're actually going to hear about. We're going to be back here on June 11th, I believe, to give you another presentation about the work we've been doing on that. But in short, we've surveyed all the 5th and 8th graders in the San Carlos middle schools and identified strengths and weaknesses in our community, and that's really going to drive a lot of what we're going to be doing in the next year in terms of setting an agenda and figuring out where we can develop new programs to benefit youth. So that's one thing. We're going to continue new program ideas and continue a lot of the programs we've done in the past. For example, Battle of the Bands, 3-on-3 basketball tournaments at the youth center, movie nights with the Police Activities League, and then, of course, our dances, which help us raise money. We also are going to continue to research and network with other youth councils in the area. We attend something called Yak Attack, which is a conference every 2 years we recently went to, and that's a great way for us to present and share what we've done, but also learn about what other commissions around the Bay Area are doing, and actually also around the whole state. Next on our work plan is to provide youth voice in city discussions through youth liaison roles. So we have youth liaisons for the City Council, Parks and Rec Commission, Traffic and Transportation and Circulation, and we actually recently just got a 6th grade member who's going to be one of their voting members on there. And one of the ones we added this year was the school board. We didn't have a youth liaison for that before. That was a new one this year, and we're really excited about that. So hopefully we can partner with them more. Also on this bullet point, in terms of youth voice, every 4 years during the presidential election year, we do a program called Youth Vote. And that is something that will be coming up in the fall again, which we run. And we work with the schools, and different classes take field trips to the youth center during the day, and they come and vote on who they would want to see as the presidential election. So it's a great way for them to get a little civics lesson. Next on the work plan is grant funding to youth nonprofit organizations. So, for example, this past year we donated to Arbor Bay School, Healthy Cities, San Carlos Educational Foundation, organization called Riley's Place, and then also our scholarships.
And we continue to raise money through our dances and other programs like Battle of the Bands. And even this last year, not the current year, in the previous fiscal year, we actually raised more money than we spent, or more money than you guys give us in our budget. So we actually made the city, I think, a little over $1,000 last fiscal year. Next, number 4 out of 5 is provide volunteer support to nonprofit organizations within San Carlos and outside. So, for example, 2 weeks ago, we just did a beach cleanup with an organization called Surf Riders over in Half Moon Bay, and that was a lot of fun. We also attended multiple of the San Carlos cleanup days that the city organized down on Laurel Street and picking up all the cigarette butts and stuff like that, and also helping out at the whether it's the Halloween event on Laurel Street or the lighting up of the holiday lights. And then, and the last thing related to community services, we really want to next year work with the San Carlos organizations such as Rotary Club Kiwanis more to develop programs for middle school students, because that was one thing you'll hear about when we talk about our survey more, was that there's really a weakness in the middle school kids aren't doing a lot of community service. So we really want to kind of fill that weakness and hopefully work with the organizations to fill that gap and provide some programs. And then last is just to be an advisory board to the city council in the city. So for example, this past year we advised about the library renovations and the teen room that's going in there, and then also the city's website. We gave a lot of advice on what would make it youth friendly. So those are some of the basic things we hope to continue to do and some of the stuff we've done this past year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next.
I'm relieved to be able to say good evening to you rather than good morning. I'm Karen Clapper, Chair of the Planning Commission. We wanted to make sure that these gentlemen got home before curfew, if possible, so we let them go first. You have in front of you our progress report for last year and work plan for the coming year. Our work plan for the coming year is very similar to work plans of previous years, with the primary task being acting as advisory body to the City Council. During the past year, we had about 10 meetings with topics that covered those types of items. In addition to that is the Residential Design Review Committee that also meets separately from us, that is chaired by one of our commission members. But there were no appeals that came from that group up to the Planning Commission this past year. Task number 2 is major projects. Last year, this wasn't separated out as a separate area. We had a study session on the East Side Connect project that would have fallen under this topic, but this was broken out for the upcoming year because there's definitely going to be the landmark site. We'll probably be taking a look at some activity already going on with that, and the downtown parking study, which I know the contract is pending on. The task 3 with the strategic plan, that depends on what comes from that, from all of you. So we will we'll wait and see. And then, of course, Wheeler Plaza, the Transit Village project, and the municipal code seem to come up every year. This past year, we had 4 meetings on the Wheeler project, all having to do with the environmental impact report, draft and final. And I understand that will be coming to the council once you have a complement of 5 council members. Transit Village project we didn't do anything with last year, and I'm expecting that the final environmental impact report will be coming to us later, June, July. And then municipal code, there will probably be some things in the coming year, since we did change the zoning ordinance and some of the other code last year, and there has been some cleanup already that we've needed to do as these new ordinances have been used and come up with the conclusion that, gee, if we tweak it here or there, it will work much better for the city. So the details for each of those areas, and the participants, we're going to make sure that we're interacting with the other commissions that may have information for us, or we may have information for them. So we're going to try to make sure that the information is being shared as much as possible. In particular, for the Planning Commission, that will be EDAC and the Transportation and Circulation Commission. But we're going to ask that question, each thing that comes up. Were the other commissions involved in any aspect of those projects or applications that we need to get some input from them? So that is a summary of what we're looking at doing for the next year. Do you have any questions?
Any questions?
I've got one. When I was on the Planning Commission many years ago, a couple of times we had joint meetings with the City Council. They were public meetings, but all the commissioners and all the council members got together and talked about various issues. Do you feel that there's any sentiment on the Planning Commission to possibly do something like that again? Would that be useful or helpful to you?
That's an excellent question. And I think when you ask about the sentiment of the Planning Commission, I think you're aware of the fact that we're going to be getting 2 new members that you will be interviewing. I believe it's on May 29th, and selecting 2 new members for us. And depending on what happens with Wheeler Plaza and Transit Village and our the funding for those and the extent to which we really start to get deeper into those projects, with 2 new members, and of course on the council having 3 new members, I'm assuming there'll be someone sitting in that seat by the time we get to those things, that it probably would be a good idea for us to be able to revisit some of those, the basic information for those projects. You know, why are we doing these projects for the city, to make sure that we're all coming in with the same perspective, understanding the history of those projects before we start creating new history, so to speak. So I think that that's something for us to stay really sensitive to as we move forward. A lot of it depends on what the funding availability is for the projects.
Right.
But I would like to see that, and definitely with the other commissions as affected. It's something that we will definitely be pursuing. So I would just, in closing, ask you to select 2 new members who have patience and wisdom, one of which is a mind reader, and one of which will bring a working crystal ball with them. So if you can find a couple of new commission members for us like that, we'll be very happy.
Who are the 2 again that we're losing? Is Steve Dibney and...
The pair of Steves, Steve Dibney and Steve Sanfilippo.
Mr. Maltby, did you get those positional requirements?
I did, and we'll post a new ad tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thanks, Karen.
All right, who's next? Okay.
Hi, it's Sue Todd, Parks and Rec Commission. Thank you. And yes, still good evening. We have been working on 5 tasks. They're the same tasks that we worked on the previous years. The first task is trails. We've been working with a trails committee as well as the Parks and Rec staff to connect various paths within the city of San Carlos. This is all in line with our master plan, both within the Parks and Rec master plan and the Trail Connection master plan. Current work in progress in various locations throughout the city. I think we added a mile of new trails in the last 12 months. From a council perspective, you know, as we look at developing more connections and more paths, we'll be having city council hopefully approve our recommendations. Task 2 is our environmental improvements. This includes our Green City projects, our Tree City USA, working with energy efficiencies, and both from our facilities as well as our policies from recycling, water use, etc. Last year we became a Tree City USA and are anxiously waiting for plans of replacing trees within the Burton Park area. Again, you know, as we look for funding from grants and such to improve our green footprint, you know, we'll hopefully come to the City Council for approval of recommendations. We're also working with the Parks and Rec Commission for funding strategies as task number 3, as well as looking for partnering with them for corporate sponsorships, various events, raising money for the Phase 2 of Burton Park, as well as additional needs with the various renovations of upcoming playgrounds and other facilities. We'll work with community groups on awareness meetings, marketing and PR on those changes. Again, working with the City Council for approval of additional funding and alternative resources. The number 4 task is the dog park. As you guys know, we are working with a group of dog owners, have a tentative temporary pilot program in place at Burton, looking for a long-term strategy for giving our dog owners access to run capabilities for their pets. Again, consider hopefully this year approving a plan to address those issues permanently. And number 5 is optimizing our Parks and Rec facilities. This is not only from a building perspective and open space, but also our programs that we offer the community. This is not only for the youth, but also for our adults. And we continue to develop new programs, partner with additional community organizations to add to our programs. Again, from a council perspective, we hope that any proposed recommendations that come forth to you guys, that they are approved. Those are our 5 tasks. Any questions?
Questions, yeah.
I have, Mr. Long, I think it's a question for you more than Ms. Todd. Just a couple quick questions here. I'm not trying to say you don't know the answer, but I think I just want to make sure, because Mr. Long has stood up here and said one thing one time, and I want to just verify it. The first thing is just informational. On the dog park one on page 7, it says North Crestview property. What is that? Is that the Vista Park, or is that the property across from Vista Park?
It's property across from Vista Park.
Okay, fine. And on page 3, you have the first task, and it indicates feasibility of providing access to Pulgas Ridge by creating an access point at the end of Los Vientos Way. And I think you stood up here one time and said, we're not involved in that, but Vince Open Space District is involved in that.
That's right, but we can bring pressure to bear.
Or not pressure.
Or not.
All right.
Absolutely.
That's fine. I just want to make sure I understand the concept. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. Long. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Other questions? I have a question, so don't go away. But, Ron, anything?
I have no questions.
Mark? Nope. Nothing? Okay. First, just one is a compliment. It was a while ago that we talked about with trails to create loops so that you don't get stuck on an in and out trail. And you guys have taken that task on. I was on the one in Big Canyon recently with my son. What's being started anyways, it hasn't met yet. And we had a very neat experience with a lizard. I think I told you about that, yeah. So we want to call it the Lizard Trail. But anyways, just appreciation for the response to the council's request that you create some loops. The question is, I think this is a fair question to ask right now. When we did the property sale with where In and Out is located, we created a fund, and the direction of the council at the time was, let's put that aside for property acquisition. So when is the appropriate time for Parks and Rec to be looking at when and where that might be appropriately used? And I guess you'd have to do that secretly in some respects, target areas where you might want to acquire to add to a park or create a new park, secretly, because you don't want, that's the way property stuff goes, it's closed session. But when and where does that happen? And I don't see it on this task, and myself, and to Mr. Olbert's point earlier about adding to our green space, when do we start doing this?
We actually...
Maybe the
Doug,
city,
let me
city manager
let me
wants to
take that
jump on
one
this.
for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's something where we've had a number of discussions at the staff level, and it's not just within Parks and Recreation. I mean, it's also, you know, that money could be spent acquiring another business, economic development related type property that may have development purposes or may just simply be a good return on investment. So there's lots of different potential opportunities that we've talked about, but the council hasn't talked about any of those opportunities. And I think in various conversations that I've had with several of you up there, that I think that that will likely be one of the more significant topics of our upcoming council retreat, is to start to put a little bit of rubber on the road in terms of what would the council like to see and what might be some of the options, without getting into the specifics, as you point out, that we wouldn't want to talk about publicly.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that. Good answer. That's it for me for Parks and Rec. Anybody else? Again?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for staying late. We have somebody who's next. Where's your bicycle?
Out there. I'm Margaret Pye. I'm the chair of the Transportation and Circulation Commission. And not to brag, but we have more tasks than any other commission. We've got 9 tasks. But I'll go
Youth
quickly.
advisory?
Yeah, way more.
Task 1 is regarding the 10 to 20 requests that come in every year on average for some kind of pedestrian, bicycle, or vehicular roadway safety and traffic circulation improvement. We take the recommendations, and sometimes we have a traffic engineer report to consider and make recommendations on sorry, I'm not thinking very clearly. Hour of the night.
Come on, we do it all the time.
So those come up on a regular basis, usually an average of 1 per meeting we usually have. Then task 2 is to implement the bicycle transportation plan. Last year, the task was to create a bicycle transportation plan, and we had a subcommittee create one, and you approved it. And we are going to be making some adjustments to it, partly from your request and just as time goes on. But we prioritized the parts of the bicycle transportation plan, and we're going to be, in the upcoming year, looking at a Howard Avenue restriping study to possibly create another east-west route that would be convenient for bicycles. Also possibly looking at a citywide bicycle parking study and a bicycle boulevard study. Task 3 is completing the school route plan for Britton Acres and St. Charles. As a matter of fact, we're meeting tomorrow night, and that's on our agenda for tomorrow. So this is a task that we might accomplish fairly early in the fiscal year. We're going to be looking at obstacles to safety and access and prioritizing improvements. There isn't any money at this point yet for implementing them, but we're at the point of identifying what it is we want to do to improve safety. Task 4 is regarding any private development projects. I don't think we have any in the pipeline at the moment, but if any come up, those will come to us for consideration and possibly public hearings and hearing what the people have to say, what the public has to say. Task 5 is to advise the City Council on preliminary design of capital projects. Again, I'm not sure that we have any that haven't already been begun, but as they come up, we'll take care of those. Another task that we're getting a quick start on is Task 6, which is looking at the project study report for improvements to the Holly 101 interchange, and that's on our agenda for tomorrow night also. We're going to be hearing a report about that. Task 7 is to implement the policy recommendations of the pedestrian safety assessment. They're talking about doing an inventory of traffic devices and working with community groups on volunteer walking audits. So in addition to bicycle safety, we're going to be looking at pedestrian safety this upcoming year in a big way, we hope. Task 8 has to do with the ever-popular Cranfield and San Carlos Avenue intersection. We looked at that about a year and a half ago with a public hearing at Carlmont High School, and now we're at the point of engaging a traffic engineer to give us some specific recommendations on what we can do at that intersection. And task 9 is to study the feasibility of more motorcycle parking in downtown. We don't know what that might look like, but it was brought to our attention that if we could have more motorcycle parking, it might actually make space for other vehicular parking or maybe even bicycle parking. I mean, bicycle parking is something that we're going to be looking at as part of the bicycle transportation plan. So, I don't know, it was brought to our attention that there are some sort of triangular spaces in downtown parking that are not large enough for a car to park, but maybe a motorcycle could park there. So we may have an opportunity to look at that. We'd probably have to do a survey of all such spaces, so that would be part of the study. And those are our 9 tasks.
Very good, thank you. Any questions or comments? Mr. Obert?
Yes, thank you. Actually, 2 questions. Can you tell me a little bit more about the what you're envisioning for the Bicycle Boulevard study?
Well, we would really like a west side, north-south route. We don't know which street it would be yet. We really need a traffic engineer to do some more studies before we can identify the actual street. But, for example, Cedar has Sharrows all the way, the entire length of it, from Eaton, well, beyond San Carlos Avenue. But is that what you mean, like which street or?
Well, not necessarily which street, because I figured that's what part of the study would be.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm specifically thinking about is and maybe I've got the terms confused, but I think Bicycle Boulevard is a sort of a technical term or term of art that sometimes involves talking about, in addition to increasing the bicycle friendliness of a road, decreasing its friendliness for cars. And
Sort of.
that's really what I'm trying to get at, is those kinds of scope factors is in terms of what's envisioned for the study.
Yeah. One bicycle boulevard that I ride on quite often on my bike is Bryant Street in Palo Alto. And it's really not extremely apparent that it's a bike boulevard, except that there are signs there that say you're on a bike boulevard. One of the things about that street is that the stop signs stop the cross traffic, but the Bryant Street traffic goes without stop signs. So that's you know how people driving cars don't like to stop all the time? People on bikes really don't like to stop all the time. Mayor Grocott knows this. But the restarting again can be kind of difficult for the bike riders. So even something as simple as removing stop signs and having it be, the bike boulevard, whatever it is the one that doesn't have stop signs. That's a nice encouragement to bicyclists.
I guess my only comment would be, and this, I'm just speaking for myself, I don't know where the rest of my colleagues may stand on it. I think a lot of those things you talked about sound like good things to think about and maybe to implement. There are other things that I could think of in the context of other bicycle boulevards that I've seen that I would not be particularly interested in considering things that get into restricting access to people, because unfortunately most of our roads have houses on them. So I offer that just as my perspective as somebody who may be seeing something coming back, ultimately. And again, I don't know where anybody else, falls into this. The other question I had is one of the topics that I've been interested in, and I'm not sure if it's something the Transportation and Circulation Commission would be within your purview or not, but it has to do with the general topic of improving senior mobility. And basically spending some time thinking about programs and ways to do that. Because I know there's some very clever programs that have been implemented or at least initiated in some of our neighboring communities. Is that something that falls within the purview of your commission, or is it a different commission, or is it no commission? I guess you can only really answer to the extent does it fall within the purview of your commission. So.
I don't see why it wouldn't. I mean, it could be something like a shuttle service, something like a renovated scoot program. Actually, Chairwoman Clapper from the Planning Commission just gave me an article recently about a program, I haven't completely read it yet, but it's a town where they've got a sort of a friendly helper program that they've got going. And it's very cost effective. It's people, the insurance stuff is all taken care of, but it matches up people who are willing to drive a senior to a particular thing, a medical appointment or shopping. And it seems like it works very well. So I'm going to take a look at that and see. So, yeah, I don't see why that would not be appropriate for a Transportation and Circulation Commission.
I hate to potentially add a 10th item to your list, and I'm not sure I'm, by myself can do that or should. But I'm glad to hear that your commission is thinking about those kinds of things, because one of the things that, I knew this intellectually, but one of the things I learned from doing a lot of precinct walking is we have a lot of elderly community members who are not that mobile anymore, and they're in single-family detached homes that you can tell it's a challenge for them to get to some of the things that the rest of us take for granted. And again, I don't know what could be done, and money is always an issue and all this stuff, but I'd love it to see people actually thinking about that and maybe coming up with some ideas that fit San Carlos.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Ron?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, if you let me do that, to extend the meeting to midnight, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Mr., don't leave yet. Mr. Collins had a question.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's all right.
You did.
Hi, Margaret. Again, this is a question that I don't know if it falls under what you guys do, but do you get involved with actual parking places? I was thinking maybe you didn't get involved with parking, but I noticed that since you talked about motorcycle parking, and I'll tell you what I'm specifically talking about, is I've noticed it on several streets, and maybe it's city policy, that there's a lot of streets like White Oak Way, Olive, Cherry, Arroyo, St. Francis, between El Camino and Laurel, and then maybe one block more, where the parking spot places are not clearly painted. I noticed a part on Cherry where it looks like they were at one time, and I hadn't thought about this much lately, but my 94-year-old father-in-law said to me over the weekend, it would really be nice if they had, parking places, the slots painted so that you get a car that moves in there and he ends up taking what 2 cars could take up, because he leaves a lot of room on either side. Do you guys get involved in that at all? Do you make recommendations?
We do, as a matter of fact. We just made some recommendations about St. Francis down near El Camino.
Right.
And it was mainly a changing from 2-hour to 4-hour parking, as I recall.
Right, and we adopted that.
Yeah, but there was, one of the stretches of road our traffic engineer had studied, and we discussed whether there should be slots painted. And I'm not remembering exactly what his reason was, but it was something that we did discuss, and it is something that we have discussed.
And that was actually part of it that we did not adopt, because the recommendation with staff was, if you have 3 smart cars, they might fit, and if you had 2 1960 Cadillacs, those are going to fit. But so you don't necessarily want to mark this. In some cases, you don't want to mark the spaces because you would actually limit the parking, given the range and size of cars that we have nowadays.
Yeah, but the traffic report that we got from our consultant specifically addressed that. So to answer your question, yes, we do.
Did he recommend for or against it?
He recommended that we not. I believe it's
Really?
like Mayor Grocott said, it was to not.
In
restrict
some
it
cases,
in the case
it
that it
is
was
better
small.
to leave it open. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to tell my father-in-law that.
I don't know enough to know if that's an overall rule for every place, but in that particular
Right.
stretch of St. Francis, it was definitely recommended that we not.
Right. I have one item that probably will have to be added to your list, and I'm not trying to do it myself, executively, but we talked earlier about something that Mr. Collins had brought up and is gone on our strategic plan, and that has to do with the the possible interchange or with the connection from Crestview to 280, and that's going to show up sometime or another
Yeah,
on your plate.
I'm
Just so you know.
anticipating that. Yeah, thank you.
You can call Ron if if there's problems. there.
Or
Okay.
Councilmember Grossilli lives up that way too, huh?
Yeah. Well, he has to excuse himself from
I
that.
have to
one.
recuse
Yeah.
myself. I recuse myself, pretty much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Where's the coffee?
Thank you.
All right. So that was transportation and circulation. We still have arts and culture
EDAC.
and EDAC.
Anybody
Anybody from Mark's going to talk for us. Do we have somebody from art that's going to talk? That'd be you. Okay. All right.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. In the absence of Chair Farkas, who promised he would be here, so I don't know what happened.
Smarter man than
here earlier.
So the Economic Development Advisory Commission has 7 tasks this year. They've always been the one with the longest list. In my staff recommendation, I had 5, but they pushed it back to 7. So the first one being advisory body to the City Council, anything that you ask them to look at. I know there are a couple of items on the current strategic objectives for them to look at. In addition to that, the Economic Development Plan, we currently have a 3-year plan that we're in the 2nd year of. They're actually looking at that at their next meeting and trying to reprioritize it given the change in our ability to do economic development after the dissolution of the redevelopment agency. But by the end of next year, at this time, they should be coming up with a new economic development plan for the future. Reviewing business retention, expansion, and recruitment efforts. This is an ongoing activity of EDAC to review what staff is doing on that front. They did several months ago approve a target recruitment list that did not make its way to council, but it is on your strategic objectives. So they'll probably revisit that, and you'll see that again in the coming months. Marketing and branding, that's been curtailed with the loss of redevelopment dollars to fund that program. So we need to rethink what it is that we can do or should do or want to do there. Task 5, fiscal and economic impacts of a potential hotel and office development. We did have a pre-application for a new development over on the Landmark Hotel site. So EDAC is expecting, if that comes forward, that would be something that they would want to take a look at on your behalf. Task 6 is identifying and pursuing alternative funding and resources. Again, with the dissolution of redevelopment, we're going to have to get creative about how we can fund economic development activities going forward. And there are some other vehicles out there, nothing as robust as redevelopment was, but we need to take a look at what we can do. And task 7 is an item called fiscal analysis of land use and sites. This is something that's been carried over the past 2 years, I believe, and it's something that we'd started on at the staff level, but again, it will require funding to continue it, and that's to look at the sales tax and property tax that are generated by different land uses and by different geographic areas within the city to kind of get it at a granular level, so you have a better idea of what areas of the city are producing or not producing, and maybe those could be areas that you might want to focus on any redevelopment efforts or recruitment efforts. And that concludes the report.
Questions? Right here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mark. A couple of quick questions. You actually alluded to a couple of times in your comments that the landscape has changed dramatically with the dissolution of RDAs. Has the commission considered perhaps taking on as a specific task, thinking about how do we do economic development in a post-RDA world? And actually, that's a fairly broad charter, but I would love to get some thoughtful input on how we do that, because I know how we did it before, but we can't necessarily do it that way going forward.
Yeah, well, they have actually back in January when doom and gloom was pending. We did have a report from our consultant RSG on that matter. There's been continuing dialogue about what cities can do going forward. There's been seminars on the topic that I've attended. There's a couple, one of the items on their task list is to identify and pursue alternative funding. There's different funding sources, and then there's different strategies. You can create a community development corporation or an economic development corporation. Those are some ideas. There's infrastructure financing districts. There's business improvement districts or property-based improvement districts. Again, none of them are as easy to pull off or as robust as redevelopment was in terms of the dollars and the powers that a redevelopment agency had, but they can get you a little further than having nothing.
And I appreciate you pointing out that part of my issue is addressed by Task 6 specifically. I'll just leave you with the thought that you folks might want to consider, again, sort of more broadly looking at how do we do this? Because I think all those things you were talking about, I know a little tiny bit about some of them, and I'd love to see some good thought go into it, maybe some recommendations coming back through staff to council. The other question I had is almost an approach or a process kind of one. And it may just be my bias and interest in encouraging more robust economic development in San Carlos, but this was the one area where I almost wondered, have we ever considered having commissions having a more, what I'll call goal-oriented task? That might be, what does it take to bring in 6 new startup firms, okay? Or whatever it is. But in other words, a much more focused kind of task other than looking at, I agree, things like land use and how that plays into revenue generation. That's a key part of it. I'm actually talking about going the next step and saying, synthesizing all of that and saying, well, what do we need to do to actually bring in the firms? Or maybe that's something that's more of a purely staff function and not really a commission function. I'm not too clear on that.
I think it's a little both, and EDAC has definitely been grappling with, as I said, at their next meeting, they're going to take a look at the economic development plan and said, let's prioritize this and which are the things that are going to probably give us the biggest bang for the buck with the resources that we have. There's also a desire among EDAC members to form a sort of a subcommittee or working group. We had established an economic development partnership several years ago between members of EDAC, the Chamber of Commerce, city staff, and the Harbor Industrial Association, and they did a number of things outside of the scope of Brown Act meetings, if you will. And there's a desire on EDAC's part to do something like that again, to better assist staff in achieving some of those goals. But they are definitely goal oriented. As I mentioned, the target recruitment list, when EDAC was addressing that several months ago, they didn't want to just come up with a list. They wanted not only a list, but an action plan. Mm-hmm. How many of these companies will we contact within a certain amount of time in order to achieve some kind of a result?
That's good.
The difficulty has been our ability to act on it.
Thank you.
No other comments? Okay. Just a couple of things that I wanted to throw out there for their list for consideration, if we can do that. And that is, I think a big part of what goes on for economic development, so much of it is just, it has a natural, growth to it. My example is, our city has become a place to come and eat. I don't think that was something that we set out to do necessarily. I don't think city government or our economic development committee, we didn't even have one when stuff like that was starting to grow. But what caused it, in my estimation, is when we changed the policy on parking in the downtown. And all of a sudden, all these restaurants start growing, and we've become truly a destination for restaurants. So that brings to my mind that one thing this group could do that could possibly have a near-term effect on us is looking at what are the policies of our city that are either business friendly or not? What are things that we do that could attract business, or what are things that we are doing that deter business from locating in San Carlos? And that's why I thought, I've said it before, I think doing interviews of Nectar or the company that was, Tesla Motors, do an exit interview. Contact their CEO or whatever and say, you used to be a business in San Carlos, you are no longer. We're just curious, what was the falling out, or what was your reason, or whatever. And it may be something that we can't do anything about, but it may be something that we could do something about. It would start cluing us in about why businesses are looking at us and choosing San Carlos or not choosing San Carlos. The second item, and I've mentioned this before, so I always keep pounding on it, is I'm convinced that there's an element to economic development that comes from having an educational element in your community. And when I mean educational, I mean higher education. And, I remember years ago I took a course in real estate up at CSM, and the guy started out on the first day saying, the reason shacks cost so much money in San Mateo County, and this is back in the 80s, he was saying this, the reason it costs so much money to buy a shack in San Mateo County is Stanford University. And it's true. It's an engine of economic development because people come there to go to school, the Zuckerbergs of the world and so forth, they come there to go to school, they learn that they like this area, they stay, and they create a company, and bam, you got economic development. So I would like this group to look at, other council members are willing to chime in yes or no on this, but I think it would be interesting to have you guys look at what are some education opportunities that we might have, and do they think, is that part of our engine for economics or not? And then the last thing I just wanted to comment on is, and please don't take this as a criticism back to the group, but recently Delta Star put on an open house, and I was rather dismayed. There was like 3 or 4 of us, and plus my wife, who went through on this tour that they gave of their facility, and I thought, what a shame, because it's a great facility, it's a great company in San Carlos that provides a lot of jobs to people, and when those opportunities come up, I think we should look for those. And in fact, maybe we should create some of those to go around and be some boots on the ground and go see what's in San Carlos, what these companies are, what they do, learn how they work, and again, why are they here? You find some interesting stories, but I think Mark, as you put that kind of information together that at first just looks like a story, and you start amalgamating it, you start to see trends, and then you get some information about how can we do this better. So that's my story for the night. Thank you. Okay, we have arts and culture. Doug Long.
Yes, thank you. I'm standing in for the vice mayor who was here, and her chariot turned into a pumpkin at 10 o'clock. So in the interest of time, I would suggest that perhaps I entertain any questions at this time on the 5 objectives of the Arts Commission, if it would please the council.
Any questions? Yes?
Just one brief question or perhaps comment/suggestion. Do you happen to know, Mr. Long, if what the extent of the Arts and Culture Commission coordination is with the local school district? Because I know the school district is getting more intimately involved. For example, with San Carlos Children's Theater, there's talk about building a theater program into one of their campuses. We certainly have things like the tradition of Chicken's Ball and whatnot. There's a lot of interest in theater, and there are resources that may be growing locally on this. I'm just wondering if there's any involvement.
None. It's one of their objectives is to reach out to some of the. So certainly they'll be looking for those kind of relationships as the year continues.
Okay. Yeah, I think that particularly because I think the local school district is actually looking at launching something this year.
Right.
be good to get it on the ground early.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? No? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, just
Yes.
a clarifying question following up on a comment you made a minute ago. When did the Delta Star invitation go out? I was actually just searching my email. I was trying to remember even getting it.
Oh, I don't know. I think it actually came through the Harbor Industrial Association.
We didn't
I believe.
take it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Didn't come through the chamber.
It didn't go through the chamber. I think it came through the Harbor Industrial. I don't know. It was in my council email, but, you know.
Yeah, because I don't
from the
recall
HIA.
seeing it in mine.
Through the chair, according to the staff report, well, according to the agenda, it just says presentation, but according to the staff report, it says we're supposed to adopt the commission work plans. Is that what we're supposed to do, Mr. Maltby?
Well, it's not a requirement, but that's what we would like you to do. And, you know, if there are changes you can adopt, I mean, all we really need is direction on whether or not the work plans are good or whether or not you want to add items, delete items, that kind of thing. I know it's kind of late for a more in-depth discussion here.
Can we adopt it without specifics to our comments, but just, I mean, they took notes and so forth, so maybe if we could just adopt it with consideration to the comments from the council.
You could certainly do that.
All right.
I move that we adopt the work plans as presented to us with consideration given to the comments provided by the council.
I'll second that.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. Thanks for Bob for noticing that. Okay, we are back to, oh, no, oh, boy. All right. Okay, hi, Mark. Good to see you again.
Wearing lots of hats.
Your report, thank you very much for your report.
Not so easy.
Not so fast.
As you know, commencing May 1st, the City of San Carlos, acting as the successor agency to the San Carlos Redevelopment Agency, may only pay obligations listed on valid recognized obligation payment schedules, which I will from now on refer to as ROPS. The ROPS include payments for bonds, notes, certain contracts for professional and legal services for the successor agency. At your meeting of April 23rd, you adopted a resolution of the city acting as successor agency to approve a revised ROPS. At their meeting of April 25th, the Oversight Board directed staff to seek guidance from the county and state regarding the proper treatment on the ROPS for potential payment obligations arising from a judgment currently on appeal, and in order for the agency to post an appeal bond to maintain the stay of execution of judgment that relates to the school district lawsuits against the former redevelopment agency. The board further directed staff to present for the board's consideration another version of the ROPS that includes the amounts related to the judgments and the cost of posting a bond. At its meeting of May 1st, the Oversight Board reviewed this third revision, but instead requested further changes to the ROPS, eliminating all obligations related to the appeal of the judgment, as well as any line items related to the legal costs associated with the appeal of the judgment. They adopted new schedules, which I'll refer to as the ROPS third revision for the January through June period and the July through December period. They were approved by a unanimous vote of the 6 board members that were present. However, the board said that they will meet again on May 23rd to reconsider the action of removing the costs of the appeal. What I've provided to you tonight is that third revision of the ROPS. Because it was approved by it was changed and approved by the Oversight Board. It's different from the last version of the ROPS that you had approved. The procedure for the ROPS is that the successor agency is supposed to establish it, then give it to the Oversight Board for their approval. In this case, the Oversight Board, we've gone a couple of rounds where the Oversight Board makes changes, and in order to have a valid ROPS and to be able to submit it to the Department of Finance and the County Controller in time, we've been accepting and passing those on and then bringing it back to you to ratify. So that's what the item is that's being presented to you tonight. However, in light of the fact that the Oversight Board may be reviewing and putting back on to the ROPS the costs of the appeal, the legal costs as well as the costs of posting a bond. I also have a second set of ROPS that I would like to hand to you. And you'll see highlighted on those schedules these are similar to the third revision of the ROPS. This is now what I'm calling the fourth revision, and the items that are highlighted in the orange color are the legal fees now added back on. So what we'd like to do is get your approval of either of the ROPS, the ROPS that had been passed, as well as this ROPS contingent on the Oversight Board agreeing to add those costs back on, so that we have something that we can then submit again to the Department of Finance and County Controller.
But it's really not either or. I thought that's what I heard you say, but you want us to vote on both of them. Right, yeah, not either or. Vote to approve both, please.
Yes.
I mean, that's what I assume you want. Right, okay. Still alive, still awake, still doing it.
So,
Go ahead. Questions?
yeah. So what we would be doing on if we voted to approve both is that we would be ratifying, in the first case, we'd be ratifying a decision which the Oversight Board has already made, which was made due to timing. And separately sort of signaling our belief that these items ought to be on the ROPS, okay?
If we approve the fourth revision, yes.
Correct, if we approve both. I guess presumably, I mean, there's the possibility we could approve one and not the other.
Right.
I guess it would sort of be, in fact, well, let me even ask you the question. Would it matter if we rejected the third revision and only approved the fourth? I mean, the third revision's already been submitted. In a sense, all we're doing is ratifying that. If we don't approve it, so what?
It would matter in the sense that if the Oversight Board didn't approve it, that we wouldn't have a valid ROPS, so nothing would be able to get paid?
But I thought they've already approved the third revision. Did I misunderstand?
Maybe I misunderstood what you just said.
Let me try it differently, given the lateness of the hour. There's a ROPS in front of us that has been approved by the Oversight Board and sent off to higher authority, which we are being asked to ratify. I'm calling that number one. Number two is the one that Mr. Zwicky just gave us. The question I was just posing is, does it even matter whether we vote to approve number one? Because it's already been submitted to higher authority.
I don't think so.
It's sort of a form over substance argument. If you'd fail to ratify, it's been submitted, and the council would have to take action as the successor agency to say, no, we do not want that to be the valid ROPS.
Which would gum up the process.
Yeah. Right, that's my read on the situation you find yourself in.
Bob, you've been attending these meetings?
Yep.
Following this?
Yep.
Okay.
Meaning no criticism of staff. Do you ever think we'll get a ROPS to approve before it's been approved by the Oversight Board? Nope. No.
Actually,
Okay,
well,
thank you.
We're doing four. If we approve this,
Right.
We've taken the lead, but
I'm paying attention here, so we're going. Okay.
A bigger question is if we didn't approve 4,
Yeah.
and then how would these things get paid for?
Exactly.
The legal counsel, right?
Well, if I may, I had a discussion with Mr. Maltby today, the gist of which was, I was concerned about exactly that issue. I mean, there's essentially $277,000 worth of bills that have been submitted that currently are not scheduled to be paid out of the successor agency funds. That means that, well, it's not exactly clear what that means. I mean, either the city's going to pay it.
Don't say that.
Right. No, I'm just saying possibilities, or it's not going to get paid, in which case there will be yet more lawsuits filed, as presumably the law firms try to recoup their costs.
Yeah. And through the chair, I might add that the payments that have been made were made pursuant to a ROPS that the Oversight Board approved that had the attorney's fees on them.
That's right, it's changed in midstream, right?
So they changed it and then asked for further information, and that's the status we're in right now.
That sounds like an unlawful taking, Counselor.
You know, you don't get me going there at this hour, but
Through the
I
chair, excuse me, through the chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number
It is 26.
26, a resolution of the City of San Carlos acting as successor agency to the San Carlos Redevelopment Agency, adopting recognized obligation payment schedule, third revision for the period January 1st through June 30th, 2012, and July 1st through December 31st, 2012, respectively, in accordance with provisions of Health and Safety Code Section 34177. I'm not sure. I guess that's an I.
That's an aye.
Okay.
Would you entertain a friendly amendment to include approving of the fourth revision as well?
I would assume that that's a separate resolution.
that would be separate.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right. Do you have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, through the chair, I'd make a motion to approve resolution number
27?
27, resolution of the City of San Carlos acting as successor agency to the San Carlos Redevelopment Agency, adopting recognized obligation payment schedules, fourth revision for the period January 1st through June 30th, 2012, and July 1st through December 31st, 2012, respectively, in accordance with the provisions of Health and Safety Code Section 34177I.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes.
Through the chair, I request a 5-minute recess.
You got here too.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yes. Recess?
Through the chair, I request 2 aspirin.
What's that?
I request
Okay.
go to the airport.
We need a motion.
2 more minutes.
2 minutes, okay.
Okay.
Till 3.
Till 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Actually, to 2. Because we knew you didn't want to leave.
All right, we're back. I don't know if there's any official language we have to use after a recess. Anti-recess? We're back, okay. Here we are. Okay, where we left off. So we are back to item 12C and discussing what to do with the vacancy. So here we are. Find my notes on that.
Well, if I
I've
could
lost
just,
them.
maybe, I mean, I don't know if there's a middle ground here, but there's a couple of issues here. One, I think all of us indicate that we would like to appoint somebody for a period of time, whether it be 6 months or 18 months. We need to appoint somebody.
True.
Okay, so I assume there's a consensus that we need to
Starting
appoint
point.
someone for a period of time. Is that correct? Or we're not going to
Yes.
appoint? Okay, I just
Yes.
want to make sure that
Yes.
at least we agree on something.
Yeah.
Okay, so having said that, I think we should set a date to interview people. I think we should have a time frame, whether it's 10 days or 2 weeks or whatever. And can we do that ahead of the other one? Okay, I'm getting a nod here. So I mean, at least to get something positive on the calendar.
Okay,
So
to have a date
for interviews
For
or
interviews.
in other words, a time period for people to apply, which
Mhm.
should be at least 10 days or 2 weeks, I would assume.
Okay.
And so you're saying we should just take this is like taking a test, do the easy parts first.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just
Okay.
trying to
All right.
build up.
Because we will have to, if we're going to advertise a date, my point is that while we're dealing with the low-hanging fruit first, here tonight, eventually we're going to have to decide.
Whether it's a 6 month or 18, I know
Right,
you're going to have to advertise
right.
that, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying to identify that
Okay,
we need to set
gotcha.
we need to set a time.
Good place to start.
And then are we also going to have as part of that agreement whether or not we're going to ask that they not run, or leave it open? Or do we decide that later?
We can't legally force anybody to
Right.
make that decision.
And I
mean, we can
completely understand
we can
that.
make what we'd like, but
Is there a second part to your proposal?
no, I was just trying to set up times, that's all, dates, that's all I'm trying to do. And we still have to decide, like I said, whether it's 6 months or 18,
Right, because, and that effectively we need to decide tonight.
in theory.
Well, in all candor, despite myself even asking the question before, I don't really want to disenfranchise Ron by waiting until he's gone to visit his dad in Florida and then have the meeting, okay?
What seriously are your travel plans? When would you be back?
Saturday night.
That's after the 18th.
After the
Yes,
18th.
that's- I'm back the 19th. That's,
Okay, and, by the 18th, we have to
seriously,
make a
didn't
decision.
anticipate this when I made reservations 3 months ago.
You can call a meeting. That doesn't mean we're all going to be there.
Right, if
Right.
the quorum doesn't show up.
Then
Right.
there's
No, I
nothing happens.
Nothing happens, right?
So,
Okay.
I'm just,
So
I'm-
we-
I don't- you know, I'm
we
just-
have to make a
That's
decision
what I was
tonight.
planning
That's
on
what it
doing in
comes
case
down
you
to.
guys called the meeting. I was just not going to show up.
But anyway, I'm just trying to identify some dates so that we know where we're going here. If today is the 15th?
14th.
Well, no,
Oh,
it's the 15th now.
I have a suggestion through the chair and this isn't totally different from what I talked about before, but I just want to make sure that we're all clear on this, particularly given the late hour. Not the only, but one of the major concerns that I heard voiced was, we want to make sure, we're concerned that there might not be candidates that would be willing to run for a one-year term, okay? It seems to me that if we call a special election for this November, and we appoint somebody to serve between now and, or whenever we have the interview process, and this November, then at the end of August, we're going to know whether anybody is filed to run, because that's the closing date for the filing. In fact, I think it's even earlier in August. It's not the end of August. Okay?
Somewhere around
Madam Clerk, it's what, the 5th or the 10th?
August 10th.
August 10th, okay.
Thank you. I should have known you would know the exact date. So, and at that point, speaking just for myself, as I said before, yes, I very strongly believe in having an election, but on the other hand, if nobody's showing up to the election, I'm not going to insist on having an election when nobody's there, right? I mean, there's a point at which I would be willing to say, fine, let's appoint somebody for the remainder of the year, the remainder of the term. So I almost look at it as if we go that route, if I can deal with the concern of, gee, we're not going to have anybody run, by deferring that decision. Okay? Follow a path which says, if nobody runs, then let's revisit the issue. Okay? It's hard to see how we're worse off.
Well, I guess my question is then, are you saying not appoint anybody until August 10th?
No. No, what I'm saying is that tonight we make the decision to call a special election in November 2012.
Yes.
We start the process to say we are going to appoint somebody to serve until November 2012 as soon as we feasibly can.
Okay.
And we march down that road.
But what happens if, I'll give you a scenario, August 10th comes and no one applies?
That's exactly the scenario I'm talking about.
Okay.
And at
Does that
point-
person who we appointed then we ask them if they'll be willing to choose to serve another 12 months?
Mr. Rubens? I'm cycling us back to that question, the hypothetical I asked you about, we appoint somebody to serve until November 2012. On August 11th, Ms. Boland emails us and says, what do you know? Nobody has filed. So do we have the ability under law at that point to even just do something as simple as to say, we're going to extend this person's term to November 2013?
Yeah, that's a good question. The code, the strict reading of the code is that you need to call the election tonight or by the 18th. So the question, I think, is whether or not doing that and calling the election for November can be something you can change later, saying, well, we complied with the code, we called the election, and then rescind that vote and decide later to have the election be a different date. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm actually not, because I was assuming we couldn't do that, okay? What I'm saying basically is, we will know by August 11th that nobody is running for a November 2012 election. And we have already, by that point, hopefully within the next few weeks, appointed somebody to serve until November 2012. At what point can we then come back and say, okay, we're obviously going to have a vacancy starting November 2012. At what point can we say, we're going to extend the term, we're going to hold new interviews, what?
Yeah, and that's where I don't know the complete answer for you. I'm sorry, because I don't really know what happens and whether the voters have a right after you've already called an election and it's on the books, how that plays out as far as whether or not people can do write-ins or other processes with the election having been called. If it's truly an ineffective election, an ineffective call of an election, I suppose you could reappoint to fill the remainder of the term at that point. But
I guess my concern is, let's assume that no one, again, following your scenario, no one applies. The November election comes in. It would seem to me that you could have write-ins. How do you qualify the write-ins? Don't you have to qualify them?
yeah, they have to. There's a, and Christine may know the answer to this better than I, but there's a process to qualify it right, and I think you have to get a number of signatures or something.
Okay, so there has to be some qualification.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, there is.
So again, this is going to sound, this is going to come out wrong. I know it's going to come out wrong, but let's say we appoint Mary Jones to for the 6-month period, and we call the election November 12th. Mary Jones decides she's not going to run. We encourage that, perhaps, but she can choose or not. And no one, or let's say one person comes forward and wants to run, and it's Joe Smith. And the philosophy is, your philosophy, and I guess your philosophy is, Joe Smith could be here, live in town, whatever the rules are. What is it, 30 days? 30 days, right? Residency, 30 days. 15 days.
You have to be registered. You have to be a resident of San Carlos and be an elector, a registered voter.
Be 25 years old, whatever the rules are.
Yeah.
18. Whatever the 18. Fine. Yeah. Whatever the minimums are, that individual goes. That's the democratic process. I don't know.
I think I know I think I know what your concern is. You're concerned about the let me say, the quality of the candidate. Okay,
and I know it's hard to define that, and
I am not at all. I'm not going down the path of making any comments about democratic philosophies or beliefs or anything.
Right.
I was simply going to make the point, which I didn't make earlier. That's actually why I do not expect there to be no people filing by August 11th, because the effect I think will be is even to the extent that people think like, well, nobody's going to file, because who wants to run for a term and then run for another term? That will cause anybody who has any interest at all in being on the council saying, oh, okay, well, I'll put my name in the hat, in the ring, and then maybe I'll be a shoo-in, because there won't be anybody running against me. But that can't be coordinated across people, or there's no way to enforce that amongst people. So that's why I think you're going to see a number of candidates apply. Okay, I think what you'll see happen, and I don't know this for a fact, but I'm just trying to go based on human nature and kind of market dynamics. Oops, sorry. That what will end up happening is there will be a number of people apply, and they will collectively, just like in any election, they will sort of make a judgment about how much resources they're willing to spend to get elected, to the point about sort of imposing upon people how much they're willing to do, because that's a common factor that's going to affect everybody. And conversely, if somebody wants to drop an enormous amount of money to get elected for a one-year term, there's nothing in law that we can do to prevent them from doing that. I mean, that is also part of our democratic system. Okay, I joke with people that, like it or not, the first 5 rules of American politics are money talks. Okay, so that's no different than a regular election. It is different, perhaps, in the sense that this is a little funkier of a situation. It's not like a traditional election where people come up through the process and whatnot. But that's why I'm not as concerned, I think, as the two of you are about what's going to happen.
Well, I can certainly appreciate your position, and I understand it. I just
don't agree.
Yeah, that's fine. And I think the risk for this community is bigger if we do it that way, to be quite honest. I think the risk is bigger. And we can stand on the principles, the democratic process, but I think the risk is bigger.
I'm going to jump in here on a
I
couple of
just think we
things.
end up with sort of like almost like a musical chairs. You know, we're going to get somebody for 6 months, we're going to get somebody for a year, and we're going to get somebody else.
Well, I want to jump in here with a comment. We've been talking about the 6 months. We just talked about taking a break. Here we are in May. We've got one more meeting in May. We'll have a couple meetings in June. We'll have a meeting in July. So I add that up. And if we take the break that we were talking about taking, possibly both the second meeting in July and the first meeting in August, and by August 11th, we'll know if anybody's signed up to run or not. I wouldn't even appoint somebody for 6 months, because really what you're appointing them for is 4 meetings. Between now, as we sit here tonight, we have one more meeting in May, we'll have 2 meetings in June, we'll have 1 meeting in July.
When do you expect, but when do you expect that we would appoint, you're saying you're not going to appoint anybody till August?
I'm saying that we call the election for November 2012, and by August, we'll know. If by August 10th, we'll know, August 11th, the morning of August 11th, we'll know, do we have any candidates? If we don't have any candidates, now we better appoint somebody for the remaining period. But
Remaining period in that case being?
18 months or 14 months or
14
whatever
months.
else.
14 months or whatever it is, if nobody signs up. But I'm with Mark. You put it out there that we expect to do this through an election. People will come forward and they will run, because they will not want to miss out the opportunity to serve that year and then go into an election period the next time around in 2013, having that year under their belt. And on the contrary, or on the other side of it, I know there are people in this community interested in being on this council, and damn it, if you want to be on the council, show it to me. Like Mark said earlier, you want to be on the council, be a candidate, go before the people, make your argument, so forth. Don't expect us to appoint you and give you a leg up on other folks who also may be interested in running in 2013. But I'm not sitting here tonight willing to give somebody that leg up. Now, if we for sure had candidates who would honor a request that they not become incumbent, that they not be incumbents and not run in November of 2013, then, if we ask that question in the interview process, which is the way that we did it before, we just simply asked them, are you interested in being a candidate in the fall? And to my recollection, there were a few who said, yeah, it's hard for me to hold to that. I would like to be appointed. I'm not sure I could hold to that. Guess what? They didn't get picked. We picked Mr. Lewis, who was very straight up and said, yeah, I've got things going on with my work. I'm not interested in serving in the fall or running in the fall. I just want to help the community and do this 6 months. I've been on the council before. I've got experience. You guys, you know the story. And we appointed him. But if somebody comes to me and we say as a council, we don't want you to be a candidate in the fall of 2013, and they waffle on that and say, well, in all honesty, I can't do that, then I'm not going to select them.
Let me see if I understand this correctly. Your feeling is that whoever we pick, you would prefer that they agree not to run?
That's right.
Whether or not it's this November or next November?
Well, I'm eliminating the argument for the 6 months, because I'm saying, what's the point of appointing someone for 6 months when potentially that means they will be on the council for 4 council meetings? I think we can get by with 4 people for 4 council meetings.
Yeah, if just for clarification's sake, because I was confused when you first said that, I think I would describe those 2 alternatives as, rather than appoint somebody for 6 months, why not appoint somebody for 14 months? Why not wait 3 months and then appoint somebody for 14 months?
Yeah, we would appoint potentially we would end up appointing for 14 months if on August 11th, we knew we had no candidates.
And in fairness, even though I keep using the term on August 11th, we'll know we have no candidates, as Mr. Rubens has pointed out. And I do have some familiarity with the write-in laws because I actually supported a write-in candidate for a school board election a few years ago. The cutoff dates are later. I think it's later in August. I don't think you can like announce in
15th
October
or
that you're going to run.
Right, it's very specific. It's
Right.
it's in the election code, and it's after the close of the normal time period, so it's after August 10th, but it's the same procedure as you all went through to get on the ballot.
But still, we would know because
By the end
if
of August.
if we went with this vacation schedule we were talking about earlier, which very potentially we could, then we wouldn't have a council meeting till August 27th. And I think Christine would know better than I, but I think it's just a couple of weeks away after the 11th. It would be like
I can look
the
it up.
15th or 25th or something like that. We'd have time.
Well, I think it's naive to think that we won't have any candidates. We will have candidates.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think we will too. People will, like I said, anyone who's thinking of running in the fall is probably going to go ahead and run for that one-year seat to have that advantage of the 1 year under their belt. I mean, we've all been candidates. We know how the game's played. We know what the result of that would be. So I think we'd actually have a competitive race for that 1 year because it's an advantage to have. And it's especially an advantage to have if, should one of us decide not to run, or both of us decide not to run, because then you're the only incumbent in the race.
Right. So let me follow your logic. August 11th, we have two candidates, let's just say, to decide to run.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when are we going to appoint somebody for September, October, November, those 3 months? Or are we? We're not going to appoint anybody then, for any period of time.
Right.
We're going to go straight through with 4 people, all the way through the end of the year. So, because they don't get sworn in until December.
Right.
So we're going to just go another 3. So it's not of these 4 meetings.
that's a good point.
We're going to
Yeah,
go
you did-
September,
right.
October, and November, 6 more meetings.
I'm confused, which is not surprising considering how late it is. I thought what we were saying is, in order for it to make any sense to even talk about deferring appointing somebody, that's because we called the election for November 2012.
Right.
And so late August comes around, nobody's deciding to run.
No, I'm saying
No,
it's different.
no.
Somebody, there are
Oh,
people who want to
yeah,
run.
There are people who
wanna
want to run.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I see
So
your
Bob's
point.
right,
And
is
then
that-
what we're talking
Now
about
we-
is now we're appointing somebody for 3
3
months.
months, September, October, November.
Well, that's a fair point. I think for me, as I said earlier, I'm perfectly fine with calling an election for November 2012 and going down the process to appoint somebody to serve as soon as we can get through the process until November 2012.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Instead of
Yeah.
skipping, I'm just trying to
December.
understand. I'm going tomorrow. Whenever we can send out the 2 weeks, so we can have somebody for 5 months, 4 months, whatever you want to say it, for at least a couple of those meetings,
We can have people somebody for as long as we can.
as long as we can.
I'm fine supporting that.
I'd still want to let them run.
I would too.
Again, speaking for myself, yes, I too would. I will reserve the right to ask the people questions about that, but I would not wish to make it a requirement one way or another. I kind of want to get their sense on it. Because there may very well be some people who, like Mr. Lewis, last year might have legitimately said, even if he hadn't been asked, or it hadn't been a requirement, he might have said, I'm not interested in running. I want you to know that. I'm only here for this 5 months or 8 months.
So I could go with that too, is that we could at least ask the question. It'd be part of the interview process. It could be part of our decision. But to your point, Ron, of a lot of people changing in the musical chairs of city council. Let's say, for instance, we had applicants for a 6-month period or whatever that is left there before the election in 2012. Let's say we had a Tom Davids or Brad again or somebody. At least they are
especially with somebody like Brad, you know, he's a recent council member. He knows what's going on. He's stayed up with the issues. You know, he's already been on council with Bob and I before, so I don't think it hurts so much in terms of what you were saying earlier about I wrote this down. I thought it was a good point, the 1, 2, 3. You know, potentially you've got 1, 2, 3, right? So,
But I'm not going to lock, I'm sorry, through the chair, I'm not going to lock myself into this time. I'm not. I'm going to pick the best person. I don't care if they want to run. I'm just telling you I'm doing it. Sure. The best person I can find, whether it's somebody who served or somebody who didn't serve, I want to pick the best person. It was different last time, in my opinion. It was completely different. So this time I'm going to pick the best person.
Fair enough.
That's just my opinion. I'm not saying it's everybody else's. So.
And I don't mind if we ask the question, what are your plans? It's an entirely different question than the statement. We'd really prefer that you not run for reelection. I think we increase our pool of qualified candidates by not putting that stipulation, because you're going to have people, good people, who are will be willing to step in, but only if they can have a long-term opportunity to make a contribution, to make a real difference.
Sure.
Because otherwise, and again, with that summer recess, you're already missing a couple of meetings. You know, it's just you start and then you stop, and I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Part of the reason that I personally didn't want to, regardless of what we ended up doing, make it a requirement is, well, two reasons. One is you can't make it a requirement legally, and I just have this sort of personal bias against trying to impose, you know, extraordinary things on people. And the other is, quite frankly, kind of going along with the point I made earlier in a different context. You know, as I said, I don't want to take away the franchise from a whole bunch of people in town, and I don't want to take the franchise away from potential candidates either. I mean, there's a different kind of franchise. They should have the right to run. Okay.
Exactly.
So I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with calling the election for this November. We interview to get the best candidate we can. People have different definitions of best. That's fine. But personally, speaking for myself, I'm not going to make it a litmus test per se, you know, on whether somebody says, yeah, I'm volunteering now, but I really want to run in November. It's like, okay, fine, that's a factor. Okay.
All right. It sounds like we might have a consensus here. Should we try for a motion to call for a special election in November 2012?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we call a special election to fill the current vacancy on the City Council for November 2012, and that we also immediately direct staff to begin the process to advertise the position and work to create, you know, the interview process that we're going to use to select a candidate for filling the seat temporarily.
Do we have a second? Well, I'll second to see how we do on the vote. I don't see any movement here.
Councilmember Collins?
No.
Councilmember Grisilli?
No.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Grocott?
Yes. You want a quarter?
If I may ask my colleagues, and I'm not going to ask, you know, why people voted no, because I don't like asking people that question. But if there was something in my somewhat convoluted motion, particularly in the second part, that like turned you off or feel that okay,
No,
so that was not it.
It's November 13 or November 12.
Okay, fine.
No, I thought your motion was well spoken for the latter part of it, but not the first part of it.
So we're at loggerheads. It's 1 minute to witching hour. 1 or 2 minutes. So, do we want to extend the meeting for a little while here? Discuss this further?
I almost wonder at some point if it's possible to do that. No, we can't, because Ron is leaving in the morning. Sorry. I was going to suggest that we reconvene 24 hours from now, but that doesn't work. I don't want to disenfranchise you. I don't.
I understand.
Public comment? You guys interested in taking public comment?
Sure. You're the mayor.
Yeah, I know, but...
You run the meeting.
That's true, but I don't want to, Okay, Mr. Gelino.
Maybe he's got a good suggestion.
I would just ask that you folks, as elected officials, hearken back a little bit to your early civics class and a little bit of our history, and remember that it's government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Talking about appointing when there's an opportunity for the citizens of this community to elect to that position, that's what you should be following. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, through the mayor, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I know the city attorney's been noodling on it a bit. What is the effect if a decision is not reached tonight and another council meeting is not held by the 18th? What's the default?
Well, I'm looking at the code again, and I'll stand by what I said earlier, but I think as a practical matter, there would have to be an intervening event for us to have, be required to have a special election in November 2012 in the absence of action by this council. So I think in a backward way, Council Member Olbert, your hunch was right that probably unless somebody did something to force an election to be held on in November 12th, the default would have to be the next general election. And that's probably the most logical outcome, unless a court ordered us to do something. I mean, that's the way I see it. I'm trying to be creative and help you through the problem you're having, and looking at
Before you go further,
Yeah.
just to stay legal, we need to extend this meeting.
I move that Mr. Mayor, I move we extend the meeting until 12:45.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
just to continue, the code's kind of broken down into three categories. Our local municipal code I'm talking about. Within 30 days, the council shall call for a special election. The second kind of defines when that election is going to be. It's going to be either the next regularly established election date, that's November 2012, or the date of the next regularly established general municipal election, and then there's a time limit. It has to be not less than 114 days from the call of the special election. And then the final is your option to appoint. Don't have to appoint, but we've done that in the past. I mean, I suppose there's a construct of the way the code's written that you could call the election for, you could satisfy number one by calling an election for 2013, say, and then see how your appointment goes, and then if you still had time, you could rescind that vote and call an election earlier if you weren't satisfied with the appointments, for example. I'm just throwing these out there for you. I don't know if it works the other way, though, because the other way you will have called the election date. I suppose you could, again, I'm just trying to help you through this. You could possibly instruct the clerk to hold the call of the special election for November 2012 until the last possible day or the day before the last possible day. And then you will satisfy the number one, which is you have to call the election, and perhaps buy yourself a little time to make the final call. But I'm not sure if you're going to change anybody's minds are going to change. I mean, it's kind of you might circumstances might change that, but
Mr. Olber, let me add something or ask a question. There's also, I remember with the school board issue, there was also the option that if the school board decided to appoint and the public wasn't favorable to that, there was a certain time period by which the public could petition for an election at whatever regular date or whatever. What was it? 30 days. Do you know about that?
I do know about that. Government Code Section 36512 is an enabling statute that the state passed that gave the city of San Carlos and other similarly situated municipalities and agencies a choice. There's three options under the code. That is one of them. The option to appoint, and then a petition could be brought to force an election. But we don't have that choice. We picked in 1999 the choice that's before you.
Oh, so we don't, citizens do not have the option to
No,
petition.
that's something that you could.
You would have to revise the ordinance,
Yes.
which there isn't time to do.
Our code could be revised to have that method of filling a vacancy. We don't have that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, through the chair, I guess the question I have is, and I appreciate council continuing to think about this. The law is whatever the law is. The hard part sometimes is discerning what the law is. And if the law stipulates that the default option is that the election will be the next regularly scheduled election if the council does not make a decision otherwise, that's what it is. The question I guess I have, and we could end this because we may be deadlocked, but deadlock translates to November 2013. The question I'd have is, this is an important enough issue, at least for me, that I wouldn't, Mr. Collins' issue aside, I would not mind a fresh set of eyes looking at this, which would be yours, but after you've had a chance to sleep on it and do a little more research. So the question I have is, school board meetings, sometimes we arrange to have, you can have at least one member call in telephonically. Are city council meetings allowed to do that, even if the person is out of state?
That is possible. You could continue the meeting to a date certain that Councilmember Collins would be available to participate by teleconference. He'd have to post outside wherever he's staying, even if it's in another state, the notice of the meeting, and then he can participate by teleconference, and we could just continue it from this meeting to a time certain, but he'd still have to post there, and we would post here the continued date.
And that, of course, would be subject to whether Mr. Collins would be willing to do that.
When you say post, do I put a sign outside my door?
Yeah, you put it, and you have to keep the door open, so the theoretical public could come in.
If somebody from San Carlos wanders into your father's house and wants to come to the meeting.
But that is possible. The law would allow that.
The only reason I'm even suggesting that is, and again, my colleagues would have to agree to do this, is what I said a minute ago, which is that the law is whatever it is, but I personally wouldn't mind, given the lateness of the hour, if we gave Mr. Rubens a little bit of opportunity to do a little bit more research on the matter. Because if it turns out you confirm what your current view is, that's fine, but if it turns out you conclude, well, it's not that clear, well, that leaves us in the deadlock position again. So are we willing to continue this to a date certain where you can call it?
I would be willing to call from Florida.
Well, if I may, too, one other additional question that I had for Mr. Rubens to possibly look into is, obviously the election in November of 2013 is going to happen, regardless, because that's the regular election. My question is, if you identify that as being the election tonight, and then create an agreement that you're going to come back and look at it again at the next council meeting, can you reverse that decision and set it for November 2012? Because if the default is already going to be 13, then there's really no risk in trying to get an agreement to come back and talk about it again in a couple of weeks.
That's very, I think it's a very clever idea, but it hinges upon that the default really is 2013.
Right.
Which is the issue I was raising about a little bit of further study so we can establish whether the default is 2013.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what I was suggesting through the chair was strict reading of the code is that you need to call the election within the 30 days. But because we're pretty early in the process, you still would have time to rescind that vote and still have 114 days to call the election for 2012, depending on, I mean, you might even be able to appoint an appointee could actually be your tiebreaker, I suppose, under that scenario. But that's something that I'm trying to help you through the process.
Yeah. I'm not laughing at you. I just think it's clever.
But I think probably, I mean, the most conservative advice would be to have the teleconference meeting, spend an hour and a half, so that Councilmember Collins can set aside some appropriate time where he's going to be and do that before Friday. But I might be able to have time between now and then to analyze that question and the things that I'm trying to think of to help you through the process that may be subject to change or interpretation.
I'd be all right with that. I mean, obviously, tomorrow's a travel day, but I've got anytime Wednesday. And when would you have the meeting? Would you have it evening, late afternoon?
It's our discretion.
I think it's more like the discussion would be when are you available?
Our time difference.
I would be available, well, anytime after, let's say, 3 o'clock Eastern time, because I don't doubt that you guys, unless you want to have a meeting in the morning.
Mr. Collins, if you're flexible enough to do this, speaking for myself, I will do whatever works for you.
Okay, well, then why don't we say this? Wednesday would be, my father's 91 years old. I need to spend some time with him. So how about any time after 3 o'clock on Wednesday?
3 o'clock Florida time or?
3 o'clock Eastern time.
Eastern time.
So noon here.
Okay.
And any time after 4 o'clock on Thursday. And would we stretch it out till Friday, Mr. Rubens? That's the 18th.
You have until Friday, the 18th.
All right.
That's
And then
30 days.
Friday would be any time after 3 o'clock.
You know, it occurs to me, if we're willing to do this, I think the point of deferring it is to give Mr. Rubens a chance to do analysis. The more time we can give him to do analysis, even if he's done after an hour, I mean, we don't lose anything. And it also gives us time to think about it as well, which I personally think is valuable.
Right. So are you suggesting Friday instead of?
Yeah, I'm suggesting Friday.
You're suggesting Friday, okay.
Is that all right with you?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Is it okay with?
Depending on what time it is, Friday.
Friday,
Or, excuse me, noon on Friday.
noon on, is that what you
Going
said?
the other way.
3 o'clock Friday?
3 Eastern,
3 o'clock Eastern, noon here.
noon here.
I have a meeting up in San Bruno at 11 that probably will be over by noon, but it might take me a while to get back down here. So right at noon won't work, but
Shall we say 1 o'clock Friday?
That's
California
fine.
time?
That's fine.
1 o'clock should work.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. 4
I won't even look
Eastern.
at my calendar, because whatever's there is gone.
Well, I know something's there, but whatever.
Well, can we?
No, that's fine. No, I'll go with the program.
I'm going to,
If he's gonna take a call in Florida, I'll just take care of what I have to take care of. Some of
I trust you'll give me the details. Okay.
Actually, Mr. Collins, I can share with you that my favorite board meeting in all the years I was on the school board was when I was sitting on the lanai in Hawaii, calling in. It was actually a very pleasant way to attend the meeting.
Yeah, well, I'll be at the Marriott Butler Boulevard.
Yes, but you'll have your dad there.
Courtyard.
So, Mr. Rubens, that means
Not
we
very
cannot, we'll extend this meeting to a date
Yeah,
certain?
you're going to adjourn this meeting to Friday, May 18th, 1 p.m. Pacific time here in the council chambers. And Okay, Councilmember Collins will make sure you have what you need to post and
Do we
appropriately.
need a motion on that, or so it
Yeah,
is
you
said?
should have a motion to do that.
Just
If
one
there's something
quick
you want
point
to email
before
me,
we-
I can print it out.
We move on that. Is there a desire for the council to give us direction to begin advertising the possible appointment of a position without specifying the length of time at this point? Because I think if we do it now, the time that I would recommend for you is 10 days, which means you could actually potentially be holding the interviews at the next, not the next special council meeting, but the next regular council meeting 2 weeks from now.
I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with that.
So you'd be advertising but not telling them,
We wouldn't be committing to a length of time. We would just be advertising the vacant seat, and, obviously, we'll cover that with them, and they can call with questions and all that kind of stuff. And
right.
I would imagine most people that would be interested in advertising, and I would contend that anybody worth appointing should know by Friday, what happened here tonight. So, might be question one.
Boy, the decision will perhaps have been made by the time you interview also.
Right.
So.
Right.
Well, let me ask a question. If you advertise and we don't come to any decision,
Well, then I think by then we'll understand exactly what the default is. Something happens.
I understand.
And-
So, I mean,
and-
is the council ready to appoint someone then? If I'm just saying, if we don't agree, is the council in concert that we need to appoint someone and we should interview?
Yeah, that's what I heard, was that there would be an appointment either way.
Speaking for myself, I am.
Okay, I am too, but I just wanted to make sure that we have a consensus of that. Otherwise, that's a waste of your time, and so is the people's time.
Do we need a motion? I've forgotten.
You need a motion, and you're running out of time again.
All right, we'll do this very quick. Mr. Mayor, I move that we adjourn, is that the term?
That's
Adjourn
correct.
this meeting until a date certain on this Friday at 1 PM with Mr. Collins to attend telephonically from a location in Florida.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And with that, whack the gavel.
Good luck getting on that
Don't
plane.
whack me with
Huh?
the gavel.
I say
Whack
good
the
luck getting
gavel.
on the plane.